Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner Holiday Special Event. My name is Anthony Chapman and it's an honor to be your host today. Thank you for joining us as we close out 2024 with a focus on the tools and training that can drive your trading success into the new year. As we look ahead to 2025 with the new presidential administration introducing ambitious economic goals and scaling back regulations, now is the perfect time to refine your strategies. That's why we've brought together 8 top trading experts for today's summit. They'll be sharing their most consistent and profitable trading strategies in this free online educational forum to help you prepare for a successful year ahead. We've got a packed lineup of valuable insights and exclusive offers just for you. So sit back, take notes, and let's get started. Our first presenter is a research associate at bigtrends.com, which provides investors with specific real-time stock and option strategies and investment education. Big Trends has been featured on CNBC, Fox News, Bloomberg Television, and a variety of other outlets, including the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, Forbes, Investors Business Daily, and USA Today. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present how focusing on SPY options led to a boost in frequency and returns is Mr. Dylan Pittman of Big Trends. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Dylan.
Thank you, Anthony. Excited to be here. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to the group. All right, it's been a very wild, I should really say, just about 24 hours now in the market. You know, regardless of what index you're looking at, we saw the S&P, the Nasdaq, the Dow, the Russell, all simultaneously in sell-off mode. As soon as the rate cut was announced yesterday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, we have seen a lot of volatility in this 24-hour period. We saw the VIX move 80% in a matter of 2 hours. We saw the S&P fall, give or take, from high to low about a full 4% to the downside. So, there's a lot of uncertainty going into the end of the year, a lot of uncertainty, especially going into next year. And that's why we want to make sure that we are laser focused. Okay, we're going to be talking about and exclusively talking about the S&P 500 ETF, SPY, and how focusing on SPY options led to a boost in frequency and returns. All right, if you've ever been reading these trading books, you may have heard it sometimes, but we want to learn the personality of a specific stock, or in this case, a specific ETF, and make sure that we're hyper focused and learn how to trade a specific name. It makes trading a lot easier whenever we're just focused on one singular name. It makes trading simpler. All right, there's thousands of different securities you could be trading, and there's a lot of options, there's a lot of different moving parts, but if you could just focus on one single asset, what better asset to focus on than the S&P 500 ETF SPY? All right, it's the most active and liquid ETF in the world. So that's what we're going to be focused on today, and specifically trading 2 days till expiration on SPY. So if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me at that email address below, dylan@bigtrends.com. Right, I am on the research team at Big Trends. Big Trends actually just celebrated its 25th year anniversary back in November. It started in 1999 by our founder and CEO, Price Headley, who's been featured in Barron's, Fox Business, several other outlets. He's been trading for over 35 years. It's been a privilege to learn from Price Headley and work with him on a lot of these different trading systems. So we'll go ahead and get started. Don't hesitate to drop questions in the question box. In fact, I've got a little poll question here in just a couple slides, so just to make sure that that's all working smoothly, please feel free to drop in those answers. But as a reminder, the information provided in today's presentation is based on our proprietary research and is intended for illustrative purposes only. It should not be construed as specific advisory recommendations. Stocks and options trading have large potential rewards, but also large potential risk. Past performance of any trading system or methodology is not necessarily indicative of future results. See our terms of use on the bigtrends.com homepage for more information. So like I said, let's go ahead and start off here, and let's use those the chat questions box. I want to see what your all's opinions are on when will we see all-time highs again on SPY. All right, so when will we make new highs on the S&P 500? Do you think it's A, before the end of the year, B, within the next 3 months, so give or take, we'll say before the end of the first quarter, or C, 3 months or longer. Now, I looked, give or take, about 15 minutes ago, looked like we were down about 3.5%, 4% from all-time highs. All right, that was really off of yesterday's sell. So I'm curious, where's the overall sentiment at? So like I said, we saw VIX move 80% yesterday. We ended up seeing the CNN Fear and Greed Index go from actually greed 2 days ago all the way down to straight fear yesterday. So it does seem like the overall indicator sentiment is leaning towards that fear category. We're actually starting to see more stocks trading below these major moving averages, and all of this off of about a 2-week period. Whenever we look at those value names, as we've seen the Dow now down, I believe it's almost a dozen days in a row. All right, so looks like off the bat we see several answers where actually I should say all the answers are saying within the next 3 months. All right, within the next 3 months. Of course, we've seen a very bullish market over the last few years. Taking out 2022, we've seen a bullish market in 2020, 2021, 2023. And of course, even with yesterday's sell-off, 2024 has been a tremendous year for the market. Well, in these years, we usually do see, and historically speaking, we see those referred to as Santa Claus rallies to end out the year. In fact, historically speaking, seasonality, the most bullish time periods in the calendar is going to be the last 2 weeks of December into the first 2 weeks of January. Okay, so before the end of the year, we actually only have, give or take, about I believe that'd be 10 or so trading sessions. So it'd be quite the move to do that. All right, who knows? But within the next 3 months, seems very, very doable. And that looks like the general consensus today. So within the next 3 months, it's what the overall group is thinking. So it's good to see not any overly bearish sentiment here on the S&P 500. All right, so thank you for dropping in those answers. Again, you can use that chat box for any questions you have throughout today's presentation, but today we are going to be talking specifically about the S&P 500, trading it nearly every single day without day trades. And regardless of what the overall trend is, we're going to trade it both to the upside and to the downside. All right, laser focusing in on the S&P 500, talking about our hot new strategy, overnight SPY trader. So like I said, we want to focus specifically on SPY, and we want to use that to boost returns. We're going to look at several different charts. We're going to look at several recent trades. We're going to break down, at least the foundation of what we're looking for with each and every one of these trades. And we're going to talk about our red hot option strategy and how you can get these trades more than likely, and you'll see why you can more than likely get a new trade this afternoon. All right, so we're going to go ahead and kick off today's event with a recent winning trade example. Then we'll talk more about how overnight SPY trader works. Okay, so we're going to be focused specifically on the daily time frame, and these trades are entered in the final 15 minutes of the trading day. All right, these are going to be entered at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time, which is actually 30 minutes before the SPY options markets closed. So still plenty of time to enter these trades for subscribers, but we're going to be focused on price action. We'll talk more about that, but we can see that in this example, in this recent example, trading the SPY December 5th, that is 2 days till expiration, trading the 602 calls. Those calls moved from 277 to 560 in just 24 hours, which produced just over a 100% winner. You'll notice in these charts, in these slides, we are targeting 100% on each and every one of these trades, both to the upside and to the downside, and then we are using a 50% stop as well. So let's go ahead and break down just really an overview of the overnight SPY trader. So the average holding period is 1 day or less, but there's no day trades. We're going to talk more about this. We're going to talk more about time stops as well, because time stops are, for the most part, a common occurrence with this strategy. And then we're going to be using 4 different price action patterns analyzed on a daily time frame. Again, we'll be breaking down all of this throughout today's presentation, and we're specifically trading straight calls or straight puts, simply just buying calls or buying puts. So there's no spreads of any kind. We're not doing any calendars, diagonals, credit, debit, no vertical spreads. We're just buying calls or buying puts. So if you have any option approval level with your brokerage account, you would be qualified to make these trades with us on SPY. So when we're talking about frequency, we're not looking to randomly enter trades. Anyone can pull up a chart and start firing away, but focusing on numerous signals with a quantifiable edge requires a more deliberate and strategic approach. The reason why this is brought up and why this slide is brought up is in my time at Big Trends, which coming up on 5 years now, I've worked with thousands of traders across the globe. I've been speaking to them, and for the most part, our systems generate anywhere between 1 to 3 trades a week. That's not that's how our systems typically go. But whenever I was talking to these traders, most of these traders are trading and actively trading nearly every single day. They are looking to take more trades because, of course, more opportunities to trade means more opportunities to make money. And at the end of the day, that is what the goal is, right? It's always going to be about the bottom line. But anybody can start pulling up SPY today. Anybody can start buying puts. Anybody can start buying calls. It's just throwing a dart at the board if we don't have any back-tested data. So we want to focus on taking numerous signals with a quantifiable edge, and that does, like I said, require a more deliberate and strategic approach. So we've talked about, or I should say you've heard about, quality over quantity. Of course, that's where we all want to be, right? We want to focus on the quality of the trades before we focus on how many, but what if there was a system that was able to do both? We're talking about a system that averages anywhere between 12 to 16 trades a month. In terms of trading sessions in a month, there is 20 trading sessions, give or take, in a calendar month, which means about 70 or so % of the time, you're going to have a new trade that's trading the most active and liquid ETF in the world. So that's why we developed Overnight SPY Trader. The strategy was designed to find as many as 5 new trading signals per week, and we're going to talk about how it works. In fact, 5 new trading signals per week is not an exaggeration. I was working with Price and the team developing the strategy, and there are several instances where we will go an entire trading week with a signal every single day. This is a strategy that is hyper focused on, of course, trading SPY, but also making sure that we combine both quality and quantity, making the best of both worlds approach to focus on the frequency and of these trades. So as I mentioned, we are focusing on a daily time frame. So new trades can trigger once per day, Monday through Friday, and we enter signals before the daily bar closes, which these trade alerts are sent via email or mobile notification at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. This allows us to scan the session, eliminating noise, and allows us to use the power of 2 days till expiration options. So I've gotten this question before, but why do you enter trades at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time? So, if your schedule doesn't permit you to look at the charts or enter trades in the final hour of the trading day, this won't be for you. I've gotten that question. Why don't you just send these trades out, earlier in the day? Well, the issue is notice where it says the noise, right? We want to eliminate the noise, and we're basing all of these entries on the daily candle. Well, if we were to enter the trade, let's say at 12:30, well, that's only half the day's price action is going to be illustrated in the daily candle. So we have to make sure that we get the majority of the price action, in fact, a large percentage of it, and that's why we enter these trades at the final 15 minutes of the trading day. We don't want to take any false signals, right? We want to make sure that we're following the system that is shown to have a quantifiable edge, not just over the last 50 trades, not just over the last 100 trades, but we're talking about thousands of trades that have been taken historically over the last 5, 10 years, even 20 years, whenever we're looking at the data. We're looking for a specific setup that has to pass numerous filtering or criteria to be deemed as a possible trade. So scanning for signals every day has resulted in a high trade frequency and large profit potential. So how to get the most bang for your buck while managing your risk. So we hear all the time about zero DTEs, right? Day of expiration options. And there is a lot of popularity in that growing in the trading community. It wasn't that long ago that we saw S&P 500 expirations every other day. Now we get option expirations every single day. Well, the beauty of zero DTE expiration options is really the large amount of leverage that you get on every single trade trading day of expiration options. It doesn't take much of a move. In fact, in just a matter of minutes, you could see a move happen where you could, depending on what strike you chose, you could hit 50, 100, even multi-100% winners just on a small move trading these types of options. Of course, there's the other side, right? It could be a matter of minutes where you could be down 50, 60, 70% on that option in a matter of minutes. Yesterday would have been a great example, right? Of course, we saw that strong move to the downside, making the call premiums really vanish rather quickly into the final hour, 2 hours of the day. So trading 2 days to expiration, it does give us that balance where we still need that leverage. We're not looking for a major move on the S&P. We're really looking for these ordinary moves on the S&P 500, and we want to leverage these ordinary moves with 2 days till expiration options to hit 100% for each of these trades, right? That's the goal. And trading closer to expiration means that there is less time value or extrinsic value built into that option premium, which means that we're getting into these trades for just under $2.70 on average. So these trades are exited the following day at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time if they have not been closed before then. So this is going to be our time stop. It's not uncommon for that time stop to be hit. In fact, I'd almost say that it's about 50-50. Of course, with a time stop, you can still catch winning trades. They may not just be 100%. We may see some 40, 50, 70% winners on that time stop. But if they have not hit that 100% target or the negative 50% stop by the following trading day at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time, we'll send out an alert recommending to close the trade at that current option premium price. So why should you even care about this strategy? All right, I'm not here to waste your time. This has quickly grown to become one of our most popular strategies after we released it to the public. So here's a look at the performance over the last, in fact, just over 12 months now. So overnight SPY trader from 2023 until today, talking about over a $30,000 return, allocating 5K per trade. Now, as I mentioned, this is a strategy where you could trade with as little as, or I should say the contracts are averaging about $2.70 per trade. So you could absolutely trade this with a much smaller account. You could trade this with a much larger account, considering this is the most active and liquid ETF in the world. So over this, we'll call it 13-month period, a 121.25% return on a 25K model portfolio. That beats the market right now by almost 5 times. Okay, so a very strong performance here, leveraging these moves with options that expire in 2 trading sessions. Now, of course, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but we're going to look at a lot of trades that have contributed to this performance. So we're going to look for a specific setup. Each day will fall into one of 5 categories. So 4 of those categories are tradable price action patterns, and if the setup falls into the 5th category, no action is taken. We use historical profit factors to determine which days were the best for long trades, short trades, or neither. So this isn't going to be in the slides. You may be able to pick up on it throughout today's presentation. I see a question from Monica. Do you do spreads or just calls or puts? In this strategy, it is specifically just calls or puts. So what I was saying was, in this presentation, we're not going to break down the entirety of the system. Okay, I can give you the foundation, and this isn't going to tell you too much on this slide, but a very common saying in the markets is never short a dull market. right? Never short a dull market. So really what we want to see are these boring days, right? These boring days, and we do have a proprietary indicator that we're using to determine this, but we want to look for these days where we don't get a lot of range in the market. You know, some choppy consolidation. Those days are going to be days that we are looking for an upside move or trading calls. Now, whenever volatility comes into play, that's whenever we're going to start looking to the other side. Okay, so specifically, if we see a large red day, all right, thinking about yesterday, if we see a large red day, well, what that's going to mean is that volatility is high. And whenever volatility is high, we see a lot of value buyers stepping in and looking to add to their portfolios, okay? Large institutions will buy off of these major moving averages. We're not looking at moving averages, but we are looking at the price action, which doesn't have any lag, right? We want to see a large red candle, and that's whenever we're going to be looking to trade calls. If we see a large green candle, well, that's whenever we're going to be looking for the other side. All right, we don't want to see buyers buying above value. That would be a large green candle. We don't want to see sellers selling below value. That would be where we're looking for that reversal, and we want to catch that move to the upside. If you think about the market yesterday and then today, at least before I started recording, we saw that massive red candle yesterday, and we see a strong move to the upside today. So we can see that really playing into exactly what's happening in the market today. Now, as I said, there are several other parameters behind the scenes. I just wanted to give you a general overview before we start diving too deep into these chart examples. So again, 4 different categories. Fifth category, we're not going to be doing anything. That's why the opportunity, or I should say 80% of the time, you're going to be seeing a new trade. I should say 70 to 80% of the time. So we are comparing the current bar's range with the average true range to identify momentum or lack thereof. So we look at the price action of individual candlesticks. So we're looking at today's candle. We're not looking at yesterday's. We're looking at today's candlestick and comparing it to several other bars. All right, so we want to take the average of the last, couple weeks, and we want to compare it to today's candle to determine if it's providing bullish or bearish confirmation. So green bars are not always bullish. Like I said, sometimes these massive green candles that we see can actually show up as a short signal. Like I said, we don't want to see buyers buying above value. At that point, how many buyers are left? At that point, we start to see sellers step in. And red bars are not always bearish. Okay, red bars are not always bearish. That's oftentimes what the preconceived notion is green is bullish, red is bearish. We're actually going to take a different approach here. So we are comparing the current candle's range. So it's simply going to be the high and low of today's candle and comparing it to the average true range over a specified number of bars. So if you don't know what the average true range, it's actually going to be used more as a volatility indicator. This definition says a technical analysis indicator that measures market volatility by decomposing the entire range of an asset price for that period. So average true range includes gaps. So it's really going to be a close to close measurement over a specified number of bars. We're going to compare the range of today's candle versus the ATR. We want to see, again, like I said, don't short a dull market. If we start to see these boring days line up, well, those are whenever we really start to see those uptrends starting to poke out. And we don't even necessarily need that uptrend. We could even trade this in a choppy sideways market as well. So let's look at several trade examples, and I think it's going to start breaking down more of the strategy. So here, trading the SPY November 26, 594 calls. So a recent trade here, getting in at $2.62. You'll notice that this option is just slightly in the money. Right, just slightly in the money here, and that gives us a little bit more stability trading just a couple days from expiration. Notice what that candle looks like. So if we look left, I'll pull up my pen here, we're starting to see a rather large range here whenever we're looking at these candles here. All right, this is a rather large range. In fact, we got a pretty big gap against us there in the middle of November. Whenever we're looking at these types of candles in this price action, we're seeing a lot of volatility until this candle right here. This candle right here looks like a pretty ordinary candle. It's not doing too much, a slight move to the upside. Looks like a 2-point move on the S&P, which is well below average, especially just a few weeks ago coming off of the election. All right, so we want to find these ordinary, boring days, and those are the opportunities that we're looking for. Now, the next day, on November 25th, those 594 calls with a gamma boost, right? We get a gamma boost by trading just a couple days from expiration. On a gap up, it's actually exceeding that 100% target, and those 594 calls were booked at 587. So just better than what we were looking for, in this case, just under 125% on the trade, and then moving on and looking for new opportunities. Okay, so that's a good representation of what we're looking for at this time for a long setup. But not all winning trades are going to hit 100%. So here's 2 time stop examples where we ended up entering the trade, of course, at 3:45 and then closing it the following day at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. So in this case, our parameters passed, triggered a signal to trade the SPY 573 calls back there in October. All right, getting in at 317. This entire day, we got a nice move to the upside, just wasn't enough to hit that 100% target. These were closed at 53% the following day. Well, like I said, this strategy can put on a lot of trades rather quickly. The next day, another boring day, we ended up seeing that the range was much less than the average true range, led to another long signal. Next day, catch another move to the upside. We're catching these brief pause periods and then getting in, right before these next moves higher. Of course, this isn't what we're looking for, right? 53% and then 74.25% on the second trade. It's not what we're looking for. We're looking for those 100% targets on each and every trade, but still not going to be complaining about these solid winners nonetheless. We'll take those profits and of course looking for new trades at the end of those trading days. So as I've mentioned, this strategy has been finding an average of 14 new option trades per month. Like I said, generally speaking, there's 20 trading sessions in a month, 14 of them, that's 70% of the time you're going to see a new trade. So let's look at several different trades that have been taken. So I mentioned this whenever we were looking at the setup parameters. Just because it's a red day doesn't mean that it's bearish. In fact, that's not a it's a pretty ordinary pullback here on the S&P 500. We see a move from 586 all the way down to about 574 there at the end of October. Pretty ordinary whenever we're talking about the market. Okay, this 12-point pullback, just a 2.5% move to the downside, give or take. And what do we find? Well, number one, we actually end up seeing this inside bar. An inside bar, if you've ever been around the big trends community or any of my presentations, this is one of my favorite price action patterns here to actually look for long signals. The inside bar is going to be a bar where today's or the current bar is totally within the prior bar's range. Now, this isn't going to be a part of the trading system, but I'm saying this to say that this is representative of a very boring day of trading. Okay, very much range bound. We find balance in this trading session, so we're looking for that edge for the move out of this range. Right? Never short a dull market. That's actually whenever we decide to go long the SPY 579 calls on the model portfolio. These options really just at the money here in this instance. And the next day we get a gap up, pretty solid gap up, a run to the upside, sniping that target there at 100%, and then actually a reversal to the downside after that position is closed, getting out at 100%. Okay, getting in at 265, out at 530, just the very next day. Here's an example where, again, this should be not entirely identical to what we saw yesterday, but notice we saw a large red candle. Okay, this move here, see a move from about 550 to, we'll call it 540. So about a 10-point move to the downside. And we continue to see sellers throughout this trading day continuing to short. All right, I love to see sellers continuing to short, and I oftentimes call this shorting the whole. And this is where this is going to be very familiar to me with what we're seeing right now play out in the market, where today we ended up seeing that gap up. Okay, a great trade yesterday if you put on calls before the close, so you got that gap up that we see. And what happens oftentimes in this scenario, we see sellers shorting the whole, continuing to trade this to the downside at the bottom of a range, sellers shorting below value. And once those value buyers step up, and we see value buyers step up oftentimes on these large red candles, whenever we see that happen, that's whenever we can start to see these quick squeezes. All right, these squeezes where shorts start covering, starts to create this synthetic rally, even possibly these true buyers, and oftentimes these stronger buyers step in and bring the market back up. So that's what we like to see. Whenever we see these large red candles, again, we actually use a proprietary indicator to determine the size and length of these candles and what is needed for an actual trade, not just any red candle you blindly go long, not just any boring green candle or red candle you go long or shorts. We are using a proprietary indicator that we do reserve for subscribers of Overnight Spy Trader. But this is a great example where we're talking about taking a contrarian view, a contrarian approach to trading SPY. A lot of people yesterday, all right, were looking to start shorting SPY. Not sure what the market's doing now, but certainly if you bought calls yesterday at the close, you'd have had at least a pretty solid open this morning trading those SPY calls. Very indicative of what we're seeing play out in the market right now, at least for the first couple hours of the trading day. This trade here, getting in the 541 calls, so just slightly in the money at the money calls at 342, getting out the following day, 685, hitting that 100% target. Again, just the following trading session on this daily time frame. But not every single trade is going to be a winner. That'd be incredible if we had this many trades, this amount of frequency, and every trade hit 100% target on every single trade. This isn't a holy grail, but this is a strategy that does have a historical edge when we look over not just the last 50, 100 trades, but thousands of trades going back over the last 5, 10, even 20 years trading the S&P 500, but there still are going to be those losing trades. Here's a full stop out where we took a trade to the upside. We didn't get that. Buyers did not step up. In fact, sellers won the short-term battle here. And taking SPY lower after our entry, getting in those 583 calls. In fact, I remember tracking this trade, getting in those 583 calls. These are going to be in the money options. So if we look, those 583 calls, almost 2 full points in the money. So even on this gap down, we didn't get stopped. It took quite a bit of selling pressure to hit this full stop. Not only are we trading 2 days to expiration, but a decent amount of these trades are going to be in the money. So we do have the ability to withstand, some of these volatility or these volatile times, on a day-by-day basis anyways, to still hold out and look for those 100% targets. Okay, the stop, of course, is 50%. You can see it got hit right here. But we can take some action even against us and give SPY the opportunity to make its move to the upside. It's different whenever we're talking about, next day's expiration or even day of expiration. In fact, my own personal trading, if I was going to trade a day of expiration option, which I don't, but if I was, it's almost a type of trade where I wouldn't even be able to apply a stop. Day of expiration options have so much volatility into them. Does not take much of a move whatsoever to be down 50, 60, 70%. Same reason why it doesn't take that much of a move to hit 50, 60, 70, or even a couple 100% winner. That's not what we're looking for in this strategy. We're looking to manage risk. We're looking to use a quantifiable edge on SPY and take advantage of it and look for numerous trades every single month trading this ETF. And here is going to be a trade that gapped past our target, which is going to be over 100%. We've already seen one of those, but here's a larger winning trade here on the SPY 440 calls, where these calls ended up moving from 245 to 675 overnight, and then right at the open, they opened at 675, producing just over the 176% on this trade. Okay, a great trade for just overnight. These aren't super common. They do happen. Like I said, we just saw one happen a couple weeks ago that our subscribers were able to hit. Again, that model portfolio tracked that as 124%, but catching these ordinary moves, right? An ordinary move on that entry candle. We see this ordinary move, much less than the average true range, passing several other filtering processes led to the entry of the SPY 440 calls. Well, the next morning it gapped right there, just over 446. So right there, it's just over 6 points of intrinsic value, still with time premium built into it. Getting out, in fact, in this case, we'll call it a 446 open. Getting out at 675, meaning it was 6 points intrinsic value, 75 cents of extrinsic value. As these options start getting deeper in the money, less time value is really built into them. But nonetheless, an incredible trade here, 176.73% on that one trade in 24 hours. And of course, that very next trading day, it didn't stop there. We continue to look for new trades then. So trading 2 days till expiration can still seem aggressive. All right, it can be seen as aggressive, but with proper trade management, it has been extremely successful. So again, if you've missed it, here's a reminder of how this strategy has performed over time. We're looking at 2023 until now, December 19th of 2024, just over $30,000 in profits, taking all winning and losing trades without compounding. It's an allocation of up to 5K per trade, but as I've mentioned before, you don't need a large account to make these trades. The average contract price hovering just under $2.70. You could trade just one contract at a time if you wanted. So this strategy over this time period is up 121, we'll call it and a quarter% on a 25K model portfolio. Okay, this is just to illustrate the performance of overnight SPY trader over the last 13 months. Of course, the S&P in this time, give or take, up 25, 27%. The strategy's up 121.25% over that same time period. Of course, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but we have seen numerous trades that have contributed to this overall performance. So giving you an opportunity today to join this strategy. So to thank you for sharing your time with me today. This was approved by Price Headley, our founder and CEO himself. He's giving you an opportunity to take advantage of these SPY trades. And as I said, more than likely, you will see a new trade as soon as this afternoon, which means, if you get in now, you can get that new trade for tomorrow, right? Or I should say the new trade to enter today for tomorrow's trading session. So we'll go ahead and break down. Again, this is special approval for everybody who attended today's Traders Corner event. Today, we're talking about 3 months of trade alerts from the overnight SPY Trader Alert Service, the exact system we've been going over today, and it comes with a few trading resources. Price Headley's weekly video update. As I mentioned, Price Headley is our founder and CEO. He's been trading for 35 years. He started Big Trends 25 years ago. You're going to see his insights, his commentary across the entire market, but also recapping the trades taken from the prior week. He posts these videos every Monday night where he breaks down the thought process for the entries and exits for every single trade, winner or losing trade. Access to the settings and rule sheet. It's the entirety of the system in a PDF document. Like I said, we covered just the foundation, right? Just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more to the system than just looking at a candle color and, if the day has been boring or not. There's a lot more to it than that, including the proprietary indicator we're using to determine these types of candles. You're also going to get our proprietary option selection formula that would be able to help you choose the correct strike. Of course, you would be getting the trade notifications that we will be taking on the model portfolio. And last, certainly not least, access to Price Headley and his research team via a dedicated email address for any questions you have in regards to these trades. Can't put a price on any of this, right? Any of these resources, you can't put a price on it. But for just 3 months of these trade alerts with these resources, it's $8.91. That's based off the $2.97 monthly retail list price times 3. So if you were to think about just one winning trade, we've seen numerous winning trades. If you were to think about just one winning trade, again, the average contract price being $2.70, if that one average winning trade hits 100%, well, just one trade alone would be $270 in profit if we got in at $2.70 on the option contract. Okay, that means one winning trade could nearly cover the entire cost of 1 month. 3 winning trades could nearly cover the entire cost of 3 months. Like I said, we did get special approval today from Price Headley himself to give you all an introductory discount. So the Traders Corner special package, 3 months of these trade alerts from Overnight Spy Trader with the 3 trading resources, retail price $8.91. Again, we've already covered this, an incredible value for the types of trades and the quantity of trades you'll be receiving. Not today. Okay, today your special offer $177. Okay, $177 to get 3 months of these trades as an introductory offer. On average, you're talking about that'd be 42 trades over the next 3 months. Like I said, it averages 14 trades a month. 70% of the days, on average, you'll see a trade. You just need to go to the link members.bigtrends.com/corner to take advantage of your introductory offer. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat box for you all now. Again, if you have questions, you can always reach out to me, Dylan@bigtrends.com. So let's go ahead. Again, the performance here, I've already talked about the performance. We're not going to spend any more time on this. But of course, past performance is no guarantee of future results. So the type of option strategy used, simply buying calls or buying puts. Any option approval level, you would be able to take advantage of this that are at the money. These trade alerts are sent real time via email or through mobile notifications as well. So that you can get these trade alerts quickly to your inbox. These trades are sent 3:45 p.m. Eastern time, close the following day at 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. As I've mentioned, 14 trades in a month. A lot of traders in my nearly 5 years now at Big Trends, worked with thousands of traders looking for not just quality, but also quantity. This is the opportunity. Okay, this is the trading system that does fire out a lot of trades looking to take advantage of these types of price action moves in the market. There will not be day trades. So, if you want to avoid the PDT rule, you can absolutely do so by taking advantage of this trading system. Okay, there's no day trades here. There will never be a day trade in Overnight Spy Trader. And the average recommended price year to date in 2024, talking about $2.69, comes with those trading resources I've already mentioned. Price Headley's weekly video updates, the settings and rule sheet, and the dedicated email address to Price and the research team. So again, looks like my time is wrapping up here, but 3 months of trade alerts from the Overnight Spy Trader, the 3 trading resources, 177 whenever you go to the link members.bigtrends.com/corner. Let me check and see if there's any more questions. It's good to see you, Vinny. I'm happy to see you in the room today. Thank you for your kind words, Vinny. I hope you have a great weekend. Again, Vinny, you can always reach out to me anytime if you have any questions. All right, so thank you all for tuning in with me on this Thursday afternoon. Hope everybody has a great rest of your trading week, and I look forward to speaking to you all soon. Thank you, Anthony.
Hey, thank you, Dylan. Very exciting strategy. Love trading the SPY and always looking to increase the frequency and returns on my trades. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in receiving real-time stock and options alerts and education to profit from significant market trends via the use of weekly options, then Mr. Dylan Pittman of Big Trends has an exciting solution for you. And Dylan has put this link in the chat box, and you can always find Dylan at www.bigtrends.com. That's www.bigtrends.com. Thanks again, Dylan. It's always a pleasure having you on Traders Corner.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great lineup today, so let's get the ball rolling. You've seen our next presenter on Fox News, Fox Business Network, RT America, Cheddar TV, or CBS News. She is an expert stock market analyst and founder and owner of the International Educational Company, where she teaches people how to successfully trade the stock market. Her trading methodology is based on one strategy called Golden Gaps, which pinpoints institutional money in the stock market. Here to present Trade Gaps for a Living in 2025 is Melissa Armo of the Stock Swoosh. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Melissa.
Hello, happy holidays. Can you hear me?
Happy holidays. Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Great to be here, everyone. It is almost 2025, and I cannot wait till 2025. And it has been a very exciting time to trade. So I'm going to talk about trading. I'm going to talk about gaps. I'm going to talk about institutional money, and I'm going to talk about what I do. So if you have questions, you can plop it in the room. But specifically, for those of you that don't know what I do, I trade gaps. I'm mostly short. But actually, lately, it seems like I've been going long quite a lot because there's been a lot of long opportunities in the market. Today, we did Mu. Mu was the short today, and it worked. And I have that chart in here. We'll discuss it today. If you have questions, you can email me at melissa@thestockswoosh.com. You can also reach out to me. As Anthony said, I do appear on television, and I talk about the stock market. I talk about the economy. The Fed decided to lower rates yesterday, and then the market sold off because he made some comments for next year that they're going to slow down the pace at which they're going to lower rates next year, which really I anticipated. So it'll be interesting to see really where we go next year. But for me, for what I do, I'm looking to make money today, tomorrow, the next day. I'm looking to make money right now. And when I do options, which we'll talk about, I'm doing the weekly options. So even when I'm doing options trades, I'm looking for short-term trades. If you have questions after today, you can email me at melissa@thestockswoosh.com. You can call me at 929-3200-GAP. You can follow me on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Skype. So I have the stats for the year. These are actually not through, these are only through the 11/20. I've been so far behind since Thanksgiving. I don't have the last month in here. I will update this if I have time between now and the end of the year. I would like to take a break myself, actually. So I'm going to take some time off for the holidays. It's been a great year, but so far through the 20th, and these are day trades, which I called in the live room on margin, 823,787. I have the winners and the losers in here. So all in all, it was a good year to day trade. I also have the stats in here for options. Now I'm risking more in my options. I'm risking an average between $8,000 and $9,000 a trade in my options. Again, this is not through the last month either. I have to update it, but over $3 million for the year. So again, I like to do both, but the strategy that I use to trade options and day trades is the same. So again, this is not updated through today. This is through this is a month ago before Thanksgiving. I've just had a really busy month. It's been busy time trading. And of course, I live in New York City, like Anthony said, and I'm enjoying the holiday season as well. So through, this was the end of November, not quite, 3.8 million for the year. And again, using my same strategy, one strategy, the strategy that I created and invented, and it's called the Golden Gap. And we will discuss that today. So again, 2025 is almost here. It's hard to believe, but I feel like this year went very fast. And even just since Thanksgiving, it feels like I was just at the Thanksgiving Day parade, the Macy's parade in New York, and then boom, it was December. And then we've been so busy trading. I mean, it was a really busy month to trade considering it was an earnings season. Shockingly, sometimes December is slow, but it was a busy month. Again, there was lots of reasons that we've been having a lot of great moves. Part of it was after the election. And again, so many things happening. We're selling off today, the possibility of the government shutdown. Of course, they're going to figure that out. They always do at the very last minute. But there's been a lot of volatility in the market, and that makes for great opportunities if you know how to trade it. So again, 2025 is almost here. If you look back on the year, it's always good to do this. it's good to assess what you could have done better, and again, what you're proud of that you did this year. And then to look forward to next year and say, where do I want to be 12 months from now? I want to make this much money next year. I want to do better doing this. Or maybe you're trading and you lost money this year and you say, you know what, I'm going to change strategies. I'm going to do something completely different. I'm going to have a good year in 2025. Again, a lot of people are very excited ever since the election. People are optimistic. You're seeing that in the market. People are excited about a new administration, new possibilities, and again, a brand new year. So what do? I trade gaps, and specifically I'm looking for institutional money in the market. So I consider myself an expert in reading charts or predicting where a stock's going to go before it does it. So in order to become successful in the market, you have to become a specialist in one specific strategy, a strategy that reads institutional money, or what I call power money in the market. This brings momentum and opportunity. Every trader on every level must learn this skill set, and it can be acquired through education. So a lot of times people just want to take trading ideas and sign up for trading rooms and newsletters, and then they don't understand why the person is calling the trade. You will trade better and you will make more money if you understand why I am calling a certain trade, for example, because you won't be trading blind, you know? And so even though people just want to make money, I get it, understanding what to do will actually help you make more money. And again, I was talking about, in fact, I do options. This is a trade we did. This was a call. So I have a newsletter. I showed the stats earlier. We did the Amazon 210 calls. This was back on the 7th. I'm going to show you the chart in a minute. But this was, not too expensive, I don't think. $2.75 I paid for one. If you did 4 contracts and risk $1,100, you could have made $1,300. This is a good trade. 118% return investment. That is a good trade. Again, with an advanced trader risk, you could have made $97.50 with 30 contracts. So let's take a look at it. So I called this on the 7th. Here's Amazon. So again, it was here. Stock close here, gapped up. So what is a gap? A gap is the difference between the close and the open. So every single stock on the US stock market closes at 4 o'clock and then opens the next day at 9:30. So this closed at 4 and opened higher at 9:30 the next day. And then we did calls. Again, what do I trade? I'm trading momentum, okay? Showing this here, take it over. You can see it had a push up, went through the strike. Again, we did the 210s and it was a good trade. So again, I'm looking for momentum, whether I'm doing a day trade, which you could have gone long this year as a day trade, or you could have bought the call and got the lift. Now, one of the reasons that people like to do options is because of the fact that they can trade options without having a margin account. For me, though, personally, I find one of the best reasons to trade options is because you can hold trades overnight, okay? Now, when you're holding trades overnight with an option, you have a fixed risk and you have the potential then to get large moves overnight. And again, I'm looking here. If anybody has any questions, you can write it in the room as I'm going along. So how can you earn a living trading? Number one, you need a winning strategy. You have to learn it first, grasp the concepts, understand it, go through the process. Number two, you need a supportive mentor. Do and follow. I do my best. I call the trades live in the room. I do my best to explain things. And again, break it down for people. And again, it's not like people take my class and never talk to me again. People take the class and I'm there. I'm there in the room every day. And then number three, you want to become an expert in one thing. This is how you're going to see the success that you want. Because again, everyone's trading, everyone's risking money. You can't make money unless you risk money, but you want to be successful. You want to take your hard-earned money and get somewhere with it. So you want to become an expert. And that's what I have done over the course of 17 years that I've been trading gaps and nothing else. You want to implement the strategy, get good, and then you can add size to win big. So if you have an account where you can take what I call an advanced trader risk, you can do it. You can do it right after the class. If you want to take smaller risk, that's okay too. Again, you can do one contract. Now it's kind of interesting here. We also did the Tesla calls. There was that same week we did the Amazon 11.6. Looking back now, it's kind of insane actually, where this stock has gone $200 through the strike that I had called this a month ago, which I'll bring up this chart here in a minute. But we did the 280 calls in Tesla on the 6th, $13 for one, which you could say is expensive, but again, you could have done one. You could have done one if you did 7. Again, this was a monster trade. I will show you the chart in a minute, but this was a 477% return investment. These are the types of trades that are, trades that just make someone's account, whether it's a big account or a small account, but particularly someone that has an account worth like $5 grand, For them to more than double their account, risking $1,300, this is just a huge opportunity for people. And I've been calling this long, actually, ever since the last 6 weeks. So let's take a look at the chart here. This was on the 6th. So again, go back. We did it here. Again, take it over. So I called, again, the 280 calls. Here was the gap. Stock close here, gapped up. So we were in it. Got the pop, boom. And again, I was just talking about the advantage of doing options is that you actually get to hold trades overnight. That's the real advantage. You wouldn't have gotten this up here basically over 350 and we didn't get it on the day. You got it because of the move up that happened holding it, okay? Does everyone see that? Now, I don't have all the trades in this lecture here today because I haven't had time to even update them or put them in the stats because we've been so busy, but we did a lot of trades in this. I will tell you that I called trades in this that went $100 in the money. Insane. So this chart alone here, we have been trading and has made everyone's month and everyone's year. You had to size yourself correctly, that's true, but it just kept going and going and going. One of the best examples of this, the takeaways from this chart, and again, I don't even care where this is at right now, this second today. The best takeaway from this chart, though, is how it exemplifies the power of the gap and institutional money in a chart. Why? Because institutions, big hedge funds, professional traders, large banks that have trading desks have been buying Tesla, have been buying it. And that's how a stock can go 200, 300 points, $100 in the money in a strike, even in a weekly options in such a short period of time. Because even 4 or 5 weeks is a very, very short period of time. So again, how do you make money in the market? You have to be able to predict where a stock or the market's going to go before it goes there. So if you can predict that, you can take the trade in the right direction to profit, and you size yourself accordingly. And how do you do that? How do you figure it out? I figure it out with the gap. And then I determine who is in control. So you only have one possible choice of control, bulls or the bears. You can't have both. So you either have the bulls in control or you have the bears in control. You can't have both. So again, if you determine who is in control, there's only one control at any given set of time. If you determine that control, you take the trade in that direction, and then that's how you can make money. This was another really nice chart here, very bullish here. Again, sold off yesterday with the overall market, but Netflix was on a tear. Another great example, again, of institutional money. If you get the direction right in the trade, you're going to make money. If you get it wrong, you're going to lose. Simple. And many, many traders are trying to do very tricky things when in reality, it's just getting the direction right. It's just people don't know how to figure that out. So getting back to what I was saying, what do you need to be successful? Number one, you need a winning strategy. My strategy is called golden gaps. So what is a gap? A stock gap, so the opening price today, is different than the closing price of yesterday's trading. A gap is a break in price action from one day to the next. Simple. Does everything gap every day? Almost. I mean, even a penny gap counts as a gap. It's very rare that something would close at 32.02 and open at 32.02. Is every gap what I call predictable? No. Is every gap what I would call a golden gap? No. So what is a golden gap? It's a gap that is predictable where you could read it and predict the direction that it's going to go. Now here again, we did the mu. So we did this today, we shorted it, we did a put, and both the trades in the put and the day trade worked. So this closed last night, up here, snug as a bug, around 103 and change, boom, gap down here in the morning, around 90, open, rallied, dropped. So this is a gap down, and we shorted it. So this rated good enough to short. I said this is gonna go in the direction of the gap, and we did it, and we made money, and we got out, and it worked. And again, if you can find one of these a day, that's all you need to be successful. So again, what is a golden gap? A golden gap is a gap that rates 20 points or more per the golden gap 26-point rating system. You can take the trade in the direction of the gap. You can do the trade as a day trade or an option. So again, I'm doing both. If you only want to do options, do the options. If you want to do only day trades, do the day trades. I like both. Again, we did both in the mu, okay? But it's about getting the right pick. It's about getting the highest gap rate we rated in week one we could find. There were other gaps today, but mu is the best pick. And like I was saying earlier, I prefer to short. Now, again, we went long Tesla, we went long Netflix, we've been going long things, we went long the market, but I prefer to short. Now, here was another one we did. Again, this was a short. We also did puts, Target, stock closed here, gap down, open, dropped. So again, this was back about a month ago. Target closed up here around 155 and change, gap down here in the morning around 128-ish. And we shorted it and we did a put and it fell and it worked, okay? So again, who is in control here? The target, the bears, just like who has been in control of Tesla, the bulls, okay? Here's another one we did, AMD. Again, what is a gap? Stock closed here, gap down. Closed here at 4 o'clock, open here at 9:30, lower, open, fell. Could have done a day trade, could have done a put. Kept going and dropped, okay? This, in fact, actually, I don't have an updated chart in here now, but this has gotten all the way down, broke 121, got down to 120. So again, how do I figure all this out? What do? I'm rating gaps with a 26-point checklist. If you come and do my class, this is what you're going to learn. This is the meat and potatoes. This is my whole system. This is how I make every trade pick that I do, whether it's a day trade or an option. And again, I'm doing the trades and calling the trades live in the room. This rating system helps me determine who is in control. So I'm not trading blind. I know what I want to do before the open. I have it all pre-planned out, okay? And that way I'm not trading on the fly. Trading on the fly is bad. It's how many, many traders lose. Any questions here as I'm going along from anyone? How's everyone doing? Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Gaps happen in the market on a regular basis. However, some gaps are better than others. Some gaps are nothing gaps, and some gaps are very powerful displays of institutional money. The most important gaps in the market are gaps that signify a change in direction or a bigger move in the same direction. We love those too. Understanding which gaps are meaningful and which gaps are not meaningful in the market will help you to know what to do and when a change is occurring. That is how you will know when the power money will flow to pay you. So I'm trying to read the footprints of institutional money in the gap, again, to determine if I want to go long or short, if I want to buy a call or a put, okay? If you learn how to read the footprints of big position players before the momentum comes into a stock, you can get in and you get out when the move happens. So again, I'm momentum trading. And if you understand this power, understand how to find it, understand how to read it, can predict it, okay? Again, that is how you can make a lot of money and have some of these trades that went 400% or 500%. And you can win big trading the side of power. Everybody wants to win big. Well, not every trade is going to go to a piggy target, but some do. And Tesla and Netflix happen to be one of those ones that did. So again, very few retail traders understand and trade momentum correctly because they're always wanting to buy the dip and buy pullbacks. I do not trade like that. I'm trading the gap if it rates good. Again, I'm not buying every bullish gap. I'm not shorting every bullish gap. I'm not buying every bearish gap, and I'm not shorting every bearish gap. I go through the process. I go through the rating system. Again, this is what you come and learn from me. But Tesla happened to be one of those ones that we just absolutely nailed it. And again, if the market hadn't sold off yesterday, this wouldn't have sold off either. In fact, it ran up and made brand new all-time highs yesterday before the Fed even talked and almost got to 490. Completely insane. Again, for a stock that we have been playing straight through more than a month, to go over 200 points is insane. And we all got it. And again, like I said, this made everybody's month. We were doing day trades in this, but we also were doing options too. We were doing calls. But like I was saying, if you want to be successful, okay, you will learn how to become a specialist. A lot of people want to do this thing, that thing, the other thing. If you're all over the place, you're never going to get good at anything. So you have to get good at one strategy. You only need one strategy to get good, to make money. You only need one trade, actually, even a day, to be profitable. And then you have less losses too. So elevate yourself, your trading and your profits to a higher level of consistency and success by learning how to read the footprints of institutions trading in the market. Here was another one. It's so funny looking at these trades back. This is 11.62. We did the 775 Netflixes. This flew, went over 900. This was $10 for one, and you could have made $5,200. So we did this on the 6th. This one expired the 16th. Again, we've been playing this too. And here was the entry for this. Take it over, flew through the strike, went through the 775, boom, went up. Again, these types of stocks are so amazing to play. And I mean, they're going to go like this. Not every stock is going to have these big monster moves. But Tesla was one of them. Netflix was one of them. The market's been one of them. We've been playing the market. Amazon too. So again, if you had a $9,000 risk, you could have made $46,800. You would have had to have the cash in your account to take that trade. But again, you can see how one or two of these trades can really build your account up. I always say chunk it out, chunk it out. You take a trade, you get the move, you get out. And again, if you had 2 contracts, you could have gotten out of half, held the rest, you know, whatever you wanted to do. But you really need conviction, which we've had a lot of conviction, like I had conviction today in the Mu. You have to have conviction to make money, and you get that from understanding why, and that's such a critical piece, okay? So if you're interested in what I do, you can learn my system in my class. You will learn the 26-point checklist. When you think about it, it totally makes sense. How do you make money? You have to find stocks where you can predict the directional bias. You have to determine who is in control. On any given day, most stocks go with the overall market. Everything fell yesterday with the market, and everything's falling today with the market too. You can't always accurately predict what the market's going to do. If you need the market for your trades, you're going to lose. In the 200 plus trading days that there are in a year, the market is not predictable every single day, okay? Now, we don't trade the market every day. I look at it, sometimes the market is a good gap and we will do it, sometimes it's not. But it's the idea of the momentum. I mean, again, that's how you can take one contract and make 500%. Gaps are the most powerful show of price action in a chart. Gaps have large moves, as I showed you with these charts here. Gaps can move up or down. Some of the biggest momentum moves in a daily chart come from a gap. When I trade, I'm looking for and trading momentum. Then whether you have a small size or large size, you will get a good risk to reward. I called the 380 Tesla calls that went $100 in the money in a week. That was insane. So it doesn't even matter how many contracts you had. That was an insane trade. You have to have more winners and losers to be successful, to do this for a career, and you have to have some large winners, which we do in a calendar year. Did I know, the second that we did Tesla, that it was as big as it was? No, not at the beginning. But as we were doing it, then I realized it, and then I saw it, and then we were doing it farther and farther and farther and farther and farther and farther out. I mean, if you're looking at the fundamentals and you're trying to predict what the Fed's doing, look yesterday, everybody knew he was going to drop rates, and yet he said all these negative things, and then the market fell. So, I mean, sometimes he can even make a statement, and you don't even know how the market's going to react. Now, whether we continue with this or not, who knows? The year is almost over, but I was not surprised that he said the things that he did in the statement. Again, he wants to put the kibosh on 2025, but I think that there's so much optimism going into 2025 with a new administration that lots and lots of things are going to change. And I think that the focus that the stock market has had on interest rates, which it clearly even did yesterday, is going to shift. We've had such a focus on interest rates for the last 2 years, and I believe that we will shift off of that going into 2025, and it will be more about growth of the economy. And again, an overall optimism where people are excited about the future, and again, trading stocks, the market, the way things move is a lot to do with emotions. We look at what's happening and make fast, quick decisions and look at the price. But when you look at the big trends of things, you definitely see that in it. I mean, why do you think we've been running up ever since the day of the election? Any questions here so far from anyone? How are we doing? Hello? Anyone there? Okay. So getting back to what I was saying, a big flow of money going in a certain direction is what moves the market, stocks, creates momentum, and sets the trend in charts. So when you're looking for institutional money, you're really reading the side of power in a stock. You want to be on the side of the power in order for you to make money trading. Institutional money is in charge of the market and stocks at all times. So even if you think it's not, it is, okay? So first, you need a good strategy, learn it. Second, you need a supportive mentor, do and follow. So I offer this for people. Again, run in the room every day, answer people's questions, even before the class, after the class, calling the trades, giving the targets in the room, discussing trades like Tesla, the possibility of where it could go. Again, trading is about consistency. Everybody has some winning trades. Even if you don't know what you're doing, you'll have some winning trades. But you're going to have more losing trades if you don't know what you're doing. So the way to make it in this business is to have consistency where you have way more wins. That's the only way to have longevity to do it for a career, even part-time. You will be emotionally exhausted and financially drained if you're refunding your account all the time, if you're not moving forward and you're not moving ahead. And again, the end of the year, going into a new year is a good time for a fresh start, for people to learn something new, do a new strategy, change it up. Because if you're not seeing the results you want to see, you will not unless you change what you're doing, okay? Here was one we did. Here was the target. I was talking about this. Stock close here, gap down. Here was the day trade. Boom, we shorted it. 127.50 was the entry. 125.50 was the exit, okay? So again, stock close here, gap down. I did this as a day trade. Again, people always ask me, is this the best exit you could get? No, I could have held this all the way down here. I got in and out quick. That's what I like to do. But yes, you could have held it. You could have held it down. I prefer to hold options, but I get in and out of the day trade fast. I do not always have the best possible exit in my day trades or options. In fact, I will tell you that I'm in some Tesla options right now out till next week that looked a lot better yesterday, close to 490, but I still think they go. So we'll see. Sometimes, this is not every trade, but sometimes I decide to hold something a little bit longer. Again, if I really like it or I really like the gap, but we'll see where we go from here. Does it work with futures? Again, everybody loves futures because of the types of accounts that you want to set up, but I will tell you, if you want to rate the gaps in the market and the QQQs or the SPY, so you could do that, but you will not get to play every day because the market will not be a good gap every day. It won't rate 20 points or more every single day. It won't. So again, you have less trades if you're doing just the market. Could you use it? Yes, but you won't have a trade every day. Whereas if you're trading stocks, you probably will most days, okay? Secondly, you have larger moves in stocks. I hate to say it, but it's absolutely true. You would never get the moves that we had in Tesla in the market. It's just not possible. And you wouldn't get in like the moves that we got in Netflix. So stocks have larger moves. People only like to do futures because of the types of accounts setting up. Learn the system. Open a prop account. Open a small options account. You can open up an options account with $2,000. The market is very, very tricky and does not have a good gap every day and does not offer the same profitability as you will get with stocks. So that is my answer on that. So yes, you can use it, but it's different because you're not going to get a gap every day to trade. So some days you will have no trades and you're not going to get as big of the moves. And sometimes you will, but not every day, not even every week. And then you're going to miss big ones. You know what I mean? Which you don't want to miss. Like everybody did the Tesla. And you know, no one missed it. So anyways, like I was saying, trade only in the morning. Very important, focus on quality, not quantity. Now here was the AMD. We did another trade in this recently. We shorted this though on the 30th. I just want to show you here all the way over here. Stock close here, gap down, open, fell. 149.95 was the entry, 148.50 was the exit, made over 4,000. Again, I like doing day trades. I like getting in quick. Again, I'm doing with shares on margin. You can open up a prop account. You can open up a prop account with $5 grand and get 10 to 1 margin. You don't have to have the 25,000 unless you go to a retail broker. You can go prop. There's other ways to do these types of trades. And again, you could have bought the put, and we did do recent puts in this too. But like I was talking about, we did the mute today. Like people enter my room with a mindset expecting to win. We've had an amazing year. I've been doing this 17 years. But it really is a winning mindset, and that kind of excitement and that expectation when people log in, they expect to win. That's the kind of room that you want to participate in. That's the kind of person that you want to learn from. You want to get up in the morning and expect to win. You don't want to expect to lose. So many people get up and they're afraid of losing and taking trades, and they're back and forth. They're going long and short of the same stock, the same time, the same day, different hours. No, you have to get into one thing and focus on that one thing, and you have to have a positive attitude about it. And again, this time of the year, the end of the year, going into next year, whether you want to call it a New Year's resolution or a goal, to have a positive mindset is going to be imperative for you to be successful. Why? There's too many people that are trading and too many people that are out there, and they want your money and they want your cash. And if you don't know what to do, they're going to take it. When you're going long a stock and I'm shorting it, you're going long you and I'm shorting you, I'm taking your money when I win in my trade. Do you understand? And there are people that did that trade today as a long, thinking it was going to fill the gap, which did not work, okay? So when you trade, you are taking somebody else's money. That's it. That's what you're doing. You're not creating a product and selling, sweaters on the streets of Manhattan or purses. You're taking somebody else's money. You got to be right. And you have to be confident in what you do. If you're trading in fear and you're worried and you're second guessing yourself, or you're 50-50 crapshoot attitude, you're going to lose. And many times people do. People trade so nervously. And that's why I say take it down, step it down, take one contract, take 100 share lots. You do not have to take big size if you're going to be nervous about the trade. You got to give the trade a chance to work. Someone else says something here. A gap is the difference between the open and the close. Yes, that's correct. Here, we'll go over another one. Here's IBM. Again, this is a daily chart. Stock closed here, gap down. Stock closed up here at one price at 4 o'clock, gap down here at 9:30 at a different price. In this case here, it gapped down and we shorted it, got the drop, boom. Again, beautiful trade here. We did a day trade, 219.10, added it to 218.75. Again, my average price was 218.92, got out at 216.40. This was a good, solid trade in here that kept going. We did it on the 24th in here. But again, you could have done a million different things with this. You could have day traded this every day. You could have done a swing trade. You could have done multiple puts with different strikes the way that it fell all the way down. Again, pretty much went to the piggy target, 210, 205 from the initial gap, which was above 220. Okay. So again, this is the power of the gap and the power of momentum, which in the case of IBM, again, the week that we did it was falling. So again, it fell. So you would have wanted to do shorts or puts. It's always about chunking it out. Like, again, I'm not a swing trader. Even when I'm doing an option, I get the trade, I get the move, get out. In the day trades, I like to be in and out quick. You know, like, I mean, it's rare that I would hold a trade till 4 o'clock. So rare. I'm usually in and out of trades in 5, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We were in and out of Mu very quickly this morning. In fact, I could have held that. I could have held that. I could have made more money if I had held that. I kept going. But I like to be done fast in the day trades. I prefer to hold the options. Okay. Do I know ahead if the market gaps up or down before the open? I know what I want to trade before the open, yes, but I do not enter the trade until after the open. I never said that I don't hold over a day. I do, but it's an option, not a day trade. So I'm not holding margin trades. I am holding options. I never said I wasn't. I wouldn't have never got those moves in Tesla if I hadn't held it. And I told you I'm still in Tesla. I'm in Tesla out till expirations for 12/27. So yes, I do hold options, but not day trades. Okay. But I could have got out of them yesterday before that crazy Fed minutes. Anyways, it's about working smarter, not harder, finding quality picks, doing less trades, finding the good ones, and then playing it. So again, why do I like to short more than I like to go long? Because of the fact that stocks just tend to fall faster. You saw that yesterday in the market. In 2 hours, we went, well, we would have done it in a week. When the first thing I thought when I saw the bar was, oh, that was like a week of trading that happened in 2 hours. Basically, that's what it was. And again, I do prefer to short. So a lot of people are optimistic about 2025. It does not mean that we're going to have a bullish year. If you don't know how to short, you're going to have some issues in next year because you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities to short next year. And everybody wants to buy every dip. Well, guess what? That doesn't work all the time. It doesn't even work consistently, even in a bullish market. And I'm not saying that we turn and go in a bearish market next year, but I'm saying we could, we might. Things don't always happen exactly the way that you think for the overall trend in things. So again, number 1, learn. Number 2, follow. And number 3, become an expert in one thing, which is focusing on one thing and preferably one stock a day. And just, you know, the one strategy. It helps you be consistent. You will be more focused. You will be less stressed. There's no getting away from the risk. You have to risk money to make money in a trade, but you put the stop in. And again, you know, when you're taking an option, just stay within your risk. In order to be consistent, a person needs proper focus on what counts. And for me, I focus on stocks that are being moved or controlled by institutional money. How do I do that? Again, I rate the gap. So how do I know which stock to trade each day? I get up in the morning and I rate my gaps for the open. I'm looking to find power money. And again, that is what I did this morning. So, you know, I said, I like this. We did it. I didn't like anything else. And we didn't go long anything today. The market's trying to figure itself out and we'll see, you know, but we had a nice pick here in this today. Again, did the day trade, got out and did the put, and we'll see where it goes. So if you want to become a professional trader, you need to find one system. For me, it's about gaps. If you come and learn my system, you will learn the checklist, you will learn the entries, the exits, you will learn how to read directional bias. You will learn how to read institutional money in gaps. It's power money. It's in charge all the time. And you could see that when you see moves like I discussed with Tesla and even in the market yesterday, okay? And even in this. Because what happened here with the mute, it got dumped. Again, I didn't have time to read the earnings. I don't even care. I rated the gap and I said, this is going to fall. And when it set up, we shorted it, we did it, we got the drop, we got out. Boom, done. Again, the whys, nobody has time for, and it doesn't even matter. Sometimes it could be fabulous earnings and the stock sells off. You know, again, they lowered rates yesterday and the market fell. Why? They didn't like what he said, even though he did exactly what everyone expected. Okay. So reading price in live time is very important. Okay. And you want to see the change in trend, the current trend. Where is it going? What are the targets? Where's the power money doing? Has it reversed? There's so many things. And again, this is all technical analysis. I call it advanced technical analysis because I'm reading it in the gap. But it's this one specific thing that I'm so focused on. And if I've been teaching people now, I've had the business for 13 years. I've been teaching people my system. And I have people with me in the trading room for more than 10 years still. If there's one thing I will say from talking to people, strangers, people I meet, people that do the class, people that have been talking to me about the class that haven't signed up yet, there's one common denominator that a lot of people have, besides the fact that everybody wants to make money. People are all over the place. They're all over the place too much. They never get good at anything, and then consequently they fail. They will do this strategy, and then they will skip to this one and this one and this one. People are always looking for this one fabulous thing they're going to make millions and millions of dollars. There is not one thing you're going to make all this money that you ever lost in all the years you traded and all the classes that you took. You didn't learn anything. You're not going to make it in a day or a week. Yes, I showed you and talked about some fabulous trades we had in Tesla. We don't get those trades every day. It just so happened we had them this month. Will we have them again? Yes. Do I know when? No. Okay. But the fact is, if you apply the system on a daily basis, you will be profitable because you have the consistent number of wins, because we have more winners than losers and we're not over trading. Okay. So again, one of the common denominators that I've noticed with many people is they just flip around and skip around from thing to thing to thing. You have to learn what to do and you have to get good. So find someone that you believe in and have confidence in and trust, and you can grasp your head around what they're doing to at least enough to decide that you want to learn it, you know, because you're not gonna figure out my system without doing the class. You'll learn it in the class. If you say, I think this woman knows what she's talking about, you sign up, you do it, and you just go for it. You've got to learn something that's going to work. And again, this is, you know, talk about 2025. This idea of leveling up, getting good is extremely important. It's important in trading. It's important in life. And if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to be back and forth year over year, just wasting time, wasting money, and really never getting good, and then never getting anywhere where you want to with this. Another question, what? Somebody's asking something about a gap. I can't scroll up for some reason. I don't know what someone said. I can't see the question. Talking about the system tells you how, what, and when. How do you make money in the market? Trade a strategy and a system that is profitable. Golden gaps are a highly profitable strategy because they focus on large momentum to trade. What stocks do you trade? Again, anything that rates 20 points or more per the 26-point system. When do you trade them? Early in the morning when they set up and trigger. Again, morning is important. And you must have a structure in place to make money, because that's what you need to do it. Again, trading on the fly is not a good idea. So if you come and learn from me, this is what you'll learn and you apply it. We're looking for a high probability directional bias for the entire day, big move on the day, early confirmation between 9:30 and 10, and precise entries with a good risk to reward and follow through. Again, I'm looking for 1-to-1, but some trades end up being more. But again, if I'm looking for one pick a day, that's what I'm trying to find. I think 2025 is really going to be a big year. Why? I think there's going to be a lot of volatility. Again, remember when Trump was in office, 2016, 2017, 2018, he's already been discussing tariffs. That's going to be another factor that's going to lean on the market. So there's going to be opportunities to short. There's going to be opportunities to go long. And again, earnings season starts in January, and that is a very busy time for stocks to gap. Stocks tend to gap on earnings. They're not always good gaps. And again, sometimes they're up and sometimes they're down. Sometimes they're good and sometimes they're not. But again, earnings season is a busy, busy, busy time to trade. And that will be here before you know it. It will be here like as soon as we're back. There is no percentage. Someone's asking about percentage with gaps. No, there's no percentage. It's not like that. I look at 26 things. Number one, there is not one thing. And number two, percentage plays no factor in my decision making. So I could do something that's gapping, like I said, 2 cents. I could do something that's gapping $2. It's not about percentages. It's not ever about one thing. That's why I look at so many things. If I could figure out a way to never lose, and I had to look at 126 things, I would. But my winning odds are pretty stacked right now. And I've been doing this a long time. And the 27th point, if I had to have one, is actually me, my intuition. I said Netflix was going to 900 way before it got there. I said that Tesla was going to 300, 400. I think it's going to 500. We'll see. It got pretty close. It got almost to 490. I still think it's going to 500. Let's see if I'm right. The bottom line is, once you're trading for a very long time, specifically one thing and you get good at it, I'm very, very, very good at reading price. When I looked at this market, it didn't make me want to short the world even after I saw the sell-off yesterday. So I wasn't surprised at all when I got up this morning and saw the market gapping up. Again, the market has to work through this, but I'm not shorting the world. We did one thing today. We did mu. That was it. Again, you don't need a million trades. And the market does not offer opportunities every day to trade. It just doesn't. I had a live class this year in New York. Actually, that's me. And so people came in and learned in the live class in September. I do not have another class planned for 2025 live. If I do, and you're on the market list, you'll find out about it. I charge more for this than the online class, but I do online classes once a month. And again, you know, getting into the end of the year, it's a good time to get organized, get your goals. Your dreams are something that you can realize with the right support system. It's just a lot of people don't have the right support system and they're not doing the right things. And a lot of times people are so close, but until they do it, they don't realize that it's there. I've had just so many huge trades lately that people that did the class in October, November, December have way more than paid for the class. I had a guy actually wrote me an email. It's going to be in the marketing email over the weekend. He made $33,000 in the last week, and he did the class 10 days ago in December. Now, does that happen all the time? No, but it does happen. And I think people are so focused on making it back. Again, paying for the class up front, and then how soon is it going to take to make it back? You know, the price of my class. You shouldn't be worried about that, to be honest with you. I get it, but the fact is you need to go into it and say, I'm going to learn this system. And then I'm going to understand it, use it, and learn it for the rest of my life. And that's how you have to look at it, whether I'm in the room directing you or not. It's an investment. It's an upfront investment that you make. If you make it back in one trade or a week, that's great, or a day. And lots of times that happens. And it really happened in the last couple of months with the trades I'm calling. But the opportunities were there. And so you have to look at it like, this is something that I want to do for the future, that I want to get ahead. And I think a lot of people are too short-sighted when they're looking at something and they're comparing the cost of my class, which is expensive compared to some others that are not expensive, but my class is well worth it. So again, to see these numbers, to call these trades, I get a lot of people went long Tesla. There was nobody that was calling strikes out $100 in the money other than me that could see that would go there. And in the week that I called the trades, it was just insane. Somebody's asking about something. Do you teach the gap trading 26 points in the class? Yes, I do. I think I put this in here before, and then nobody knew in the last lecture that this was Bill Ackman. I had his picture here, no one knew who it was. But anyways, I saw him at a restaurant, and I always talk about this because, again, it's good to follow successful people. Don't follow people that are losing. Don't follow losers, follow winners. You shouldn't be going into trading rooms and taking trades blindly in chat rooms. Follow people that are successful. Follow people that are wealthy. Follow people that are doing it and for a long time and know what they're doing. So it is about being practical and professional. And again, you learn the 26-point checklist. Somebody else has a question. If you buy the class, can you take it more than once? No. Unless you pay for it again if you want to. So for example, I had people that did the class in 2023 and I did a special then and they were in the room for 2024 and then they renewed this year at the end of the year for 2025 and they did the class again. So I'm doing a special I'll talk about at the end. So I have people that do that. Like they want to stay in the room, they want to stay in the letter and they renew when I do a special and then end up doing the class again. But you don't get free retakes if that's your question. Do you get in and out before the day ends? The day trades, I'm in and out the same day in minutes. The options, if I'm in and out the same day, then it had a big move, but that's not every trade. Like we did Oracle. Oracle took a couple days to go. We did a put in Oracle. It took a while. It took a while to go. I'm just looking here at my time. If you're interested in the class, you can email me at melissa@thestockswoosh.com. I'm doing a New Year's Eve special through December 31st. The Golden Gap Course Bundle tuition is $89.99. It includes 4 classes and 3 subscriptions. You have until the end of the year to decide to do it. You do the classes in January and February. The deadline's the end of the year. You get the newsletter, the options subscription, the market report, and you get 4 classes. And it's $89.99. And if you're interested in this, you can email me at melissa@thestockswoosh.com to sign up. Any last minute questions? I think that's it. Thank you. And Merry Christmas,
Thank you,
everyone.
Melissa. Yeah, I'm putting your email in the chat box right now.
Thank you. Well, have a wonderful, wonderful holiday, Anthony.
Yes, thank you so much. You too. I appreciate it. Thanks, Melissa. Great presentation. You are always amazing. And I want to thank you for making such a generous offer to our audience today. I put Melissa's email in the chat box there, so feel free to reach out to her and email her. She does really, really, really great work. So please reach out to her. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mrs. Melissa Armo of the Stock Swoosh, an expert at trading gaps. If you're interested in learning a rules-based strategy that has the potential to garner fast profits, trading just 30 minutes a day with incredible precision, then you can find Melissa's special offer in the chat box or email her at, what was it, melissa@thestockswoosh.com. Thank you so much. And we always appreciate you being there. That's melissa@thestockswoosh.com. Thanks again, Melissa, for joining us. Happy holidays, and we hope to have you back on Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders and brings you only the most credible and qualified educators to participate on our venue. And our next presenter is no exception. She specializes in helping people to day trade with confidence and ease. If you have the desire to learn to day trade successfully, she simplifies the process by completely breaking down the art of identifying high probability trade setups. Here to present 4 steps to simplify your day trading, dominate the market under any condition, is Marina, the trader chick Villatoro. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Marina.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Let me know if you are able to see my my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen. Thanks for being here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for having me. How's everybody? How are you doing, Anthony?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
Yeah? Where are you from?
Yeah.
Where do you live? I mean, where are you, I guess, streaming from?
I'm Florida right now, but I'm originally from Ohio. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Which part of Florida?
I'm in Jacksonville.
Oh, okay. North. My parents have a place in West Palm.
Yes, I was in West Palm for a long time. I still got family there, and I just decided to move up here. It's getting too crowded down there for me. I like it, yeah.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for having me, and hi, everybody. Thanks so much for taking the time out. This is the last week before the crazy holiday season begins. I'm sure you guys are already starting to feel it. All right, well, I wanted to say thank you again, and this is actually, I think, going to be my last presentation for the year. It has been a crazy fast year, and I hope you guys had a good year. So let's hop in and enjoy the presentation. Before we do, I do want to just say, I always mention this, day trading is not a spectator sport, right? So the more interactive you become, the more you get out of this everything, right? So that includes being part of this presentation as well. Excuse me. So I would love your questions, okay? The more questions you guys ask, the more interactive it becomes, the more we discuss what is going on, and the more I can help you, because even though I will be teaching you at least one massive thing that could impact your trading today, but the more you question, the more I could actually help you. And usually the questions that you have, I can guarantee you the majority of other people have as well. So please don't be shy. There is no such thing as a bad question. They're all great questions, and I'm sure that everybody else will be grateful when somebody else asks a question. All right, so let's dive in. And remember, I will be answering everyone's questions as we go along. So today I want to talk about 4 steps to simplify your day trading and dominate the market under any condition. Next year is going to be a crazy market, right? With the whole new political climate, the whole change in the United States, everything. Who knows if it's going to go good, bad, whatnot. But the point is, it is going to be a different kind of a market. And if you understand how to be able to go with any market, guess what? You'll be able to dominate it under any condition. And that's really the goal, right? We don't care what happens. All we know is that if our technical analysis is telling us to do this, that's what we do. But to understand and to be able to do that, we have to understand how to read the technical analysis. So before we go in, this is me. I am Marina, the trader chick, and I am now living in Barcelona. I am an expat. We've now been living in Barcelona for almost 2 years. But before that, me and my family have been living in Central America for almost 20 years. So in total, I've been an expat probably most of my adult life, and my kids have been raised such as that. And it's just such a part of me. And I know that every time I talk about this, I get flooded with emails with people saying, oh, I'm really interested in moving to another country. I'll tell you one thing. It is probably the greatest thing that you could possibly ever do for yourself, for your family. And I'm happy to answer them. But just I'd rather you do it in an email format. This way I could really give you all your questions answered. And before I was a day trader, I was a fitness instructor. Why is that important? Because so many people have this misconception that to be a day trader, you have to have a math background or a financial background. I was a fitness instructor. Literally, I was a fitness instructor. It was so much fun. I'm not that anymore. But today, I was able to bring my way of life into my trading. And I was also a travel writer. I actually still am. I still have a travel site. And for us, travel is not a luxury. It's a necessity. My family and I travel between 3 to 4 months out of the year all the time. So obviously, I'm not in the position that I could just, travel without working. So trading is probably the best way you could imagine doing it, right? I'm also trilingual, and the main reason I bring this up is because I was born in the Soviet Union. We moved to the United States when I was really tiny. I didn't learn English as much as I just learned how to speak, and English and Russian kind of were part of that process. And then Spanish, which I'm fluent in, I ended up learning in my late 20s. And when you learn a new language, it's a whole process, right? It's an entire process. It's a discipline. You have to commit to it. You have to practice. And interestingly enough, I was trading almost for 2 years, and I was still truly struggling until I decided to look at the markets as if though it is its own language. And once I gave it that intention, when I started to look at the markets from that point of view and starting to listen to it as if though it is its own language and learning it like that, everything changed for me. And whenever I bring that up to people, I get so many aha moments, because a lot of people have learned a second or a third language later on in life, and they remember the process, and they're like, you know what, I've started to apply that idea to understanding the markets, and it's changed everything. And today I want to actually talk to you guys about the basics of the markets. And the coolest thing of all is that you could do it from anywhere in the world, right? That's the beauty of day trading. You could do it from anywhere in the world. And before the COVID happened, I used to do a lot of in-person summits. I used to be on the Money Show, the Traders Expo, and quite a lot of others. All right, so before I go into the actual presentation, I have the entire presentation for you guys for free. Go to makingofaDayTrader.com. Make sure that you remove the S from the HTTP. If you are in Chrome, Google has come out with some new, some new update, and it's a little bit messy in that respect. So just go to makingofadaytrader.com. You will get the entire presentation for free right away, and then you can follow along with me as well. All right, so what are the basics of day trading? Look, you cannot learn a new language by throwing yourself into a fully native speaking conversation, right? If you enter a room and there are, let's say, 6 Spanish speakers speaking about some really important stuff, right? Like really difficult things to understand. Are you gonna really understand what they're saying? Are you even gonna try when you don't even know how to say, hola, mi nombre es Marina? No, right? You wouldn't. You would be like, that's absolutely outrageous. They're literally speaking another language. Yet, with the financial markets, there is no barrier to entry. And people just, I made some money, I'm going to put it in the market. Well, that just because you made some money does not mean that you are going to be doing well, right? Because you don't know the basics. I cannot start a communication process with a Spanish speaker if I don't even understand how to say gracias, hola, little basic things, right? Because those first words are going to start to help me grow my vocabulary. And it's the same thing with trading. If you don't understand the basics, chances are no matter what you do, no matter how much money you spend or how much money you have, you will never be able to make anything with it, right? I get people asking me, well, is it a good idea to have a small account or a large account? I'm like, well, if you don't have a strategy, if you don't know what you're doing, it doesn't matter if you have $1 million or if you have $10. It's all going to go anyways, right? You need to start with understanding, and then you can start with a small account and grow it to a big one. But if you don't understand the basics, it's never going to happen. All right, so where do the basics begin? First and foremost, you need a chart. You need a charting platform. You need a charting platform. I'm going to repeat this again. If you guys, imagine Formula One, and all of a sudden in a Formula One race, there's a minivan trying to tut along in the race. It's ridiculous, right? Like to the point where we would be like, this is absolutely crazy. Nobody would ever do that, right? You cannot be a minivan in a day trading world. You need to have the proper vehicle, right? And that proper vehicle is a good charting software. That is the only thing that you will need to actually get, because good charting softwares usually are interactive. They have more than 100 of universal indicators, so you don't have to buy any. They usually come with feed, or you can connect the feed, so they are fully encompassed, so for you to be able to use them properly. Okay, like I said, you have all your indicators, everything is available to you. You don't have to spend more money on them. All right, let's break it down. We are going to start with the basics, the market movement and the breakdown of a trend. Interestingly enough, and this absolutely blows my mind, the amount of people that technically know that there are 3 markets, yet really only focus on 2. What are these market movements? There's the upward trend, the downward trend, right? We understand those. But what we don't focus on is the sideways trend. And the sideways trend, I literally call it the trader's worst enemy. I heard a lot of other traders call it where all your money gets lost. This is like the dark zone for traders. If you don't understand sideways trends, you will lose all your money. This is the exhaustion pattern, the chop, the channel, the transition area, the consolidation, the slowdown, the indecision. I don't care what you call it. This is an area that we are going to learn about, and we're going to learn to not only stay out, but understand when to get in after it breaks out. All right, because sideways markets, they have no momentum. So you cannot be making any money with it, right? Because there's nothing to be made, right? It's completely flat. It's a terrible place to be in. All right, so let's just do a really quick rundown. What is an upward trend? It's literally where each pivot is higher than the next, right? That's literally what it is. It is what you call a bull market, the market going up, the market going, moving up, trending up. This is where you are buying. This is when you are going long. This is when you are taking a long position. What does that mean? I don't want you guys to overthink it. It's literally entering at a low price point, exiting at a high price point, and taking the money in between. Okay? Super simple. Going long, entering low, exiting high, boom. taking a profit in between. Then we have the downward trend. It is literally the window, the mirror image of it. And it is when each pivot is moving lower and lower each time. This is where we are shorting the market or we are selling. What does that mean? It literally means you are entering at a high price point, exiting at a lower price point, and taking the profit in between. All right. Don't overthink this. Don't be like, well, if I'm doing, if I'm shorting the market, somebody's losing. Who's that somebody? We do not care. We don't care if there's more buyers or more sellers. We don't care. Why does anyone care? All we need to worry about is what is in front of our faces, what our technical analysis telling us. And if the market is saying, I am about to go down, I'm about to be in a downward trend, and the earlier you get in, the better your chances of a higher profit margin. That's it. All right. So that's what you have to understand. How to short the market, how to take long positions, buying, selling. That's it. And how to do it correctly. Okay. Market going down. This is where we call it the bear market. Now, let's focus on these transition areas, consolidation areas, the trader's worst enemy, the sideways market. Let's learn how to avoid them, how to spot them, and how to master them. So, what are consolidation areas? They're literally channeling markets where they're bouncing in between two very distinct areas, right? They're very distinct areas and they're going in between that area. We have to understand those areas. We have to mark those areas. We have to draw them out and we have to sit out. Somebody said to me the other day, they had an acronym for it. I think it was SIT, SOH, sit on your hands, right? This is where you sit on your hands. This is where you do not do anything. So there is this misconception that day traders specifically have to be in and out of positions all of the time, right? In and out. But interestingly enough, the pro traders, they probably only take between 1 to maybe at the most 3 traders per day. I actually consider them like big game hunters, right? Have you ever thought of a big game hunter? Big game hunters go out. Are they going to be shooting any prairie dog or field mouse? No, they're not going to waste their energy on that. They are sitting there waiting for the big game, right? That is exactly what pro traders do. We sit, we wait for the big game to happen, the really high profitable strategic trade. And if you don't know how to spot that, you have to learn how to spot that. So today we're going to be talking about how to spot these areas of when to enter after these consolidation areas, after these sideways markets. Another way I call them is slowdown periods or interim areas, right? Because you could have a lot of interim areas. These happen all the time. You're moving in one direction, boom, you've got a flat area. And then all of a sudden a massive breakout in the same direction. Oh, again, massive slowdown, continuation. This is how we stay away and understand the sideways markets because they take all of our money. I can guarantee you right now, if you guys go and look at your trading journals, your back testing journals, where the majority of your money was lost, that is where it's going to be. All right, so here's the interesting thing. Markets love areas, right? They visit areas, they revisit areas, and they respect those areas. And we, as the individual retail traders, have to also do the same. We have to respect those areas just the same. So what are those areas? What are those areas? They are the support and the resistance areas, and they are truly important. They are so important. I literally call them my safety nets, my safety belts, actually. That's how I call them. So, and what's really important is that you have to draw them in. Okay, why? Because when you are entering the market, you're going to be looking to the left of your chart, right? You're going to be looking to see why you just made that decision to enter the market. And if your charts are not drawn out, you're not going to realize that because your adrenaline is going to be pumping so hard when your live money is in the market, right? It's understandable. It's actually almost the same adrenaline rush as it is for Formula One racer, okay? So you need to draw these areas out. All right, and like I said before, your charting softwares, they have drawing tools. Even if it's just a line, they have the drawing tools. So what is a resistance area? Resistance area is literally the ceiling of the market. That's literally what it is. It's a ceiling of the market. It's where the market has been going up and all of a sudden it's hitting an area over and over and over and over again, right? That is the ceiling of the market. And you have to draw it in because the market revisits those areas. And if it is revisiting it and it's hitting that again, you're already prepared knowing that you don't want to enter there because it's an area that the market is having a difficulty to break through. Okay, what is a support area? It's literally the opposite. It is the floor of the market. Okay, it is literally the floor of the market. It's when your market is going down and boom, it starts to hit an area over and over again. You have to draw it in. You have to understand that it's there and you need to stay away. You need to stay out of those areas until those areas are fully broken out of or it completely bounces off and takes you to another direction. All right, it's very, very important. So channeling, when the market is channeling, we have a top and a bottom. We have the resistance and we have the support area, right? And if you don't draw them in, you're not going to understand them fully. But on top of that, let's say you do draw them in. Do you really want to be entering a market that looks like this choppy, this lack of direction? Why would you ever put your money into a choppy market like this or even erratic? But yet I see people doing it all the time. And the main reason is that they think that they could outsmart the market. They feel that they could not only outsmart the market, but that they can beat the market or that they can predict what the market is doing. That is so ludicrous. It is completely not true. You cannot predict what the market is doing ever. Okay, what you can do is you can stay out when the market is actually telling you, don't enter right now. I don't know what I'm doing. And this is what this looks like. All right, this is those sideways markets. Understanding them will save you so much money, guys. It will keep you from entering bad trades. And it's really all about the decisions that we make. Trading has very little to do with money. I know you're all sitting here being like, I want to make $1 million. If you don't know what you're doing, how are you possibly even going to make $1? I find this industry absolutely incredible because the amount of students that come to me and they're like, yeah, I've been losing, but I haven't been losing as much. I'm like, why would you want to lose anything? And they've normalized the losing. It's absolutely crazy and it could be completely avoided. And 90% of the time is because they're entering into areas or into channeling markets. Really, it's that simple to avoid. And once you understand it, it's amazing. You will have such a revelation and your trading will actually start to make you money. No joke. This is a true story. All right. So a lot of times people ask me, well, okay, I've spotted the area, but by then I've already lost my money. How do you begin to spot where the areas first happen? And that is through reversal areas and divergences. I call these areas a trader's map to shift in direction and trend. And this is also my personal holy grail. I do everything by watching the reversal areas and divergence because they speak so loudly. And here's the best part of it all, guys. It's free on any market and any good charting software. That is the coolest thing of all. It's free. And once you recognize it, it will completely revolutionize your trading. So what are these areas? Double tops, triple tops, double bottoms, triple bottoms, head and shoulders. So our reversal areas really reversal, like are they massive indicators of reversals? Like is it 100%? No, there's nothing 100% in the markets. However, it is an incredibly high potential indicator. Meaning when I see a reversal pattern, first of all, I stay out of the market entirely because it's telling me that the market is completely losing steam and it is a very high potential. It's about to reverse, but I don't enter until I have massive confirmation with that reversal. Okay, so once I have that reversal confirmation, that's when I enter. So here's a perfect example of a double bottom, right? We have a very strong move and all of a sudden it's a perfect double bottom. But look at my MACDs, my red dots here, that's my MACDs. I love the MACDs. It's my favorite indicator. I can't live without it, literally. And the reason why is because it's also the least lagging indicator. And on top of that is a really simple and fun indicator to follow. So here is a very good example of divergence with a reversal pattern. As you can see, the reversal pattern is a flat double bottom, but yet my MACDs are already showing that there is divergence, right? It's going upward. What does that tell me? It tells me that the market is completely losing its steam. It's completely losing its strength. You do not want to enter anywhere near that market. And on top of that, it is an incredibly high potential for a new trend that is about to transition into. So I want to be prepared and ready when that transition actually happens. And that's exactly how I use these areas. And on top of that, when you start to spot the double bottoms, they could lead to triple bottoms, or double tops could lead to triple tops. And that starts to show me that there is either a resistance or support forming as well. Okay, so let's put everything together. Like I mentioned before, I have the entire presentation here for you guys. Go to makingofadaytrader.com. makingofadaytrader.com. Go here, makingofadaytrader.com, and you'll be able to get the entire presentation. All right, let's put it all together. As I mentioned before, we want to be ready for either a transition of a new trend or the breakout, okay? And if you can master the breakout trade, you will probably be mastering some of the best trades out there, right? Because we know that the breakout trade is one of the most powerful trades out there. Yet, if you don't know what it looks like, how are you going to be able to identify it? So, well, you have to have your areas drawn in. You need to understand what is happening. You need to be able to spot it, right? So what is a breakout? So basically a breakout is when the market is going in one direction and all of a sudden it's this flat going nowhere direction, right? Like totally flat, horrible, nowhere mode. And all of a sudden it breaks through and continues in the same direction. That's the breakout trade. Okay, so when you are spotting these areas, that's when you can prepare yourself and to take these trades. So here's how I personally take these trades. When I see the breakout happen, you can look at my MACDs at the bottom, right? So the majority of that flat area, the resistance area, it's completely black zero dashed line. There's nothing, there's no movement, right? But all of a sudden, boom, the market breaks out, the price action breaks out, the breakout happens in the MACDs. It's a massive run. That is the breakout trade, guys. That's it. And I personally use only two indicators. So I use the EMA lines to help me enter the market. Now, I wanted to talk about another bonus trade, I call it. I call it the initial reaction trade setup. Basically, it is the transition into a new trend. So what happens when you have a new trend? So I'm going to put it in layman's terms, like an analogy. Imagine you guys want to go running, right? And you are dressed up in your jogging suit, you put on your sneakers and you're out of the door. Chances are that is when you have the most amount of energy, the most amount of excitement for your run, correct? It's the same thing with a new trend. When you have a new trend, you want to be able to spot it as early as possible because that's when the runs happen in the beginning of it. That's when the most amount of strength. So you want to understand how and when that happens. And again, you can spot that through the areas, when those divergences happen, when those reversal patterns happen. Okay? So here's the thing, guys. We have absolutely everything we need to take action. Everything we need to take action, right? We have these amazing summits. We have incredible YouTube videos and YouTube gurus and books and podcasts and academies. But at the end of the day, how do you know that you are doing it right? How do you know that you are doing it right? Who is there to be accountable to help you understand if you are doing it correctly? How do you know that you are making the right decisions? All of this is great, but the real question is, how do I truly get started? And interestingly enough, this is not from beginners. I actually get this question asked mainly from seasoned traders, people who have been in the markets but are still inconsistent and are still losing money. And they always ask me, what can I do to turn this around? How can I be more profitable consistently? And funny enough, guys, it is literally as simple as lacking those basics or getting back to the basics. All right. And I personally myself spent so much time not understanding this idea until I will explain in a second how I came up with it. But I just want you to understand why we don't focus on the basics. I know that the majority of you guys have probably been driving cars for decades, right? So when we hop into the car today, it's just boom, we are an automatic. We know exactly where the ignition is, we know where the clutch is, we know where the brakes are, we know where the gear shift is, we know where the steering wheel is. But interestingly enough, those are the basics of driving, right? If you did not know where the steering wheel was, are you going to be able to drive? No, but it's a basic element of driving, correct? Somebody taught us that at one point. Our oldest son just recently learned how to drive a car. And even though he's been in the passenger seat almost most of his life, when he got into the driver's seat, we're like, all right, put the clutch in, make sure that the gear is in neutral, put the brake on, and then release so you can get into first gear. He's like, wait, what are you talking about? Gears? I don't understand any of this. He got all flustered because that's the basics, and we overlooked the basics. And once we taught him that, guess what? He was on the road, right? Now, I want you guys to think even more rudimentary. Imagine somebody got into your car who has never been in a car before, and you telling them, put on your seatbelt, buckle up, because it's going to save your life. And they're like, my seatbelt, where is it? What is it? Oh my God, it's going to save my life, and I don't know where it is. All you have to do is point it out. And all of a sudden, it's life-changing, right? But it's a basic element that people forget to point out and just think that we are born with this information. And we are not. And this was my own personal sad truth. I spent thousands of dollars on trainings, thousands on chat rooms, on academies, on conferences. Yet I struggled for years and was losing money because every time I asked, can you please explain to me what is a divergence? Can you please explain to me what exactly is a reversal pattern? I was either ignored or treated like I was born with this information. And none of us are born with any information. Everything is a learned thing. And the best part about basics is that once you learn it, then you could truly apply it and it could build you a very solid foundation. And I didn't have this for years, that I literally ended up losing almost $4,000 within 5 minutes. And after 2 years, I quit. I was done. I was struggling. At this point, I lost $4,000. I felt like such a loser. I felt defeated. But here's the thing. I quit. I ended up saying, I quit. I was done. However, and I can guarantee that everybody in this room feels the same, we are all bit by the trading bug, and it never stops itching. And do you guys know why that is? Because deep down inside, we know that we could do this. When I quit, when I walked away for about 4 or 5 months, but I didn't fully walk away because I was still watching other traders, and I was constantly saying to myself, if they can do it, I know that I can. What is it that I am missing? And that's when I really, really started to question, what was I missing? And that's when I realized I never fully got the basics. And I decided to teach myself about the basics. And I became obsessed with it. And what happened also was I had 3 monitors. I got rid of 2. I stripped my charts of my 10 indicators, and I went back and I went to bare naked charts. And I slowly started to put in indicators that made sense to me. That's the other thing. We watch all these gurus and they all have different indicators, but we don't know if they're actually working for us, right? We don't know if they are working for us. Basically, we think that they can, but we don't test them out. So what I started to do was I was testing out the ones that worked for me, and I got back to the basics. And interestingly enough, about several years ago, one of my students goes to me, he's like, Marina, your very similar philosophy and teaching is like Coach John Wooden. And I never heard of Coach John Wooden. I was like, who is this guy and why do you recommend that? So of course I searched him up on the internet, and his entire philosophy was, when in doubt, get back to the basics. And let me tell you, Coach John Wooden, this guy was a legendary basketball coach. He led his team to win 88 national championships, 10 NCAAs. I mean, this guy had accolades that most of us will never even come close to. And his entire philosophy was, when in doubt, get back to the basics. And he trained A-star, A-list players. Okay? But does not matter how many competitions, how many anything they won, because at the end of the day, if you don't go back to the basics, you're going to be screwed. How so? Imagine your ego is telling you that you've been winning 88 national championships and it's all great, but you forgot to tie your shoe. So his thing was starting with how to tie your shoe, how to roll up your sock, how to dribble the ball. Because if you're running and you forgot to tie your shoe and you sprain your ankle, it doesn't matter how many awards you have won. You have to sit out on the sidelines. So getting back to the basics is where it's truly the most important thing of all. And for you guys, whoever is here right now, and I'm so grateful because I know you've taken that time out to be here, I have a special offer for you guys. My introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. It is only available for you guys right now. I have a very special offer, Bootcamp for Day Trading. You could do this on any apparatus, laptops, desktops, iPads, tablets, phones. It does not matter. And all of this is offered for $97. All of it is for $97. Bootcamp for Day Trading.com. All right, guys, I want you to go here right now. You've taken this time out to be here, so please go to your navigator, to any browser, and put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Now, if you have an issue of opening it, if it's not permitting you to open it, make sure that when you put it in, it's HTTP, and if there's an S, simply remove it and put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Now, let's follow along and see exactly what you will be getting for $97, because what can you possibly get for $97 on your investment today? This is a one-time fee. This is one time. This is not an ongoing fee. One time. Do you guys like to play golf? Let me tell you, when we first moved to Guatemala, when we lived in Central America, me and my husband used to go and play golf. 15 years ago, it was like $29 per person. Today, before we left 2 years ago, it was already $119 per person. This was Guatemala. Somebody told me the other day in Pebble Beach in California, it was $645 per person. Yeah, okay. How about you want to take your family or friends out for lunch? You can't do $97 anymore for a massive lunch. It barely covers my husband and I and a glass of wine. So let me break it down for you. Please go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. You guys can follow along and see exactly what is offered in the course. You're going to get the simplified day trading package, and the best part is you're going to get a setup tutorial to get your platform up and running, because I know that setting up a platform could feel quite intimidating. We get past that immediately. We set it up and you guys are ready to trade, but understanding and being confident with your platform. Then we go into the market anatomy and the dissection of the trends and the movements. Like, we really dive into understanding the upward trend, understanding the downward trend, but understanding and staying it away, and also mastering the sideways, that channel, that chop, that exhaustion pattern. And we talk about the magic telltale signs, the reversal areas, the divergences. All right, because once you know that, like I mentioned before, it's going to be massive aha moments. And we really, really dive into the support and resistance areas and the divergence. Divergence to me is my holy grail. This is my holy grail. I absolutely love divergences. And once you guys understand it, and it can be done on any market and any chart, and I work with you guys through it to help you understand it. And we end up mastering the breakout trades. Okay, spotting them, mastering them. And interestingly enough, there are fake out breakouts, right? And we learn how to avoid them, because a lot of times we'll see a breakout, but it's actually a fake out breakout, or called phobos. And when we avoid them, we don't lose money with them. All right. So, and you get unlimited access to this curriculum for life, for life. All right. All of this is valued at $1,600. You get everything that I just mentioned here right now, but don't take my word for it. All right, my students are from all over the world, because that's the coolest thing about day trading. You can do it from anywhere in the world, right? So here's what one of my students, Michelle, says: best money ever spent. I just finished the boot camp. Absolutely love it. Derek, you are the only mentor that truly helps me with my work. And Adrian, I enjoy your boot camp so much. I'm learning every day. But I want to go back to the most important question that I asked you before. How do you personally know if you're doing it right? How do you know that you are doing it right? Who's there to be able to assist you, to be accountable for? So one thing that I personally really benefited from was a mentor. And what I am doing in that one-time $97 fee, I am adding one entire month of mentorship with me, one-on-one unlimited coaching that you could do with me, and that is included in the price, because having a mentor could be what can and most likely does take you to the next level. And that's what we're here to do, is to go to that next level, to become pro traders. Okay, all of this is valued at $2,600. For you guys, $97. So go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com, and here's again what you guys will be getting. Everything in this course. 30 days one-on-one mentorship with me. And on top of that, I'm going to be gifting you guys a bonus of 30 days in my live chat room, which you can get for free 1 month with me, where we are live implementing taking trades. All of this that I'm offering you right now is less than one trade, because we all know that an average trade is usually between $200 to $400, right? This is $97. You could 10x your return on your investment and go to 100 of these dinners. The thing is, this is really important. I'm only able to take on 25 students, okay? Because of my mentorship, because of that one-on-one that I devote to you guys, I only have space for 25 students. So this room is full right now, and it does pack up really quickly. So what I want to do is I want us to go here into the browser. Go with me right now to bootcampfordaytrading.com, okay? bootcampfordaytrading.com, all right? Go in here. This is the order form that you will be seeing. As you can see here, one time, $97. If by chance you want to do a payment plan, it's 2 times the $59, but you get access automatically to the entire course and to work with me. And I also know that because it is the holidays, it's totally fine. You could take advantage of this promotion right now and start the mentorship with me in the new year when you are ready. We don't start that month until you tell me, Marina, I want to start now. So you guys have access to everything as long as you want, and you just let me know when you are ready. Okay, so let's go here, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And actually, Anthony has put in the offer already right here. Hang on just 1 second. Oops. Into the main room here. I'm going to put it in as well. This is the direct link to it. Oops, where are you here? Hang on just 1 second. Ah! Ooh, what just happened here? There we go. All right, guys. I'm going to put it in right here for the public as well. Why is this not working? Ah, there we go. All right. Okay, guys, so you could go right here. Now, let me know if you guys have any questions or anything at all. And I just want to say thank you again for being here, because this really means a lot that you guys have taken the time out. All right, Nick, how do you know if the market is really breaking out? Well, that you will learn through the process that we'll go through, right? There's resistance areas. There's also understanding how far the market has broken out, if it's even worthy, because we'll be looking at the different indicators as well. And I have to say that it really works. It's amazing. Once you understand how to spot it, you'll be able to completely avoid those fake out breakouts. And they happen. They happen often enough that you can learn how to avoid them entirely. Any other questions? Oh, can interactive brokers? Yes, Nick, there are many amazing softwares right now that work with many different brokers. So absolutely, you could just ask them. And platforms are all very similar, but you do have to have a good platform. Okay, so if you're happy with the interactive brokers platform, absolutely. It's not my trading method. I teach you how to work with the charts, and that could be done on any chart. I always say I teach people how to drive. Doesn't matter if you're in a Mercedes or a Ford. It's the same principle, and that's what I do. All right, let me know if there's any other questions. And if not, happy holidays, everybody. And thank you again for being here. And I'm really excited to work with you. And thank you, Anthony, for hosting. Thank you for having this.
You're most welcome. Thanks for being here, Marina. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. We love how you simplify everything so anyone can understand and succeed at the art of trading. Great information. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us today on Traders Corner and for making such a generous offer for our members. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Marina, the Trader Chick Villatoro. And we put a special offer link in the chat box. You can also find Marina at thetraderchick.com. That's thetraderchick.com. Marina, happy holidays. We hope to have you back on Traders Corner, and thanks again.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Happy holidays.
Thanks, Marina. We appreciate it. At the top of the show, I mentioned that we had a great lineup, and next up is certainly no exception. He is an expert at trading news reports. He actually got started studying music at the Berklee College of Music and the Boston Conservatory. He began trading stocks in 2001 and learned the art of futures trading. He's been trading for over 20 years and is now considered an expert teacher and trader of the news. Here to explain This Is It, the greatest free holiday challenge ever, is Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Leigh.
Hey, thank you very much, Anthony. How's everything going? Hope you're having a great holiday.
Thank you. Everything's good over here. Nice and relaxed.
Good, good. Okay, well, thanks for the nice introduction, and I'll get started because time is at a premium. So you can see my charts, I assume, and can hear me just fine. So if there's any issues, please, anybody just type up. Hey, Ray, I could see some of my friends are here, some of the folks from our class that we're giving. So I'm here talking about appointment-based trading. We want to teach you how to supercharge your setups. I want to teach you how to make an appointment with the market. We trade futures and we use the NinjaTrader platform. So that's important to remember. Also, important to remember, you can lose money trading futures. I'm not a financial advisor, and what we're talking about is for educational purposes. Please, just be careful trading. Make sure you spend the time to learn so you're ready to trade. And that's why we're here. You know, one of the reasons and one of the whole points of the Traders Corner, all these get-togethers that we do almost every month, is because everybody's looking for ways to trade. And I'm curious, before I get into my presentation, I would love if you would just type in why you're here. What is the main reason you're here? Is it to make money? Is it to learn about other trading systems? Is it curiosity? Because I find so many people these days don't even trade for real. They're watching, they're using prop accounts, they're not trading real money. And part of the time I don't get what people are doing, because so many people, I feel these days, they're not trading, they're watching. And I have felt over the past couple of years that trading, yes, there's a lot of very serious people, but there's a whole collection of people that just like watching people trade. It's almost like watching TV. There's people that they're never going to trade real money. They're never going to trade professionally. They love watching other people trade. I'm just curious. Type in why you're here, what you're looking for, and how many times have you been to an event like this in the past 6 months? How many times have you been to an event like this in the past 6 months? Those are the things that I would like to know. Why you're here, how many times you've come to one of these events. So look, I started my morning with a smile on my face because I got an email. I got up, I started doing tech support because I'm the guy that does the tech support at 10-Minute Trades. If you have a problem, I read the emails first. And I knew that I did not get up early this morning, and I knew that I did not trade the British rate statement. At 10-Minute Trades, we trade the news. We teach our members how to trade on a schedule. We don't wait. We don't watch the charts all day long. We have specific times that we trade. We know exactly what we're going to do all week long. It's a great way to trade. Well, I got this beautiful note from a member who's been struggling for a long time. He's been in and out of our membership for a couple of years. And here's what his letter said. It said, "Beautiful British pound trade. I've been trying to master this style of trading. Finally, it sinks in with your system and probabilities. It's safer than most systems. Couple that with the prop firm or micros. It's the best way either to learn or grow an account. Please share this review with the group. You've been awesome support, Leigh." That made my day. And I want to thank Lawrence because I know exactly who sent that to me. Lawrence is taking our trial right now, and he's taking our free class. And he got up this morning and he took a trade because we taught him how to take this trade. I did not have to be there. That's when you know that you're doing things right. When members and traders that have been in your trade room are using the tools that you supply and they're making money without you. That's when you know you're doing it right. So once again, he was trading futures using NinjaTrader, and that's what we do. We have a system, we have software. Our software, I believe, is the absolute key to everything that we do. Our software installs into NinjaTrader, and then it becomes a part of the platform. So it's not even complicated to learn. It's very easy to learn. It's a super ATM, meaning it's an automated trade manager. You don't have to learn NinjaTrader's trading language. You don't have to learn how NinjaTrader trails, and you don't have to write any weird languages to manage your trade. Our software does all of that. If you're a discretionary trader and you don't want to trade the news or you don't want to trade events, no problem. You can still use our software. Our software has a myriad of setups. We've got reversal trades. We've got breakout trades. We have earnings trades. We have something we call the trap trade, which I'll show you some of those today because it's been a really hot trading method in the types of markets that we have right now. And the markets are volatile. The markets have been very volatile for quite a while, actually. This is not something that is just occasionally. The markets have been pretty volatile for quite a while. We don't care what the markets are. We don't really care if the markets are up. We don't really care if the markets are down. People ask us, what direction are you going to go? And that's not what we do. We react to a news event and we get pulled into the market, and whatever direction we get pulled in, that's the way that we manage the trade. So I always laugh when someone new comes into our trade room and says, okay, what direction are we going on this trade? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, you have not looked at any of the materials I sent you yet because you're not getting it. And then the other question that I always laugh at is the person that comes in, and this is everybody, what's your success rate of all your trades? And then I think to myself, now this is a person who hasn't paid one bit of attention to what I've said, or he's so new, he truly doesn't understand what we do. We don't calculate every single trade. I would not want to trade every single news event because not every single news event behaves well. Not every news event trades properly. So the idea with what we do and the concept is, what are the events that perform the best so you can get a profit from that event? And that's the key to our trading system. And we have a system. It has 5 elements. It has the weekly market mover, which is our weekly schedule. And I'll show you one of those. It's got the daily market mover. Those are our trade reports. We have a weekly schedule. We send it to our members. We pick the events that we think are going to move the markets this week, and then we get ready to trade them. We have a trade setup for most of the events, and we send those setups to our members the day before the trade, so they're ready. And then, of course, just like all the mentors here, most of them have a trade room. We have a trade room, and everything takes place and flows from our trade room. And our software also is a critical part of what we do. And then we have a new piece of software that I think is going to change our company. It's already starting to change the company. It's called the Magnet Trade. And I'm just going to briefly touch on that. But the offer that I have for you today, the Magnet Trade, is something that you can definitely learn a lot about. And anybody can use the Magnet Trade. Anybody can do what we do in prop accounts, in cash accounts, any account you want to trade in, you could trade the way that we trade. This is our weekly schedule. It's really simple. On the left, we have the time of the event that we're thinking of trading. The next level is what time does our trade room open? Not very complicated. The trade trigger, what's the event? What's it called? French flash manufacturing, US jobs report, Canada retail sales, whatever it is. The FOMC statement. Most people are afraid to trade the FOMC statement. We traded it yesterday, and I made a little bit of money on it. I didn't get rich on it, but I made enough money that it paid for a couple of months of our service. And that was a good thing. And I was only in the market for about 3 minutes. That's the key. When we say that our name is 10-minute trades, we really mean it. We're not spending 20 minutes in a trade. Most of our trades are less than a minute. If you've been trading for a while, you know that the longer you spend in the market, the more possibility there is that the market could grab some of your money. So the idea is to try to spend as little time as possible in the market. Spend the best time in the market. So our element number one is the weekly schedule. All of our members know in advance when we're going to stream on YouTube, which we do a couple of times a week at least, when we're going to be in our trade room, usually 10 times or more during the week. And that's another question that absolutely destroys me when someone says, is your trade room open all day? And then I realize you didn't even look at the free weekly schedule because you're just not listening, you're not watching. Our trade room is open. You could hang around in it, but we're not going to be there except at a specific time because that's the way we do it. And it's the best way to do it. By the way, if you want a free copy every week of our weekly schedule, all you have to do is go to our website, www.10minutetrades.com, and I'll type it in to the little link here. 10minutetrades.com, and just opt in for the free video, how to find 10-minute trades, and we will put you on a list to send you our free weekly schedule. Okay, so do that. We'd love to have you on our list. Second element, the daily market mover. After we decide all the events that we're going to trade, we start breaking it down and we look at the events on that weekly schedule, and then we pick the best ones. The best ones, we usually have a full-blown daily market report. And that report has a journal of the last 6 months, if it's a monthly report, the last 6 weeks, if it's a weekly report. If it's a quarterly report, it might have 6 quarters on it. But the point is, it's usually got a journal, it's got some text describing the report, and most importantly, it has a setup that we're going to use as our starting point. And we're going to meet up in the trade room. We're going to talk about the setup. We're going to go over the market volatility of that day and that moment. And we're going to make sure that our setup is fitting the current market. Any changes we have to make, we will make. And we will let everyone know that's in the trade room that this is what we think we should do on this event. That's our daily market mover. That's element number 2. Element number 3, which I think is probably our most important element, our software. When I got to this company, and it's going back quite a lot of years. I'm on my 8th year here. When I got here, our software was very good, but it was not nearly as sophisticated as I thought that it needed to be. We didn't handle more than 2 orders per event. We didn't have trailing stops. We didn't have reversals. We didn't have all sorts of things that I thought that a really professional software package should have. And I'm not knocking my boss, who I think is a brilliant guy. He designed the software and he came up with a fantastic idea. But every idea always has room to be improved, just like I'm not the final word on our software. Members always have great ideas, and we try to incorporate those ideas into our software over the years. And we've had 8 years of software upgrades. And our software is a custom strategy. It's an add-on to NinjaTrader. Multiple setups. It can be an automated trader. It can be semi-automated. It can be fully discretionary. You can make your own decisions if you want to, or you can set it up so that the software puts orders on the chart and starts the trade on its own. All of these options are available. And then once again, our software is an ATM. It's a programming language, but you don't have to learn a complicated language. It's basically just typing numbers in, and then the software does all the hard work. It can automate the entries, the targets, the stops. As I said, it's an ATM, an automated manager. We have the magnet trade. Magnets, very simply, why do I love our magnet trade software? What is a magnet? A magnet is a price level on the chart that so many people look at, that predictable behavior occurs around those levels. Our magnet trade software is a way to trade around those levels every day on the instrument you love, because magnets show up every day on the instrument you love, and they are tradable almost every single day, all week long, over and over and over again. You don't have to learn any deep dive into technical analysis. Magnets, like a high of a day or a low of a day, are just always there. They're always going to be there. And we figured out a way to take those trades rather than just watching those areas. That's our magnet trade software. The trap trade. Everybody used to be afraid to trade the trap trade, because a trap trade can sometimes be a scary trade, because you could be in a trade waiting for a reversal, and if that reversal doesn't come, you could lose money. So it could be scary to be in a trap trade. The best way I could explain the trap trade is our trap trade. Sometimes you feel like you're in the middle of the road without any clothes on. And then all of a sudden, you're in a tuxedo and you realize all you had to do was be patient, and the trap trade would put money in your pocket. This was a trap trade I took this morning, trading the existing home sales report. Existing home sales. Now, that's a report that, in all honesty, when I got to the trade room, I was explaining to people how this report is such a mediocre performing report that I'm surprised whenever I make money on it. But we still study it. We still try to come up with a methodology to trade it. And this morning, and actually for the past couple of months, we've had a way of trading this report that's starting to work. So here's what a trap trade does. It puts 2 orders above the current price, which is that orange arrow, and it puts 2 orders below the current price. If the market goes up, it puts me short. If the market goes down, I'm long. So the idea with a trap trade is we study the event. We believe the event will reverse on a regular basis. So if it goes long, I want to be short. If it goes short, I want to be long. Now, here's what's even better about the way we do things. Many traders would look at the way that gold was so negative this morning, and they would be afraid to take a trade in the short direction because gold was already down $47. And that's a lot. You don't often see gold down $47. You might see it down $10 or $8 or $22. But yesterday, everybody knows, was a huge sell-off. Today, it's also there's an overreaction generally to the sell-off. Well, gold has been super volatile anyway. And today it was very negative. It didn't change the way I decided to trade this report. The news came out, and what happened was the price went down. I would have rather been long, in all honesty, on a day like today, but I still had belief in my system. It filled me long. The price reversed. There it is reversing. I canceled my extra order, moved my stop to safety, started to trail. I made not as much money as I could have because unfortunately it backed up on me, and I made a couple of $100. And incredibly, which was a surprise, gold kept going up. And it would have been possible to double or triple the amount of money I made on the report. But I don't like to play the woulda, shoulda, coulda. I traded the report the way the markets told me to trade them. It made a nice profit. Yes, there are traders that are smarter than me that might have stayed in longer and made more money. But the idea is for us to teach you the basics. And then if you could run with them better than I can, which people do, the possibility is always there to make money and to make more money than I made. It's not about how much money I make. It's like that testimonial that I got this morning. Thank you for the help. That's what I want to hear. I'm not in my trade room to brag about how much money that I made. I'm in the trade room to brag about how well you are doing. And that is my goal. My goal is to teach you how to trade the way that we trade, to take the tools that we know that work and to implement those tools into your own trading and to have this system with you for the rest of your trading life. So that was a trap trade. That was a trade that we expected reversals to take place. That's what happened, and we made money. And then yesterday, I traded the FOMC, which has been the home of one of the worst trades I've ever taken in my whole life. But am I afraid to trade the FOMC? No, I still trade it. I'm not afraid of it. We have our DMM. Our members received this document, and it showed them that we had an ES trade that we have been looking at for over a year. It's been a safe trade over 70% of the time on the ES during the FOMC, and that's what I traded yesterday in my prop account. So it was not a sim trade, and the news came out. Remember, what's a trap trade? A trap trade is a report. It's an event that I expect the market to change direction. I was in the ES, the market went down, it pulled me into the market long, and I watched, I was patient. I saw the reversal take place. I moved my stop to safety, and I was able to grab a quick $300 before the market started selling off like a banshee. I made my money on the upside. Pretty good, if you ask me, on a market that then sold off, what was it, 1,000 points on the NQ? It was an amazing day yesterday. The trap trade is one of our favorite ways of trading. We love trading the trap trade. Okay, so I assume everyone can still hear me. Somebody's complaining they can't hear. So if you're having any problems with the audio, please type in and let me know, folks. Okay, appointment-based trading is a methodology. It's time-based. That's all it is. We look at time. We set up our trades based on time and events. You can schedule your trades specific days, specific times in advance. That's the beauty, in advance. All the while, appointment-based trading, event-based trading, no riskier than any other style of trading. I love to trade, but I hate being in the market for hours. I want to be in the market as little as possible. I don't want to be studying an incredible amount of indicators, and I don't want to be studying all of the clouds and the Fibonacci pullbacks. I don't want to study that. I would rather look at an event for the past couple of months, see how that event is performing, and trade the performance of that event. That's the way that we trade. Our trades are quick, most of them less than 5 minutes. What triggers these trades? I know you're thinking. So there are categories of events that trigger these trades. High impact economic reports, a jobs report, a GDP report, things of that sort. Big company earnings reports. One of the favorite things that we do, 10-minute trades. And I'm going to brag a little. I came up with a methodology to use futures to trade earnings. It is one of the best things that we do at 10-minute trades. It's one of our most profitable ways of trading. Trading earnings with futures is unique. I don't know anybody that does it. Last 2 weeks ago, we were trading Adobe. I know because I've studied Adobe. I've watched their trades. I've watched the way the stock moves on their earnings. We programmed our software to put orders on the chart a few seconds before Adobe released their earnings. When the trade was over, 4 seconds later, I had over $450 profit on an Adobe earnings trade. I wasn't trading the stock. I teach you how to trade futures using select earnings stock trades. It is a fantastic way to trade. Another great company that we love trading, Apple. If you know about how Apple releases their earnings, and this is what we teach you. I know how Apple releases their earnings. They do it always the same way every single quarter. 4:30, like clockwork, Apple releases their earnings. The markets are open. Our last Apple earnings, $840 profit. I was in the market for 2 seconds. Now, full transparency, I had losing Apple trades before that. Apple had not treated us well for a couple of quarters. But that doesn't mean Amazon wasn't a winner. That doesn't mean Facebook wasn't a winner. That doesn't mean Tesla wasn't a winner. Every trade can't be a winner. Anyone who says it can be is not telling you the truth. The third trigger of events that we look for are market opens and closes, instrument opens and closes. For instance, if you like trading the gold open, the oil open, those are great times to trade. Those are also great times to use our magnet trade software. There are hundreds of triggers within these categories of trades. So the thing about the way that we trade is if you don't like certain events that we trade, you can find your own events. And it's so easy to find the events. Every trader should learn about the calendars. We use 4 major calendars: Forex Factory, Financial Juice, investing.com. I mean, FX Street is on there. It's not one of the ones we use very often these days. There's nothing wrong with it, but we use others. Forex Factory, investing.com, and Financial Juice, 3 main ones we use. Earningswhispers.com we use for our earnings trades. And the key is when you go to any of these websites, for instance, if you go over to Forex Factory and click the word calendar, you'll be presented with a collection of events that go through the whole week. Every calendar has a methodology that they use to show you whether they think an event is going to be impactful or not impactful. And it's very important to just study the calendar. Let us teach you about the calendar. If you get our weekly schedule, we break down the calendar and find the best events, right? So you can get our weekly schedule. But red events on Forex Factory are really impactful events. On investing.com, they use a different system. They use these little stars. A 3-star event is usually better than a 2-star, better than a 1-star event. We teach you how to find all the trades that we trade based on the calendars. And then Financial Juice, we love Financial Juice. One of my favorite things about Financial Juice is they have a squawk box. Now, everything I've shown you up to just now is free. And Financial Juice does have a free system that's very nice. It's excellent. but they have a very reasonably priced paid service that also gives you a squawk box. Their squawk box lets you listen to news in the background while you're doing other things. So follow me there for 1 second. If you're listening to news in the background while you're trading, don't you think that that could help you manage your trade? It certainly can. If you hear something very important about the news in your headset, that might affect information that I give to our members. So we love, absolutely love the Squawk Box and Financial Juice, and we recommend their platform to anybody that's a serious trader, because you want to know when the news is coming out. You don't want to be blown out of a trade by accident when you're in the market, the oil market, and an oil report comes out that you didn't know about. So you should always be aware of the news, okay? So all those calendars are very important. The way that you find out the best trades to trade is by learning how to backtest. NinjaTrader has a feature called playback. You can go back in time and make believe you're trading over and over again a trade that already took place, and that's called playback. It's very easy to learn how to do it. We teach all our members how to do that, so you can test reports and pick the best ones. So why do these reports work? It's really simple. Why do we not worry about Fibonacci all the time? Why do we not worry about Elliott wave levels that even Elliott doesn't know what the levels are supposed to be? Because we look at the news events and we know that when the natural gas storage report comes out, natural gas is going to move the market. Look at the way natural gas moved the market 2 weeks ago. I didn't even trade this report. We were just watching it in our trade room, teaching people how to trade it if they wanted to. As I explained, we don't trade every single news report. Natural gas, look at the way it moved when the news came out. It exploded off the chart. It was a supremely positive trade. For anybody that traded it using our setup, they made a ton of money on that trade. I traded a magnet trade. I saw a high of the day that I thought was going to be tested after the news, and there it goes, getting tested. And I took that trade and made money on that trade. So there's more than one way to trade the news. And in fact, we have many different software setups in our software that you can use to trade the news. And like I said before, we have reversals, we have earnings trades, we've got breakout trades. A breakout trade would be that Adobe trade, the natural gas trade I just showed you. One of my favorite breakouts of the past week. Let me see if I could find it or if I moved it to a place where I don't know where it is. I'll show you the, I got it, okay, Australia. We stayed up till late, 10:30 at night, the Australia rate statement. We had a trade room. Sometimes we have 3 o'clock in the morning trade rooms. The Australia rate statement, it hasn't been trading that great, but we have a setup. If it comes back to the mean and it starts to trade well again, we're going to trade it. And we traded it the other day. It was about 10 days ago. The price started going down. It put me in the market, hit my first target. That was a breakout. It kept going down. I expanded my target. It allowed me to trail my stop manually. The price kept going down, and I made way more money than I would have made based on my trade report, because I was able to manage the trade. Many of our trades, you can manage them, and you can make even more money that shows up on our trade reports. That's a breakout trade. A breakout trade, by definition, we put our orders on the chart, the news comes out, the news shoots through those orders, one direction or the other, and it puts you in the market in that direction. Our trap trade is a trade we take a reversal. Why do the reports work? Because what happens is the news comes out, the news is different from what they expect the news to be. That different result creates market volatility, and that's what we trade, that market volatility created by the news report that is different from what is expected. What's interesting, however, about news trading. Sometimes the news could appear to be exactly as expected, we call it, exactly as expected. For instance, this morning's British trade, it was exactly as expected. They didn't lower the rate, okay? That was what the trade was all about. And the rate level stayed the same, but there was still a big explosion in the price. Our setup still was set up to work because we don't really care. As long as we get a move that's tradable, our software can very, very often take advantage of it. So we're trading that volatility. Bracket the trade, wait for the news to come out. The news comes out and we get pulled in. All right. One more thing that we have that I want to talk about before I get to my offer for everybody. We have something called family money trade. And it's very important when you deal with us to understand, it's very important to understand fully, transparently what we do. We teach you to trade the best of the setups. That's why I was joking before. I said, when somebody asks me, what's your percentage of success? I know they haven't paid attention to what we do. The question is, what's the percentage of success on your gas report? How does your US jobs report do? How does your FOMC statement trade? Every event is a separate item. Every item has a separate level of performance. That's when I know somebody pays attention, because they understand, hey, what's your best performing report? What reports should I trade? Okay, that's what we call our family money trades, the best of the best reports. So our system works like this. We send you the DMM, the daily market mover. It shows the trade we're gonna spend time on. It shows the setup. It shows the market. It's got some history about the trade. It's got a trade setup, okay? And sometimes it even has a narrative about that trade. That's an example of one of our reports. It shows the bracket size. It has targets. It has stops. But I'm running out of time. I'm going to be running out of time before you know it. Also, before I forget, very important to what we do, trading earnings using futures. So we found this method by accident. We were actually looking for a different thing. We were looking for an end of the day trade on the NQ. And a lot of traders know that about 10 minutes to 4 most days, there's a pretty impactful move on the NQ. But it is really tough to find a great setup for that move. And that's because it changes all the time. It's constantly changing the way that it trades. So let me get my slides back on here, everyone. And we were looking for that trade. We were looking for that, a setup for that NQ 450 trade. And we were hanging around in the market. We didn't find anything great that day. And we noticed that the markets were often exploding after 4 o'clock, but really close to 4 o'clock. Sometimes at 4, sometimes at 5 after 4. And that's how we realized it was silly. You know, it was like a moment where we said, how could we not have realized that earnings were causing futures to move in an incredibly tradable way? And that's how we discovered trading futures with earnings. We have tools that we use. Most of them are free, and we teach our members what tools to use. We use Thinkorswim. We use earningswhispers.com. And again, of course, our software is a key element in learning to trade earnings with futures. Everything that we do, you can do it in a prop account. You could do it in a cash account. It doesn't matter. Seeing is believing. We have, I can't tell you how many screenshots I can show you from our members, but let me make this worthwhile. So I was telling you that we have a magnet trade, but I just want to show you one screenshot from one member who's been with us for a very long time. And he is an experienced trader, $4,000 profit on a jobs report, not prop, not fake sim, real money, $4,056. That's a possibility. I mean, that's the whole point about why people are here learning to trade. Now, I'm all for full transparency. Your average trade, it's not going to be a $4,000 trade. But the fact that it's possible and that if you learn to do things right, you can hopefully make money trading and free up time in your life in a way that you want to. The goal is to learn a system that helps you to make money. Screen after screen after screen, I could show you of member profits, but rather than do that, let me show you why I love the magnet trade software. What is a magnet? So we took a trade, and we actually have a version of this trade tomorrow, University of Michigan. We were in the trade room, and we were looking at micro gold. And micro gold, we trade micros, we trade regular futures, we trade everything. It looked to me like micro gold was going to test the high. I put our magnet trade on. It created an order area. The order area got pierced, and a couple of minutes later, the price chopped a little bit. Boom, that's a magnet. It tested the high a day, and we had a winning trade on the magnet. Seeing is believing. If you come into our trade room and learn about what we do, you'll believe what I say. That's the only way to know for sure, is by learning and coming and doing it. We are going through a free challenge right now. A challenge is where we teach everybody all the ins and outs of our system in a short period of time. We've had a week to do this challenge. Tomorrow's our graduation. It's a training session and a graduation, and you're all invited. If you register and come, I'll give you free access to all the class recordings from this week. You'll be able to take the challenge for free, just like everybody else, and you'll have access to all the recordings, all the ins and outs of appointment-based recording, appointment-based trading. That's our gift to you. You'll learn about all the following: our software, the daily market movers, trading on a schedule. You'll learn about our pro trade room. You'll learn about the trap trade. You'll learn about trading it in the prop account, trade earnings with futures, family money trades, breakouts, magnet trades, range trades, news reports. All of this has tremendous value, but we're giving it to you for free. All you have to do is register for the webinar, the education. I'm going to post it right now into the webinar here, so everybody has the link. Here's the link. All right, I'm sending it to everybody. Let me just make sure I send it to everybody. So hang on. Just in case I don't, I hope that you guys here at Traders Corner will make sure that everyone gets it, but I think we got it. So there's the link, folks. It's in the chat. Register, come to our graduation class tomorrow, and you'll get 5 days of classes to learn everything you want to learn about appointment-based trading. It is the best way to trade. I can't think of a better way, a better system to add to your trading abilities. It's a system you can always look at. You'll always have it for the rest of your life. We're not charging you a penny. Our members love us. I don't really have any more time to read testimonials. Thanks. I'm done for the day, Leigh. I just wanted to share with you. One of our members had a couple of bad days. He made a bunch of money a couple of days after. He sent me a nice note. Don't forget, you'll get to discover the Magnet Trade, our live news trading room, our JOBB software, all about appointment-based trading. No charge, for free. It's our holiday gift. Just come to the graduation tomorrow, and you'll get to see all this stuff. JOBB software version 11, Magnet, appointment-based trading, news events. We'll teach you how to trade them. Earnings trade rooms, how to trade selected stock earnings with futures and trade on your own schedule. Folks, I want to thank you for listening to me. Anthony and everybody at Traders Corner, have a great holiday. Thanks for inviting me. I always appreciate that you make me part of these presentations, and everybody out there, have a fantastic holiday season, and thanks for listening. I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Leigh, and we appreciate you being here and sharing some gold with our listeners as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
You too.
Thanks, Leigh. Thank you for making such a generous offer for our audience today. That challenge sounds like a great opportunity to learn more about trading the news at an unbeatable price. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades, who is a seasoned expert at trading the news. You can learn more about participating in his challenge by clicking on the link in the chat box. Leigh, thanks again for joining us today, and we hope that you have a joyous holiday season, and hope to have you back at Traders Corner.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, yeah, thanks, Leigh. We appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we actually have a 2-for-1 for you with the founder and co-founder of Shark Indicators and chief architect of Bloodhound and Blackbird. These two incredibly talented software developers have created innovative trading software that simplifies trade management without coding. With over 40 years of combined expertise in software development and trading, they have uniquely positioned Shark Indicators to empower retail traders. Their primary mission is to provide tools to the retail trader that were once only accessible to only large hedge funds. Here today to present how to make your own auto trader without code, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jeremy Tang, Zach White of Shark Indicators. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen.
Hi, how are you doing?
Thank you. All right.
Hello.
Yeah. I hope
Good to see you
everybody's
guys.
pretty close and to getting their holiday shopping done. It's just around the corner.
Well, for me, it feels like a mad rush to get everything in a row before the holidays, but it's already snowing outside. It has been for about a month now, and I've been hitting the slopes and snowboarding and whatnot. So it's I'm looking forward to the holidays.
Sounds like fun.
All right. Well, thanks for the introduction, Anthony. As he mentioned, my name is Jeremy Tang. I'm one of the co-founders of Shark Indicators, and the other voice you heard there was Zach White. How you doing, Zach?
Good, good. Howdy, everybody. I'm looking through the names who's here, and I do actually recognize some of these names. So
That's great. I know we've been around for a while. I think we're at 13 or 14 years now. We've been selling software for traders. So is that right, Zach? Am I right?
Yeah, 14 plus years, going on 13.
Okay, yeah, it's been a little longer than I thought.
Yeah. Man. Yeah,
Yeah,
time flies.
It does.
Especially when you get older.
It was like a blur. We're gonna go through a little bit about a back story about what we're about and whatnot. We haven't done one of these in a little while, and we do build software to help you build your own trade system without any code. And to tell you about how we got here first, I'm gonna go into a bit of a story, a little bit of my personal experience, which is kind of spawned this whole thing in the first place. And this is back in the day when we were, there was live classrooms with live instructors up front, and we were in a hotel conference room, and the instructor up there was kind of giving us the lowdown on systems trading, which at the time for me that was pretty revolutionary. The idea, of course, being trading off some sort of system or indicators and that sort of thing. And the one he was presenting up there was a really simple system. It was the 80-20 cross, he called it, he just called the 80-20 system, I think, and he had a fancy name for it. But all it was just the SMA 80 crossing above and below the 20. Going along, when it crossed above and going short when it vice versa. It was one of what they called an always in system. So it didn't have any stop losses. It was just like, supposed to catch some big trends. But it was sort of, he warned us a little bit. It can get choppy when it's going sideways. And of course, back then I was pretty green, and I sort of had my blinders on, kind of ignored the warnings. He put up the charts and charts and spreadsheets, and they all looked, the results looked amazing. And I thought, geez, this is gonna be so easy. I'm just gonna put some like $1,000 in, just test it out, and before I know it, if I could just trade this really simple system, I'm gonna be able to just make a living out of this, right? But first I got to do this quick test. And so I just chose a random day, and I went in on, I don't even remember what instrument it was. Didn't do any homework, right? I just decided to put some $1,000 in, and I said to myself, look, I'm gonna trade this system no matter what. you know, I don't care what's going to happen. I'm going to try to turn my eyes off. Don't even look at the profit, loss, and target, or don't look at the profit, I mean, or the losses. I'm just going to trade it. And so the first trade goes in, and, you know, soon it gets reversed. So I lost a little bit, and then it happens again, and then it happened again. You know, and then, you know, now I couldn't help myself. I'm looking at how much am I down, right? And I look over and I'm down $800, and only like 10, 15 minutes had gone by at this point. And so the next signal came in, and I tell you, man, like this is the first time, and I'm a total beginner, didn't know what to expect. My palms are sweating. I had it was wet under my armpits. My heart was absolutely pounding out of my chest. I couldn't believe it. And I just couldn't will myself to press the mouse button to go on the next trade. I just quit right there. I was like, man, okay, this is not what I expected.
Yeah,
But
emotions will ruin your trading day every single time.
oh yeah, and I totally did not, you know, I didn't foresee that. But it taught me a very valuable lesson, and that spawned off a whole line of thinking, right? I thought, well, geez, you know, I can't execute this. I just don't have the balls to continue with it, like when things are going tough. And for those of you guys who've been around the block, I'm sure, you know, it sounds relatively trivial, you know, if you've been around the block a couple times and seen those kind of losses and be able to trade through them, no problem. You know, you might be laughing inside, but you know, anyways, what was going through my head was I'm a programmer. This is what I've trained for, and this is what I am. You know, I should absolutely try to just build an automated trade system. And then around this time, I met Zach, actually, and we just kind of met at the right time. And we were both like, you know, I figured, hey, you know, maybe I need something a little bit more advanced than an 820 here. I need something that's like, you know, I need to follow somebody that's trading live and see how they do it. And actually, I remember, Zach, if you recall, I think you reached out to me and you said, hey, there's this guy, like I've been watching him for 3 weeks now, and he's consistently profitable. And the light bulbs just start going off in my head. I'm like, shit, you know, all I got to do is just build an automated trade system that does exactly what he does. And then boom, you know, it'd be so easy. I just let the computer do it. But you know, lo and behold, again, things weren't as
There was nothing out there.
yeah.
Nothing out there. Nothing existed. Right.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that.
exactly. There was nothing out there for one thing, right? Even the trader himself didn't have. He had software to sort of just, you know, he had software as well, but they were just indicators that he was looking at and that sort of thing. And so nothing like an automated trade system, right? And so I thought all I need to do is take his indicators and read them and construct the buy and sell signals off of those indicators. And I'm kind of getting into something. There's a lot more to it than that, right? I mean, but first of all, you know, one thing that became apparent almost immediately was he was constantly tweaking his system, like almost week to week in some cases, right? And even the indicators, he had a full-time developer, and so that full-time developer was actually constantly evolving it too. And I remember his release schedule was almost like bi-weekly. It was new stuff was coming out, or new tweaks and whatnot, right? And I just couldn't keep up. Could not keep up with the changes. It was not possible. By the time I got even close, they already moved on to another technique or refined something in another way. And so I thought, okay, the only way around this is I'm going to have to build a system or build some software so I can quickly manipulate it, and then, you know, so I could do it like fast, right? Build a bot really quickly. And that's what spawned actually Bloodhound. In the end, I found myself, you know, enjoying doing that actually a lot more than trading itself. I mean, I'll admit, guys, I'm a software developer. I'm a tool maker. I've always been. That's where my passion is. You know, when it came to hitting the charts and stuff, I'd be like, you know, I'd rather just write some code, and that's really what I end up doing. So, you know, I look at it as like I build the tools, right? And I leave the professionals, the trading to the professionals. You know, my mission in life really is just to build the best possible tools for traders.
Yeah.
All right. So a little bit about this bot, right, that you can construct, right? It's almost like having an autopilot, right? If you imagine these planes, right, this commercial airliners that can fly themselves completely, right? If you imagine you're the pilot, you have the option really to just fly it on autopilot if you like. But most pilots actually, from what I've heard, is a grapevine, is they actually like to do the landings manually because it just keeps their skills sharp, and also because they enjoy it, right? For whatever reason, right? So they can take over manually anytime. That's really like how our software works, right? Not only can you design your own trade system from scratch using your trade rules and everything that's your own, right? Your indicators even, and design those signals, but you can actually execute them how you'd like. And what I mean by that is you can have it enter automatically and then take over manually, or vice versa. Maybe you like to enter manually and let it evolve the trade out throughout the trade.
Right, but thankfully our software is not as complicated as that jumbo jet.
Yeah, no one would buy it if it was. So
I look at all those buttons and screens, man. That's
yeah, that takes years of training. So yeah, we try to make it as simple as powerful and simple but powerful, right? There's always like a trade-off between the two. You can't always have the two at the same time. And so we've worked very hard to try to give you as much functionality, but do it in a way that's intuitive, right? And so we actually have two pieces of software. Okay? We have Bloodhound, which is the indicator side. And it's basically, think of it as like a logic engine, creates custom signals. We like to call it a trade system designer because it allows you to again, create your entry signals and your exit signals, or perhaps even just for arbitrary trigger points or whatever you want to call it. You feed those signals into Blackbird, which is the actual trade manager. It's a strategy in NinjaTrader, and that actually executes the order. It does full trade management, and that in itself, guys, is a huge deal, right? I remember back when I was talking about the discretionary trader, right? I swear I'd say 50% or more of his success was not just the entries, was actually how he managed the trade throughout the life of the trade. And so we've worked very hard to actually put in a lot of logic and technology into the trade management, so you can customize how those stops and profit targets, they sort of move and evolve throughout the life of the trade. They can react to like price action and all sorts of stuff, right? Even arbitrary signals even. So, but you put the two together, that gives you a fully automated trade system. And you can use our software to make a fully automated trade system. And if you really think about it, guys, one other thing that, what I didn't do on my first trade through my first experiment is I didn't do my homework. I didn't do the back testing. I didn't do any sort of testing whatsoever. And we're finding that most traders don't, because there's such a big hurdle to do that. You actually, if you think about it, what do you need to back test? You need a full automated trade system to back test.
Or a lot of tabulation paper to write it all down.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you're looking at pen and paper. Yeah. Right? You think about it, right? You need the computer needs to know when you're going in, how it's being managed, how it's going out, all those things. That's a fully automated trade system, right? So you can't really pull back testing off unless you have a full automated trade system. So I think what's really cool, we're going to show you actually, Zach's going to take over here now, and he's going to build one of these trade systems out in a couple minutes, something that would take me like weeks to do perhaps.
All right, so let me get this switched over here, folks. And oh, wait a minute. Let's see where to go. Oh,
this looks like you're.
I am already sharing.
Check your monitor, Zach. I'm not sure this is the right one.
No, it's not. Yeah, I clicked accidentally clicked on the wrong button. There we go. All right.
There we go.
That look like the right one?
Yeah, that looks good.
Great. Yeah, you probably saw one of my oddly rotated screens. Yeah. All right. So so I'm going to walk you guys through a practical example here of kind of a typical trader's journey, and something that Jeremy wished he had back in the day. But honestly, the one part about Jeremy's story is the technology just didn't exist back then, right? Computers were still kind of in their infancy, and it's amazing how quickly technology is moving along, right? So, to start with, I'm going to build the trade signals using Bloodhound, and then we're going to stick them into Blackbird and take a look at some back test results here, right? And one of the other things that has really rapidly changed these days, right, is YouTube, right? And all the trading ideas out there on YouTube, right? Back in the day, none of this stuff existed on YouTube, and it was hardly anything out there about trading on the internet just in general. So what I've done is I've kind of looked through, just did a Google search, and I found this system here from Trader DNA. And it's a fairly simple system to help kind of illustrate, what Bloodhound is and how you utilize it. So, so this system here is a pullback system, right? So it's got two SMAs, right, to identify the trend, right? So when the faster is above the slower, then basically you're in an uptrend. And then it's using the RSI to trigger the actual trade signal, right? So we're looking for the RSI to go oversold here below 40 when you're in an uptrend, right? And obviously the market has to do a little pullback, right, to make that RSI dip down below. And then when the RSI crosses back up, then that is your buy signal, right? And it's vice versa for shorts. So pretty simple system here, but the real question is, does it make money, right? So this is claimed as a 1-minute scalping system here, right? But of course, we need to know, how do we know that this is actually going to make us some money here? And so I'm going to walk us through that. So I have my chart ready to go, right? I have my faster and slower moving average, and I have an RSI on the chart here, right? And if you actually look at this chart, man, it looks like a mess. So trying to identify where those signals might be, just in itself, manually doing this is pretty complicated here. But we're gonna let Bloodhound show us where those entry signals are here. And you'll see how different it is. It's like night and day here. So while I'm building, Jeremy's gonna kind of help narrate here and explain what I'm doing here.
Yeah, so again, as I mentioned before, Bloodhound is a no-code interface to create signal logic, right? So you just use these nodes, and Zach's put one on there right now, and it's basically what we call a comparison node. And you can plug in the data. You can plug in any indicator you'd like. So he's right now selecting the two indicators in question. But if you have any other indicator on your system that you'd like to examine, you can, as long as this is a NinjaTrader tool, so you have to have NinjaTrader. But NinjaTrader has a lot of open source indicators, and any one of those can be read in to a Bloodhound system. So there he's got the points where the SMAs are one or above the other in those greens and red zones. I think the fast SMA being above in the green zones, and the slow SMAs, the fast SMA below the slow SMA for those red zones. And now he's going to plug in the slope, right? And what's really cool is you have all these various little logic nodes that you can put together, and then you can combine that logic. And if you notice, as soon as he put that node on, the chart reacts, right? If you've been in development, or if you try to develop your own indicator, you'll know how significant that is, because if you're developing your own thing, you've got to basically type it out, fix your syntax errors, fix your bugs, compile it, and probably go through that a couple times before you get it right, and then load up NinjaTrader, finally get it on there, put it on the chart, right? And so those eventually you get fast at that, yeah, but you're never going to be as fast as kind of the real-time feedback, right? So he just put those two criteria together, right? The slope and the comparison, threw them together with an AND node, plugged it into the result, and boom, immediately you see in the back of the chart. And he's got new nodes going on right now. And as you saw, he can actually just plug those in immediately, and the results change. So this real-time development actually speeds up a tremendous amount of your time when you're inventing the system, right? And not only that, think about it, you can look at it, you can see, hey, is this progressing the way I'd like it to progress? Is it doing? The feedback is instant, right? So right there, he's examining the cross of the RSI down there against the 40 threshold, right? And as it's going up and down, so if it's going up there, you see how those green lines are marking the charts up where it's crossed above that 40 threshold, right? It was just as simple as that. So, and now he's going to do the same thing, but with the other side. Yeah, so I mean, when you kind of get used to this, sort of thing, right? And that's one thing that we like to reiterate a lot on is that when you're developing a trade system, you're not going to get it right the first time. You're not going to get it desirable necessarily the first time. There is really kind of this cycle that you go through, right? Where you're putting it on, you're testing it, then you're going to presumably run some back test results, perhaps even, or maybe just eyeball it, right? If you're still kind of developing it, and you're going to go through this iteration, and you can with our tool, you could bang out those iterations like really quickly, right? You can go through 10, 15, 20, 30 of them, within an hour even. Something that would take you 10 times as long if you were to try to code it, and that's assuming that you know how to code NinjaScript, right? So it's tremendous time savings. Like, this is a very tedious process if you're to try to develop an indicator to do the same thing. So there he is. He's got the signal all coded up in a few minutes while I was talking.
Yeah, and so kind of looking at the moving averages and the RSIs, right? As I said, it looked like a mess, but now that Bloodhound has identified those entry points, right, and it's given us what we call racing stripes, right? The red lines and the green lines, denoting a short entry or a long entry. And you can see how quickly and easily this highlights your chart and tells you those entry points there. And so at this point, this is where I call it giving it the eyeball test. So you can kind of scan through here and see if it's worth further investigation, right? So we can see, right, we have a sell here, but the market went higher, so that was a bust. We had a buy here. That's very, very, very questionable. That probably maybe was a break even, could have been a bust. A buy signal here, but the market still needed to go down a little bit more, and eventually went up. So that was a bust. Here we go. This sell here, yeah, this looked like this was a sell here with a little bit of money in it. And then another buy. But again, also keep in mind, one of the things that probably people don't really consider is, whether you're looking at signals during the overnight session or during the regular trading hours here, right? So right now we're kind of looking at the overnight session here. So we have finally a good buy, questionable. It's hard to tell if that was a good buy, but who knows? Your stop loss might have been taken off, So with the racing stripes, right, we can quickly kind of scan through the chart and give it that eyeball test and see, yeah, is this really worth investigating? And so here we are getting into the regular trading hours again, and kind of looking at this going, it looks kind of questionable, but the proof is actually in the back test, right? So, not every system works perfectly every single day, so maybe we're just looking at a couple of days, where the system, the market just wasn't working with the system, so to speak.
I mean, in general, like, it's good to do this sort of thing before you run your back test. You save some time as well, right? But yeah, let's go check out these back test results and see what we actually get.
So let's save this up. Okay, so now I'm going to bring up Blackbird here in just a moment, but first let me kind of put that away, and then we'll bring up Blackbird. And so I already have Blackbird kind of all queued up here to save us some time. So
yeah, just to remind the audience what Blackbird is, again, it's the trade manager. It takes those signals in from Bloodhound, and then you can configure it to do what you want to do, which is in terms of like actually put trades on from those signals.
Yeah, so regardless of what trading software you're using, right, they all have similarities. So, right, you have an indicator class, which is what Bloodhound's doing all that all that mathematical calculations. And then you have a strategy class, and that's for managing your orders. So if you're kind of new to strategies and automated systems, that's why all these trading platforms have this strategy class here, is to allow you to do that stuff there.
Well,
All
don't
right.
keep me in suspense, Zach. Let's see the results.
Right. So there we go. So we can see there are some few results there, but let's go into the strategy performance there. And this is where NinjaTrader will give us the backtest results. And actually look at that, right? So things didn't look too good at first, but it actually made $6 grand over the last 90 some days. Yeah, I think I have about 90 days on my chart here. And so, obviously this is the kind of information Jeremy wished he had back in the day before he started trading the 80-20.
Well, the inspector talked a lot about these, these ratios, the profit factor, this and that, but there was a lot of work involved. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't need to do it because they did it for me, so good enough, right?
Right. Yes. So
as well.
Moral of the story is always verify yourself, right? So,
yeah.
and and then looking at the equity curve here, this looks like a pretty decent and actually better than decent equity curve here, right? So you want to obviously start at the bottom right and make your way up to the top left. And of course, with all trading systems, right, you're going to have these little bit of pullbacks there, and then your system, obviously a tradable system, you want it to ink higher, and then you'll probably have a little pullback in your equity, and then it goes a little higher and stuff like that, right? And that's ultimately what seeing this kind of equity curve is what gives you confidence, in your trading idea there, your trading system there. So
yeah, I mean, you can sort of imagine too, right? That's one of those things as well, is you got to sort of visualize what it'd be like to ride some of those, the dips, right? The drawbacks, or the drawdowns they call them, and if you can visualize that ahead of time, you know what to expect of your system.
Yeah, and so the other great thing that I think is widely overlooked here, when you're vetting a system, is analyzing these days, right, where it lost a little bit of money, right? These pullback days in your equity curve, analyzing those days to discover what are the weaknesses within your trading idea, right? So once you get a good handle on what type of days are the weaknesses, for your trading idea there. Once you get familiar with that, right, then obviously, when you see that kind of trading day coming up, don't trade it, right? You can just turn off your auto trader there, or if you're discretionarily trading, you can just decide, okay, today is a bad day for trading, and cut out these bad days, so finding this equity curve gives you a lot more knowledge to then go in and investigate, what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses of your system, right? Because all systems have strengths and weaknesses. And this kind of equity curve and analyzing those days will uncover that for you. So, all right, so now we have just a little fun demonstration here lined up for you. And let's see, which one is it? Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to give you guys a trailing stop loss demonstration here to kind of highlight the power of Blackbird there going forward. So you might have noticed I've got the playback all queued up here to help illustrate this. So this is a custom-made trailing stop loss system that I made here, and it has 3 components. So right now we just saw we had a buy signal right there, and the stop loss starts at the lowest swing low there, right? It starts off at that swing low, and now we just literally had another swing low develop right here, right? And you can kind of see, right, the indicator line behind it. So our stop loss just stepped up to that swing low there, and there's other elements part of this as well. And actually, I'm going to speed this up just a little bit. Right, so I also have the super trend indicator out there. So if you haven't heard of the super trend, it's one of those kind of trend following stop loss type of indicators. So you might have heard of the ATR stop loss indicator or the chandelier indicator. You know, they're all very similar, right? So the super trend, the chandelier, and the ATR stop, right? They're all very similar, like this here. And so I've incorporated this super trend into this trailing stop loss as well. So what, and I've defined distinct triggering conditions as well within Blackbirds. And these are all customizable here. Actually, let me kind of slow this down a little bit. So we can see our stop loss just stepped up again to this last swing low that was formed. And what's going to happen next, the next element of this trailing stop loss here is when price, or if price closes below this SMA, then the stop loss is going to tighten up and it's going to follow the super trend. Or if the swing low is still higher, right, Blackbird knows, all right, we're going to keep our stop loss at whatever's closest to price here. But I already know that our super trend actually is going to start stepping up here. Let's speed this up here. Yeah, so you can see our super trend stepping up here, and there we go. Price closes below our SMA there, and now the super trend, or I should say the stop loss is now following the super trend, right? So we're tightening up that stop loss there. And then as the market continues on, after X amount of points of profit within this trade, the last thing is the stop loss is going to tighten up to the SMA. So I think we're getting close here. So I've defined it so that once we get 7 points in profit, that we're going to pull this stop loss up to the SMA, because we can see the SMA has been, you know, the closest to where the market is. So we're going to tighten that stop loss up even more there, right? And so while this is doing that, just to kind of give you a little sneak peek here of how powerful Blackbird is, if we open up our stop loss and we go into the trailing actions, right, you can see, right, you have a menu system here where you can create totally customized trailing stop loss capabilities, you know, that's not found anywhere else in this industry here. So this is how I've been able to create this customized trailing stop loss here. And actually now we can see we have that 7 points in profit. And so now the stop loss is now following that SMA there. And, you know, until the market decides, you know, it's going to create another pullback, and then we're done with the trade. So.
Yeah, and one of those things that we, again, we noticed with these discretionary traders is that they're very advanced with how they move their stop losses and profit targets up. You know, they would do things like, it was not documented anywhere. They almost sort of just did it out of instinct, if you will, right? Like if they wanted to get out of a trade, they wouldn't just do a market close. They'd actually just tighten up the profit, or tighten up the exits, but leave a little bit more room on the profit target. You know, and sometimes they eked out another tick or two of profit, and over time that really added up. You know, they did some pretty cool stuff like that. And you know, in Blackbird, you can actually program it. I'm using air quotes, you're not coding or programming, but you can do it. You can tell it to do the same sort of thing in an automated fashion.
Yeah. And of course, you know, you always have control over your stop losses there. So you can see I'm manually, I moved my stop loss out of the way so it wouldn't get hit. You know, that's probably a bad trading technique. You know,
but the freedom's there if you want it, just like turning off the autopilot if you like, right?
Yeah, so. Yeah. So it's turning off the autopilot. Yeah, good point there. So,
but what's really cool is you can back test this kind of stuff, right? You can come up with a really crazy, complicated, advanced trade management algorithm, if you will, and then you can run it through the back test and see how well that performs, right? So not only can you experiment with the signals, but you can also work with the trade management. And believe me, that makes a big difference. Like the trade management itself is more than 50% of the result, from what I've seen and experienced over the years, just of people using it and or people watching people do this sort of stuff.
Yeah. So Jeremy, well, we still got a little time. Actually, Anthony said we can go until quarter after the hour here. So yeah, since I got some extra time, let me kind of show you some of the other cool things that Blackbird has. So it has this scheduler, right? So that way, I think most traders, they're only going to be trading during RTH, right? Regular trading hours there. So, so you can define that in here, but you can also, create whatever kind of, or use whatever custom trading hours, that you want that NinjaTrader has built into it there. And if you have something even more custom, like for example, maybe you're an oil trader, and I think the oil inventory report comes out on Wednesday, right? So we could customize this. So you can say, okay, don't trade, before that oil report comes out, right? Obviously, typically the oil market is pretty crazy when those inventory reports come out, so you could say, okay, don't trade during that crazy volatile time when those reports come out, right? So you can customize this here. So, and also obviously money management, right? So we have all the classics there. So you can say, okay, once I've hit my, profit for the day, then turn off, or, if I hit my maximum stop loss for the day, turn off there, right? And here's something, again, that we really have not seen yet hit this industry, which is a daily watermark. And what this does, this needs a little bit of explanation since it is still new to this industry, is it looks at your net profit for the day. So let's say, let's put in 1,500. 1,500, not, yeah, 15,000 would be nice there, right? So kind of in this example, right, I've got a max net profit of 2,000, and actually let's bump that up to say 2,500, right? Well, with this daily watermark, I can actually turn that on at whatever kind of level I want. So I put in here, actually, let me put in some nice even numbers so we don't have to do a lot of math. So let's just put in an even 2,000. And the default here is that if you lose 50% of your profits, right, that's your daily accumulated profit. So this is not on a trade by trade. This is your daily accumulated net profits there. And, oh, there we go. So yeah, it looks like we get towards the end of the day there. So as you, right, so once your daily net profit reaches $2,000, right, that's the activation price that turns on the watermark here. And then as your system continues to trade, if you give back 50% in profits, then it turns the system off there. And hold on, let me turn this off here. It turns the system off there. So that way you don't give back any more of those profits there, right? So this, in a sense, helps you lock in those daily achieved profits there instead of letting your system auto trade them all the way back or give them all back there. Hopefully you guys have heard that, usually over trading is a bad thing. It's kind of like if you go to Vegas, and you're playing the one-armed bandits, if you're up $100, you should probably just quit, because eventually you're going to give all that money back. And the same is said about trading as well, is once you're up for the day, if you notice that your system is starting to give back X percentage of whatever you achieved that day, then you should probably just stop and lock in those profits there. And that is what this daily watermark does there.
Yeah, I mean, the daily watermark, I think the easiest way to think about it is it's basically like a stop loss for your account.
Yeah, your daily account profits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up real quick. We got about 5 more minutes. All right, so yeah, what you just saw there, guys, was Zach building a full-blown auto trader in about 20-25 minutes. You know, something that myself as a lifelong developer, literally, I started when I was a little kid. You know, would take, I would have to say, probably several weeks to do, right? Probably more if you have to build all the sort of fundamentals and the trading stuff. And believe me, even with NinjaScript, NinjaTrader stuff needs a lot of extra stuff. The API needs a lot of extra stuff and handholding to get it to do what you want to do, and especially some of those advanced moves, very difficult to implement, even for someone that has a lot of experience doing that. So anyway, what you saw again was a no-code solution to build an auto trader, and you know, I want to just impress upon you some support resources that we provide, right? We don't just sort of leave our users like, hey, here's the software, here you go. We have a ton of things that a ton of support. We have, of course, online documentation that's very extensive, done by Zach, and videos, like thousands of hours of videos of various. You have a search engine there that you can type in kind of what you're looking for, and you'll see an example of something that's been built in the past. We also have unlimited email support, but what's really cool is actually Zach runs a live workshop every week, twice a week. He does it, and he's been doing it for more than a decade. The exception, of course, being holidays, so there's none until the next year. But yeah, this is a live workshop. It's free to join, users and trial users alike. There's no subscription fee or anything like that. You can just jump in, say, hey, how do I build a system that does A, B, C? And he'll actually build it right in front of your very eyes. It's really cool. All our customers love it. It's a great way to learn, to see it done kind of firsthand. We also have a Discord community, and we even have private one-on-one training if that's something that you need, like sort of a more of a white-gloved approach. Do you want to say one more thing?
Recognize some of the names here in today's attendees list. Actually, I do recognize a bunch of names that are regulars, in our training workshops there.
That's great. Yeah. Guys, I'm glad you guys support us, and I'm really happy to see you here as well. So, you know, we do this for you guys, right? You know, it's the community and the support of our users that really keeps kind of us going, creating these new tools or advancing our tools. And that also leads me to talk about like our 100% money back guarantee. If you buy our software and maybe you just find it's just not for you, or you've changed your priority, you don't want to trade anymore, or don't want to use our software, no problem. You can return it in 30 days, and that's just something that we, you know, it's more or less unheard of, I think, in software in general. We don't usually see software companies allowing users to return their software, but we've been doing that since inception, and we do that because, again, we stand behind our product. So I'm going to invite you guys to just, you know, go to our website, check us out. If you know, especially, you know, got some extra time in the holidays, it's a great time to just explore some new things. This is our website right here, sharkindicators.com. And basically, if you click this big blue button, it'll take you to this really short introductory video, which will kind of go over all the basics and whatnot. And then you can click this blue button to download the trial and get started. You know, so that's kind of how you get inducted into our ecosystem. We are always hard at work, just, you know, changing things and tweaking things, adding new features. That we've been doing that for like I said, 14, going on 15 years now, and we love it. Like this is the stuff that this is really our calling. It's building the most advanced possible tools for the retail trader.
And what else are you going to do after the football game's over, right? We're all too old for toys and gadgets and stuff. So, you know, time to go in and hone your trading practice.
I would say to many, our software is like a toy and a gadget too, right? It is like, as you saw, you know, playing around, plugging around with those nodes and stuff like that, and coming out with trade ways to make money can be quite fun. And I think a lot of our longtime users, you know, will probably tell you it's a little addictive even. So
Yeah, that's why I see regulars in our webinars and in our weekly workshops as well. Yeah, it's a little bit of an addictive, oh, let's test this idea, right? Yeah, just kind of building up those little bits and pieces, little trinkets of nuggets of knowledge, that you learn as you watch these webinars here, and I can see people's wheels are turning, and they're taking these little golden nuggets that you hear, all throughout, these sales webinars and stuff like that, and then implementing it into our software, and seeing where it all fits in.
Yeah, it's the way to get your questions answered. You see something and you want to experiment and see, hey, is that going to be profitable? Will that actually help my system? And if you think about it, spending time sort of building profitable systems, that's probably one of the best uses of your time when you think about it, right? So, all right, well, thanks everybody for listening to us. It's been a really great year, 2024. It just seems to me it just came and went. And our product's gone through some evolutions as well. Like, we've made a hell of a lot of strides that I can think of in the last even couple months. We've got some really exciting stuff in the pipeline as well, including optimizations, guys. We've talked about this in the past, but optimizations is another level of power that we're working on to give traders, and we're very excited to have that in beta already. So if you know what that is and you know the significance of what I'm talking about, any customer of ours can also have access to our beta as well from our Discord channel.
Well, all right, everybody. Hopefully, I'll see you guys in the training workshops here starting next year, so in a couple of weeks, right at the beginning of the new year. So you guys are all welcome to join in to those workshops and ask your questions and get those questions answered. So,
all right, thanks Traders Corner for hosting us.
Yeah, everybody, enjoy the holidays, enjoy the break, the downtime, and we'll see you in the new year.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jeremy and Zach. What another great presentation. Good to hear you had a great year as well trading. Excellent, excellent to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, good news, no more expensive programmers. Now you can create your own strategies, experiment with new ideas, and validate them with back testing. You can literally create your own strategy in minutes, all with no coding required, as we just saw. Amazing. I have a few ideas I'd like to try out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking to create and optimize your own trading system and trade management strategies without any coding necessary, Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators have a solution for you. And Jeremy and Zach, if there's anything else you'd like to place in the chat box, please do. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. That's Jeremy and Zach at sharkindicators.com. That's sharkindicators.com. Thank you, Jeremy and Zach. Yeah, thanks, guys. We really appreciate it. It's always a great presentation. And we wish you all the very best. Please come back to Traders Corner.
Thank you.
You're welcome. At the top of the show, I mentioned we had a great lineup, and our next presenter is no exception. He possesses more than 25 years of experience in equity and options trading with expertise in technical analysis, using options to hedge and speculate, and portfolio asset management. He uses technical analysis, market internals, sentiment gauges, and volatility to trade stocks and options using Master Trader's techno-fundamental approach. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present, learn the power of tails for setups and trade management is Mr. Dan Gibby of Master Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Dan. Oh, Dan, I think you're on mute.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, thanks so much for the introduction. Glad to be here. We have a fantastic webinar, like always, in the next 40-something minutes, I promise. I will totally change or increase your knowledge and appreciation and understanding of the power of the tail. Now, a tail is just one candlestick. Any candlestick is not a tradable event. We are pattern-based traders at Master Trader. So this is our technical approach. If you want to succeed in anything, being an engineer, basketball player, or stock trader, you have to have a systematic, objective approach and then have documented in a trading plan, of course, and then have the patience and discipline to follow your plan. The trading plan will dictate what patterns you're going to trade, what time frames are you going to trade, what instruments are you going to trade, stocks, options, futures, Bitcoin, under what conditions, what trends, volume and moving average is secondary, we say. So so this tail I'm going to be showing you today is just part of the overall pattern, which is our starting point. But the power of the tail you're going to see in these examples, it substantially increases the power of the trade setup succeeding. Every single chart I look at, you are going to hear me talk about all these concepts because, as I said, this is just a starting point, a compelling pattern. Then we take that pattern and we say, okay, well, where is this picture in the overall trend on multiple time frames? Is it on support or resistance? Is it showing relative strength or weakness? What are the broader markets doing in market internals? Yesterday the markets got shellacked on, post FOMC. But the market internals, even though the broader markets have been correcting for 2 weeks, our market internals were flashing bearish extremes. So that is something to take into account if you're swing trading a compelling pattern. My partner Greg, he says, hey, Dan, we should be starting down here because you know what? You don't open an automotive repair store without a business plan and money management. This is no different. So we show you how to calculate position size, how to manage it per your trading plan using pivots, bar by bar analysis, and then the trader psychology. I kind of laugh and say, hey, it's managing the nut behind the keyboard because I can give you all the objective information in our seminars of how to trade, but why do some people follow it and some don't? The answer is, I would put it into 2 categories. One is emotion, and they might be trading poor odds setups out of searching for action, or it's you don't have this seasoning. So we use candlesticks, color-coded candlesticks. Every single trade, every single chart we look at is going to be this simple. I could make every one of my decisions just off this. We do not use oscillators. We don't use derivatives. We don't use can lines, fib eights, Ichikumi clouds. Those are all subjective indicators where, Greg calls them the indicator-based salesman. They're trying to sell you a bag of tricks, which is just confusing and misleading and doesn't provide any additional information that you can't get from objective price action here. So as I said, it's not just one candlestick, but it's the combination of candlesticks that set up a high probability setup. So that's our starting point, as I said in the prior slide. I'm notice here, you don't know what time frame this is. You don't know what instrument this is. You don't know a whole lot other than these candlesticks, an arrangement of them that see an arrangement of candle forms patterns that speak to us about the direction of prices. Why do candlesticks and patterns work? Well, let's briefly go back to basics. What is a candlestick? It's a visual display that shows the open, which is the bottom of the green bar, or the real body, the close, which is the close, and the software paints that green. And then the bottom is a wick showing the bar's low, whether it's a 5-minute bar or a daily or weekly bar, same information of that period. And then, of course, the high. So I'm not going to get into it right now. If we have time, we'll actually come back to this slide at the end. But just look, do any tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, Do they jump out at you? And do you see compelling patterns based on, tails and bars and a combination? We'll come back. Well, I'll give you the best one right here. So as you'll see throughout the other examples, this is going sideways. Bottoming tail. Now notice at the low of the bar, this was a red bar, that was a breakdown. At the close of the bar is a range expansion igniting bar that closed above resistance. This is a pattern called a bullish 1, 2, 3. Now I don't care what this is. This could be a bag of rocks. And I would say that bag of rocks over the high of these bars is going higher. Candlesticks. You got wide range bars and you got narrow range bars. They're going to have different meanings. Now, today I'm talking about topping tails, although if it's topping and bottoming tails, but if it's a range expansion one, like I just showed you, then that has the same communication of a wide range igniting bar with one different exception. And here's what it is. This was the open, this was the close. The bulls just drove it up the entire time of this bar. Now let's see what happened different here. This bar opened here, went down. It was an ugly red bar at the bar's low. And the bull said, oh, wait, the bar's not over. And demand drove it back up. So it's the same information, but if you would go down to a smaller time frame of this bar, of these two bars, let's just hypothetically say this is a daily bar, okay? The 15-minute chart is going to look drastically different because this one opened up at 9:30 Eastern and closed at the high. Whereas this one had some intraday volatility going on, but still closed at the high. Think of that game we played in high school and wherever else, at your corporate retreat, called tug of war. Do you remember? You got 5 people on the left, 5 on the right, and you got the zero line here, and the whistle goes off, and they say go. That's what this tail is showing. This one is Team A won the whole darn thing. It wasn't even close. This one is the team B was in control, and they said, uh-oh, the game's going to end in 20 seconds here. Come on, Bulls, and then they won. Okay, just, I like using little analogies to help you think of things. So I'm not going to get into this, but again, do any of these tails suggest with the overall pattern? So this is a daily chart. We use color-coded candlesticks, color-coded volume, and we use 3 moving averages on our daily chart just to help speed up the analysis. Blue is 20, 50, 200. So I could take the candlesticks off this chart and I could tell you what's going on under the hood in a general way. Not that I make trading decisions on, but I can tell 20 days of data, what's the line doing? And so now we don't trade crossovers, we don't trade trend lines, we trade objective price action. So this tail was a breakout failure with bearish consolidation, downside failure, gap up, amazing entry. Now see, this same pattern would not have the same effect, and that's what you're going to walk away with greater appreciation today, that whatever setup I am trading, the tail often makes it a better setup. So back to just a couple candlesticks here, right? these are what we call money patterns. Again, I don't know what time frame this is. I don't know what instrument it is. It does not matter. Every single one of these are bullish setups. So this is a starting point. And then you go back to that first slide and you say, okay, Dan, I got a starting point. I got a buy setup. I got a starting point. I got a 1, 2, 3. I have a double bottom. Perfect. Then we see, as I said, location. Where is this in the trend, support and resistance, relative strength, weakness, and then we got ourselves a tradable event. So I'll just get through as many examples as we can here. Yeah, we should have time to get through all of them. So this is a mess. I have declining 20, 50, and 200. So this is a bottoming pattern. It's a bottoming pattern. It got above the 20. The 50 is starting to flatten out. Now remember, we call these correction bars. So I should have put an arrow on this actually. You know why? Because it's this trade. It's not a pro gap, this other one. Let's just call it a bullish gap. So this is an igniting gap from a bottoming pattern. And whenever we trade a compelling pattern, we also have this concept called price void. What that means is you look to the left for longs and you say, okay, well, there's insignificant resistance to prevent a nice move up into the void. That's why this bottoming tail that traded under these two prior bars and closed at the high and then a gap breakout, we would have had this in our green trading room. It's our live trading room. I would say buy a 5-minute high. But guess what? I probably didn't see it, or I would have shown you a trade there. Now, all of our trades are shown in the members area, open and closed. So this one's obviously a closed trade, hence the profit and return on capital. And, this was a 2-day trade. We give the date, the symbol, stock or option trade. We love trading options based on our same technical approach, which is starting with a pattern. We buy calls and puts for directional trades. We sell options around compelling turning points as for what we call an income trade. And we give the technical setup. We explain why we're recommending to our subscribers to take this high probability trade. Always give a protective stop loss to protect your capital in the event the trade does not work as the chart suggested. So this is a buy setup. That's this one right here. What's a buy setup, Dan? It is a retracement and reversal on support and an uptrend with a price void. We like retracements on buy setups to come from what we call V as in Victor, tops, as opposed to if I had 5 bars up here of consolidation, then it came down. It doesn't mean we won't trade it, but it means do not suggest a new high to go through the prior pivot. Why? Common sense. Because this is 1 bar V top and 5 bars is a rounded top with 5 bars of resistance. Where's my turn, Dan? Well, right here. I have a 3-bar turn. I'm not just buying this blindly. We're buying over the high of these 2 bars in this case. So we issued a recommendation. Buy the stock at 57.11. Here's our protective stop. which is on the spreadsheet in this case, the thing gapped up. Look right here. We sold half pre-market at 59 bucks. Sold the back half into this rally, 2-day trade. Beautiful swing, beautiful return. On to the next example. Daily chart, weekly chart. One of our concepts, as I showed you on that first slide, is multiple time frame alignment. That does not mean they have to be in the same trend. The majority of the time, it's not going to be the same pattern. It means the bias, B-I-A-S, bias of the bigger time frame supports the bias of the time frame that you are trading. Let's see what we did here. Nasty downtrend, a little attempted breakout, failed. I don't remember the symbol, but I remember this stock because this was an earnings date. It gapped down. See this? See the bottom of the green real body is where it opened. It sold off. Now, this isn't a big bottoming tail, but notice that at the low of the day, it was a red bar that looked like it was gonna tank another $5 or $10. Do you see that? It's a gap breakdown in a bearish downtrend. And that would have been an acceptable bias. At the end of the day, bottoming tail, range expansion, closing above 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars high. Weekly chart. Now here are my tails. I can see the tails a lot better. This is what we call a climactic buy setup. Many fluid bars down, far from the 20. Climactic buy setup. Notice it triggered and didn't go very far. We weren't, we didn't trade it at the time. But now look at the beauty of this tail. Took out the low of 1, 2, 3, 4 bars, snapped right back, closed at the high. Now this is the same day, of course, look, 83.59, 83.59. So we gave this to subscribers. Buy over the high of this bar, stop under the low, price void daily, price void weekly, calculate position size based on your trading plan's max loss per trade, manage in between. Now, again, I'm not getting into trade management, but as a quick one-line answer, as long as you aren't near your target, you can trail half under a prior pivot low. When it starts to accelerate, just go into trail mode under a prior bar and let the stock take you out. Another bottoming pattern. Now notice here, there's nothing of interest to me. There's nothing of interest for me to trade until when? Closing breakout. Uh-oh, slammed in your face. Inside bar. Another breakout. Topping tail. It's got slammed back down near the day's low. Next, you see how bar by bar analysis, I'm telling you exactly what happened objectively with an oscillator. It gapped over the high of these 4 bars. But again, it couldn't go anywhere. It closed at near the low. Next bar. Took out the low, closed deep into the red bar. That, now you have my attention. Bottoming tail correction bar, price void. So we gave to our subscribers, buy the stock over the high of this green bar. That's my money bar. So I'm trading in overall pattern. What's the overall pattern here? Breakout. But I'm using bar by bar analysis, including the power of the tail, today's session, as my tell, my clue that it's ready to hit the mouse, the button to enter. It was over the high of that. Breakout 1, 2, 3 weekly. 1, 2, 3 weekly, folks. I'm not showing you the weekly, but this is telling you what? We just went over it on the prior slide. It's telling me that the bigger time frame bias is in alignment. Look, this was an easy management. Easy, 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 easy. Went into trail mode, $500. That's what, I'm talking swing trading today. Swing trading to us is a holding period 2 to 10 days. Look, flat 20 and 50. If I took these candles out and I see this and I see the 20 starting to move up, that's telling me it broke out. But we trade candlesticks. So here's my gap, here's my range expansion bottoming tail. We would have bought over the high of this bar. Stop under the low. But guess what? It gapped up too much. So we waited for our setup. If you want to use the baseball analogy, you wait for your pitch. And guess what? What if you don't get your pitch? Easy answer. You don't have a tradable setup. Move on. Now, the buy setup triggered. This tail, smaller than this, it's still a retest. Range expansion. I bought here, stop under here. Now, this is a new setup called a bullish 1, 2, 3 continuation. What's that, Dan? Wide range bar from consolidation, has to be close to the 20. We don't take 1, 2, 3s far from the 20, period. We want them from consolidation or a bullish setup. Inside bar in the upper part, you buy over the high of the 2 bars. Now move your stop under the low of this bar. Remember that one sentence I gave you about trade management? If it accelerates higher, far from the 20, go back into trail mode. Because I don't want to wait for a retracement and pivot to form to move my stop unless I might have a target of $10 on the weekly chart, and then I would. Then you let it retrace and pivot. This one we bought call options. So the benefit of buying calls and puts as directional trades are threefold. You're controlling your bias of the underlying with leverage, with a significantly less cost, which is your max loss. And if it goes against you and stops out, the majority of the time, not always, the way we trade, I will lose less money on my call option than you lose trading the stock. And that's because there's still extrinsic value left in my call option. So here's my description. You can read it here. Look, bullish weekly and monthly. Sold half for this. Look, we made 55% return. I can't tell how many days. But look, we held this 13 days. So it was a simple management. But I hope you're seeing the power of the tail. So igniting tail, retest tail, and a 1, 2, 3. Nothing to do. Look, junk, 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 junk. This actually was a buyable 1, 2, 3, but that's not today's subject. That was a good setup. Had a nice game. We would have sold some in the strength. We would have moved stop break even. And now it's retracing back to support the breakout area. Look, this is not a tradable pattern yet. I got up tails, bottoming tails. It's just consolidating and building a new base of support at the breakout area. Bottoming tail took out the prior tail, closed in the upper half, another tail, closing breakout. Now you got my attention. This one, this trade, we did not buy the stock. This is what I mentioned earlier called an income trade, where we say, look, I follow everything you just said, Dan. When this, and we would do it into a close, let's say the last, 30 minutes of the day, to make sure that this bar is going to trade, that's going to hold strong. Actually, I say long here, so I think we gave it as a long and a put spread. On compelling patterns, we often do both. So when we sell a put spread or even a naked put, we find where support is and we sell a put, and then we buy a further out of the money put, and we keep the difference as a net credit. And as long as it closes above that short strike, which we're using our technical analysis to give us that opinion, we keep the money. So 3 days, made $195, nice return. And these type of trades go in our weekly options trader, which only sells options at turning points, naked options and spreads, just for weekly income, we call it. And so whatever week this was, 2 months ago, we were 12 for 12. I hope you all are noticing mess. There's nothing that interests me. Actually, this interests me. For what? Another breakdown failure. Okay, another breakdown failure. I mean, you all can't talk back to me because you're not in our green room, but notice how this tail traded under the lows, range expansion. Now this bar, range expansion, big fat green candlestick. Yes, you could have bought that for 2 to 5 day swing trade, but my target would have been this mess. I would not have predicted that. I'm not a Monday morning quarterback, but on this green bar, this would have been a beautiful time to sell one of these put spreads we just talked about. And we have a checklist for that. I would probably go down to the 575s, or well, they don't have 575s. I'd go down to the 570 and do a 570, 560 put spread, provided it's liquid. You always got to make sure options are liquid before buying or selling them. All right, but this is the trade we actually did. I just saw that and threw in an extra example there for you since we're talking about tails. Tail. Folks, gap breakdown. So Dan, is there anything to do with this tail? No, there's nothing to do except start gaining evidence bar by bar. Red bar, suggested lower prices. 2 inside bars, gapped above this little topping tail, closing breakout. Remember I told you a 1, 2, 3 was 1 inside bar in the upper third? We call a 1, 2, 3, 4 where we have 2 inside bars, 2 or more, and the additional bar takes out the low of the inside bar and snaps right back. Bottoming tail. So do you remember I've been highlighting and reminding over and over and over again, the power of the tails are giving us, it's not a tradable event. It's not a tradable event. It's giving us information within the trade setup that we are trading, whether it's a breakout, buy setup, W bottom, 1, 2, 3, and this bottoming tail bar made this 1, 2, 3 even more powerful. What did we do? Bought the stock. Wide range breakout at the 20 MA. So see, we gave this. See, I didn't even call it a 1, 2, 3, 4, did I? We called it a wide range breakout at the 20 MA. So we gave this as a long over the high of that. But then, you know, I could have written here, I could have said, you know what? It's a new setup add. And look, we just, well, no, I take that back. We did buy it right here. All right, we did buy it right here. How do I know that? Well, look at the price, number one, 743. And number two, look, we only held it 1 day. Held it 1 day, made 770 bucks on that pop. Climactic buy setup. So we've spent 30 minutes together. Can you already appreciate the power of tails and what I've been sharing with you so far in these examples? So if I were able to talk to you, my question is, does it jump out at you, the power of the tail in this setup? What's the setup? A retest. We call this a T2 reversal. It's a bottoming tail. 2T is a tail. This is the first tail of a climactic buy setup. This is my second tail that took out the prior low, range expansion, closing breakout. And folks, this is where, you know, I say it's the seasoning that you need an objective course. And that's obviously what my partner Greg Capper has, the most amazing swing trading course. And then you need the seasoning, because Greg and I, we look at charts, we don't even say the setup, we just give each other a symbol. And we know exactly what the other person is looking at. So this one was actually XLU, had a beautiful bounce. And I was like, of course. And then you have to have the confidence to have seen this movie so many times. Like, do you remember, you know, those silly Halloween movies? And, you know, I say, look, we've all watched Halloween Part 84, right? The music's playing, it's 2 in the morning, and they're in the kitchen, and the girl's getting a snack, and you see the dude in the knife. What's the likely thing that's going to happen on Halloween Part 84? Poor girl's going to get her throat slashed. I have such confidence in this pattern. Now, does that mean I can give you 100% assurity? Of course not. We have stop losses. I mean, this thing could have gapped down here on bad news or something. But we are picture probability traders. You see something you have high confidence in, calculate position size, manage in between. Downtrend, mess, 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 mess. I have a close breakout above the topping tail. Look at all these tails. These tails are telling me I'm not going down anymore. Okay, so where's my tradable event? Well, I'll tell you when I see it. And in this case, it's where the arrow is. It's a closing breakout over this topping tail with a price void. 300 bucks, 5-day swing trade. So that one was very easy management. Downtrend. I have a closing breakdown with 2 topping tails. Here, lower low, lower high. This bar right here, short under the lows. Breakdown, swing trade. And so we shorted there, and this one, you know, we only held 2 days. We had such a nice gain. Big gap up here. Under, this thing broke down under all the moving averages. We call this like a shock event. Like if you were short here and it closed like this, you're not a happy trader. Where's my trade, Dan? Do I buy over the high of this? No. There's no setup. It's too extended and there's resistance to the left. There's no setup. But I'm going to monitor. Okay, it went up again at resistance, fine, red bar. I told you it was gonna come back down at resistance. Green bar, this is what we call a 180 reversal. And notice the little tail took out the low of the other one. Closing breakout. Now I got you. Now I've seen this movie. Price void to the left. I'm buying over the high of this bar. Manage in between. Look, it didn't even take out a prior bar's low. This is our green room. You've heard me mention a few times, and we have a $7 no-brainer trial to spend a week with us. My partner, Greg Capra, is a pioneer in technical analysis. I've been working with him 25 years, and he has, he started when there were no direct access platforms, but he is the most amazing technician I've ever met. Techno fundamental approach. We use market internals, intermarket analysis. You could spend 5 trading days with us. We start at 9 a.m., do a market bias, look at opens, look at gaps, get our hit list for the morning, review opens, answering questions all day, scanning, telling jokes, have a great time. And it's where I say you walk the talk, because I'm going over these beautiful slides with you, and hopefully you're learning a lot, but that's different than the bars moving in front of your face, isn't it, in real time? Absolutely it is. But our green room, that's exactly what we're doing. We're giving real-time observation and, I won't say an education of what's happening in real time. This is another 1, 2, 3, 4. Why does this tail make this pattern better? Well, it's another 1, 2, 3, 4. We talked about it, but it's a mini shakeout. Snapped right back, another inside bar. Halloween point part 86. I've seen that picture. Breakout failure. Closing breakdown. Where's my entry? Well, I could have shorted under the low of this bar because this topping tail went up into resistance here, and I got a price void to the left. So that was fine. That's a beautiful topping tail. Folks, what makes this one better? We've talked about it many times. What makes this pattern better after this bar? This was a big green bar at the bar's high. Closed with a range expansion. Notice here, it's a closing new low. Anybody long on this thing is in total hope mode. Notice the small gap down the next day. With such, such confidence, I would be saying short a 5-minute low. Stop prior bars high, manage in between. Day trading, 15-minute chart. Down on the day, bearish consolidation. Look, tail, tail, tail. Getting tight. We got our 3 p.m. reversal period into the afternoon. No brainer late day breakdown. Sell setup. Remember, I've shown you a couple of buy setups. A sell setup is a retracement and reversal at resistance. Tail, range expansion, tail, inside bar, tail. Short the heck under the low of this bar. Stop over the high. Here's my price void. This fluid move up leaves no support to halt a move down. No brainer setup, you all. But you need the education and the confidence and understanding of the setup. But do you see how every example here, I'm showing you how the power of the tail was better. Bearish consolidation. The trade setup is a breakdown daily and weekly. Tail. This could have been a buyable 1, 2, 3, anticipating, bottom fishing. It never triggered. tail, 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 closing low, pounding on this thing. It's just a pounding short right there. Stop over the high of that. Little gap reversal. This looks like the same one, yeah, that I went over earlier. We find these and we use TC2000 for scanning. Oh, I'm out of time here. Let me finish up. All right, but TC2000, Greg makes these, and we give all of our scans to our subscribers, and it's a starting point. So just tails, I said, it's not it, but we do everything I've been sharing with you about. Okay, so the setup, etc. These are our best deals in the entire year. Go to mastertrader.com/deals now. We have deals on stock, option seminars, our green trading room. It's just amazing deals that we only do one time a year. Email me, Dan@mastertrader.com, with any questions. Hope you enjoyed that as much as I did delivering it. And come, check out the deals, but come take a $7 trial and meet Greg and me, and watch us do our talk in real time. Have a great afternoon, folks, and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Dan. I put Dan's website on the chat there. I'm gonna put a special offer in as well right now. All right, so Dan's special offer is in the chat box there. Thank you, Dan, for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the webinar.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, I'm just messing around with my computer right now, trying to get it organized. I got some new screens that I purchased, so I'm trying to organize those. So yes, thank you, Dan and Greg Capra. Have a really, they've really provided the trading community with incredible valuable services and education over the last 25 years. The technical bar by bar analysis you guys do at MasterTrader is second to none. Love your presentation on tails. I learned something new every time you join us. Great stuff, and thank you so much for being here today at Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Dan Gibby of MasterTrader. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box, or you can find Mr. Dan Gibby and Greg Capra at mastertrader.com. That's mastertrader.com. And yeah, this special offer is also in the box there as well. So thanks again, Dan. Wishing you and your family a happy and healthy holiday season. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner. All right, guys. Our next presenter is a crowd favorite. He is an extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in day trading as a college student. He has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He is actively day trading futures, focused primarily on NQ. He was able to achieve a $30,000 in payouts in a single month with Apex. He enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level of tools for 2025 is the great Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
What's up, Anthony?
Hey, good to hear you.
Yeah, and it's so great to be here today. I'm so thankful to be here with you guys, and going to give you hopefully what I think is my best today. Give you some ideas. We'll walk through some chart windows, NASDAQ, S&P, and more. So let's get into it. Thanks for the intro, Anthony. All right. All right, so that's a picture of me right there. Title of my talk today is called NinjaTrader to the Next Level, Tools for 2025. I'm assuming there's some folks in here who have never heard of me before, so I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction. Ever since college, I've been developing software on the NinjaTrader platform, and I built a business doing this. I'm also a futures trader, although, Anthony was touting my payouts. I'll show you those. I haven't traded as much this year because I've found that it's hard to build a software company and trade at the same time. So I would say I'm primarily building a software company at the moment, but hopefully in January or February, I will be trading futures again. So excited about that. I'm also watching the chat today, guys, so I can see your questions. If you have questions, please put them in. I'm going to be watching that. If you just want to say hi, if you guys could just participate with me. Is there anyone here that does not use NinjaTrader at this point? Or do we have NinjaTrader users in the house today? Who do we got? If you guys would participate, I would love to see some responses there. Bumblebee, you do not use NinjaTrader. Okay. Eric's a big time yes with 2 exclamation points. Thanks, Eric. And multi-charts, NT, David Giles, I recognize, sorry, maybe I shouldn't call out the last names. David, I recognize your name though. I'm not sure, I think you might have some of my software. So, yeah, and hopefully there's been kind of an intro to trading futures today, Bumblebee. I probably won't cover that a whole lot. Hey, Dan. So I'm a big fan of NinjaTrader. Obviously, guys, I've built a career on building third-party or add-ons to enhance the NinjaTrader platform. That's why I'm calling this NinjaTrader to the next level, because I'm going to show you guys some of the things that I've built. The programming language is awesome. Literally, you can build almost anything you can think of. And so I'm going to show you some of the best things that I built today. Hopefully, some of you will be interested in taking advantage of a great discount today here as we come into the Christmas season. So let's get into it a little bit more here. So that's me. This is where I work. I'm presenting from this building today. I'm really proud of this, having always worked from home. It was right around COVID when I bought this office condo. So just the left side of this building is where I work and do business. Where I'm presenting from you today is at my desk. Here in the back corner of the building is my office. Pretty much looks like this, a little bit messier at the moment, but that's the setup I've got right now. One of the favorite things I want to show you about me, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, Eric. Thanks for asking. One of the things I want to show you that I've gotten into over the past year or two is my sauna and my cold plunge. And so I think this is a lot of fun as far as growing in discipline, like growing in the ability to do hard things. If you ever tried to get in cold water or even turn the water cold in your shower at some point, just turn it as cold as it goes, you're going to find that's hard. And there's also just all sorts of benefits for our bodies when we do this stuff. So that's something I've gotten into. If you're into that, I'd love to hear from you. And we can just chit chat about that later. But hopefully, Bumblebee, it's funny that you'll say that. He says you'll live forever. I'm dating a girl right now that's 11 years younger than me. So I'm definitely focused on living for a long time. Like I want to be able to take care of my family and my kids. And so I'm like, man, I got to be healthy. I got to take care of my body, whole longevity thing and all that. So anyways, you're not here for this. That's enough. But I love the interactions. Hopefully, Eric, I'll be able to hear from you at some point. And you know, you guys can always reach me. My phone number's on the website. You can shoot me a text, give me a call. Even I may not pick up today, but we'll see kind of my availability. Or the best way is using the website chat, bottom right corner of the website, to say hi. And there my team, David, Larry, and myself can answer your questions. But here we are live. So if you have a question, I'm here to answer it. So I'll be watching. So I did get these payouts, guys, but this is almost a year ago at this point. So I like to lead with full transparency, and it doesn't mean that I'm better than anyone else, but I just want to show you guys kind of the last time I got a payout was in February of 2024. But I did secure about $30,000 in payouts over 3 months, which is sick. And I hope to get back into it soon. I'm going to show you today some of my trade setups and the ways that I was trading and how I'm watching the market as I watch even most recently. All right. So when you think about a trading plan, guys, this is, I think, 6 points that I want you to take away here. If you're building a trading plan for 2024, and I see Rory Powers in here. Hey, Rory. his presentation coming up next is going to be fantastic. He uses my trade copier. We actually need to touch base and just make sure that's working for you, man. But yeah, so just talking about a trading plan, I think it requires a lot of discipline, right? That's why I like to talk about the cold plunge and the sauna, because those are things I use to build discipline in my life and to do hard things. And certainly day trading is hard, right? So when you have this plan and you stick to it, it's going to help you develop some momentum, I believe, no matter where you're at. If you're trading well, if you're just getting started, I think these are 6 things you might want to look at. So maybe take a screenshot or take some notes. Defining your trading hours, right? I don't think anyone should trade all day long. I won't go into the details, but it's just too much, right? Staring at screens for 6 hours, nobody needs to be doing that. All right. And also you're picking the best hours when the market's moving. So there I've defined my trading hours, even not trading the first 5 minutes when the market opens, because it's crazy, right? Maximum trades, 5. What does this do? It's going to limit the amount of trades you're taking, right? So you're going to be more picky about the best trades. It's going to help you have patience as you're looking for the right opportunity to enter the market. What markets allowed? Are you specializing in markets, right? I see guys trading 5 or 6 markets. If you're trading the way I trade, a lot of these guys on here that I've heard today, Mr. Goldstein was on. There were some futures traders, there were some stock traders, but the way I'm presenting today, I'm looking at and advising you. And I know Rory and the guys at Rightline do the same thing. They're looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 markets tops and just trying to become an expert in those markets and get to know them, right? How many contracts? We're limiting our trade size, right? We're using a trade size that's reasonable and good. We're not sizing up. We're not scaling into trades. We're managing our risk, right? And I may not talk a lot about that today, but even on a dollar amount per trade or per day, so you can always live to play another day. We don't win every single day, right? Despite what you might hear, there's going to be days when it's tough. And so you have to manage your risk. Language and mindset, last 2 points here. Just want to say, like, I think it's so important to keep a positive mindset and to keep your language positive when you're speaking. I think it impacts everything about the way we approach trading. So I'm going to ask you guys some questions here. Have you ever missed a trade entry because price is moving too quickly to get the order placed? Okay, so I have a solution for this. That is for day trading, money trader. Yep, I'm talking about the idea I'm proposing here is day trading, which is just like single trades throughout the day. So you're not holding positions overnight. You're not really even holding positions all day long. Usually the trades I'm going to be showing you, in my opinion, are like anywhere from 1 minute or less than 1 minute in length to maybe 10, 15, half hour. Usually if a trade's going a half hour for me, it's probably not going well, right? I'm waiting around, you know, it's potentially just, it's not taking off in the direction that I was thinking it was going to go. So if you've missed a trade, I think I've got some tools that can help you with this. I'm going to show you my enhanced chart trader today. You struggle with trade exit decisions, such as following your plan for target and stop loss orders, right? So keeping a risk reward can be huge. Would your trading results improve with predetermined areas where the market reversal can be expected? So today I'm going to show you my key levels indicator that combines very important numbers into one chart window to take a look. And we'll see even today, yesterday's close was a big one in the NASDAQ. And then lastly, do your trading tools make day trading easier or more difficult, right? And so when I say NinjaTrader to the next level, I want to make your life easier. I'm built tools. It's going to help you get into trades. Semi-automated tools, right? Entering on the bar close is going to help you get out of trades, potentially when a bar closes as well, or using particular targets, stop losses, risk reward, position sizing. So I'm going to show you my proposal, and this is what I'm looking to rebrand my company next year, is based on excellence. It's time to start trading futures with excellence. No more silly mistakes. And so today I'm going to showcase some of my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence. And guys, I was in and out of different presentations today. There's been some awesome presenters. Remember one woman talking about how we need to have a charting platform, right? We need to have a good charting platform. No platform is perfect, right? I'm not here to say NinjaTrader is the best. There's tons of different options, but I believe you need to be educated on software. You need to understand your trading platform, get to know it, understand it. You know, I always give, and this is like maybe just a little bit of a rant, but my customers who say I'm not tech savvy, I'm thinking you need to get tech savvy. You need to be willing to learn and understand your trading platform. And so just a little bit of a side note there, but I want to encourage you guys today. Let's get into the chart windows here in a moment. Cool. So again, today, the main topics I'm going to cover are, first of all, fully automated support and resistance. I'm going to show you my support and resistance software. Second, trade setups with risk management practices. I'm going to show you specific trade setups that I used even on the NASDAQ when I got those payouts. And then 3, chart trading features for all trading styles. Let's say styles. I don't know why it says trading. So trade setups. What type of trade setups we're going to look at? I'm going to look at some discretionary trading with semi-automated entries. We're going to develop on this meeting today, we're going to develop some trade setups together. And we're going to look at specific chart types and indicators. So I'm going to get out of this and just look at the charts today. And hopefully you guys can follow what I'm talking about. Bumblebee, I don't trade stocks. So I would say that the indicators and the methods I'm about to show you, I think would translate over to stocks. Absolutely. When you look at moving averages, you look at yesterday's high, low and close. But yeah, so I think it could work on stocks. This is the NASDAQ, guys. And so what I've got here are some indicators. Today, I'm going to give you the opportunity to get everything you see in this chart window. You can set it up exactly like this if this is like something that you're connecting with here today. Let me take a drink real quick. So let's take a look. So the NASDAQ has been kind of downtrending here since 2 o'clock. I'm not sure what this spike was about, but it looks like it spiked above the VWAP and down. So let's go ahead and cover like what you're looking at here. So these are moving averages. So I've got the 20 and the 50 1-minute EMA that makes up this red area right here. And then above it is another red area, which is the 20 and the 50 5-minute EMAs. So these EMAs are more higher time frame. So what I love about this already is I can see the higher time frame trend developing. I can even see as we started to move up here in the NASDAQ, the 5-minute was still red and beginning to cross, but what happened? It totally failed to break out up, and the moving averages on the 5-minute never crossed over. They remained bearish the whole time. Okay, so you've got 20 and 50 EMAs based on the 1-minute and the 5-minute chart. This is a 1-minute chart, right? Then we've got the 200 EMA right here, this white or off-white looking line. Simple, that's it, guys. Then up here you've got the VWAP. So I think the VWAP is commonly used in a lot of circles lately as a key important level where the market responds or reverses. So here it just kind of spiked through it and came back down. But that's the indicators I'm looking at. So super simple, but I even know like Marina, who spoke earlier, uses moving averages in MACD. You don't need to overcomplicate this, you guys, right? So what's cool about this software I've developed here is that you can see your 5-minute moving averages on a 1-minute chart. You could even go out on a tick chart and put these moving averages in the chart window. Yeah, they look like a cloud, but essentially I'm filling the space between these moving averages to show or to indicate kind of what the market's doing, right? So it kind of gives me a visual to look at the chart quickly and see, okay, we're bearish on the 1 minute, we're bearish on the 5 minute, so on and so forth. And then lastly here, so now we're coming up against the 5 minute 20 EMA as resistance right now. Okay, and then lastly here, I've got the key levels. So yesterday's close, this was cool. This morning, after the market opened, we were chopping around, sort of bearish off the VWAP here, combined with the 5 minute 20 EMA. Okay, it came down and bottomed out right at yesterday's close. So a lot of these levels, okay, are, and this is obviously a slow day. We're coming up on Christmas. It's just, it's not doing much. But even on the ES here, we've got, let me see, came up against yesterday's pivot point up here at the high of the day, right? So as far as developing a trade setup from this, I want to propose this to you guys, which is when the moving average crosses over, we're going to short the first pullback into the area, right? So let's just take a look at a few trades here. All right, we're going to short or go long. So I don't use drawing tools much, crazy. All right, ellipse right here. So this is the crossover, right? So what happens? We cross over and then we're selling when it comes back up to the red. So we place a sell limit order here, get short. That's a great trade, right? For only looking at this trade setup. Now, remember my rules, right? I'm only trading 9:30 to 11:30. So right here at 11:35, we get a long. It crossed over, it turned blue. We buy the pullback into the blue area, which is the 2050 EMA. And that's a winning trade. That played out on the ES to get back to the high. Now, I'm not here to point out trades after the fact. That's the last thing I want to do, right? I'm just trying to give you guys some ideas. Same thing here, crossed over its red, sell the red area. Crossed over its blue, buy the blue area, went up. Here's a bounce off the VWAP and the 20 combined. These are the things I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for when multiple things align. When I've got the VWAP plus the 20, I've got two big things potentially holding this up to make a trade. Okay, crossover, sell the red area. You got the VWAP backing you up here. A lot of times on these pullbacks, I'm trying to target like the previous high, previous low. So if I were taking these trades, if I'm long here, probably hard to see my crosshairs. My target's going to be a revisit of the high. This might be painful, right? If I'm sitting up here and it obviously like, it doesn't quite make it, then I'm waiting and it popped up again, but didn't go through. Depending on where my order is, it actually double topped, it looks like, to the exact tick right there. So that might be where you're filled if you're trying to get out the high. The same thing here, if you're shorting the red, you're waiting for a target to revisit this low right here at a minimum, right? So these are already good risk reward trades because shorting the 20 here, you're not going to allow it to break above the VWAP, but your target is more like almost 8 points on this to revisit the low right here. So just some example trades. Now it looks like on the ES, we're forming potentially a long. If this crosses over, goes blue, we would buy the pullback into the blue. All right, guys, let's look at the same trade setup on the NASDAQ. All right, so 9:30, we shot down, bounced off the VWAP. It was red here. This is a wild trade, right? But technically, it crossed over, it's red. So you're selling the red area. And what's your stop? Good question. So I'm determining stops a lot of times based on the ATR. So this is going to be, and Bumblebee left. That's funny. He was wanting to trade stocks. I'm just kind of looking at the chat, seeing if you guys have questions. So ask me questions if you do, okay? Because sometimes I think this is just second nature for me, and you guys could be confused. But anyways, this is a trade setup, right? The 20 and the 50 crossed over. The color has turned red. We're selling up here. What are we looking at to determine the size of our stop? We can look at the ATR. So this is telling us that the average size of a bar right here at this moment is 28 points. So we need to risk at least 28 points in this trade. And I say a lot of times 1.5 times. So 1.5, 28 times 1.5 is 42 points. So is it okay to risk 42 points on the NASDAQ? Sure. Okay. If your target, so let's take a look at what our target would be. As I was saying, I would target, so let's say I'm short at 640, target's down here at this low, right? 570. So you're targeting 70 points. Now I would imagine this is difficult. Same thing with the other trade I showed with the ES. Didn't quite get to the low, okay? And if you're targeting the low, you're probably pretty frustrated because it came all the way back up. But if you wait, it did end up busting through this low right here before the pullback. Okay, but this is probably contrary to what a lot of people, what a lot of guys are teaching you all. Because I said you all. I guess I'm like from the South now. You guys, okay, y'all. Because I see a lot of guys taking 5 points in the NASDAQ. 5 points? Really? I don't know. Show me if you can do it, I guess. But 5 points is a small target, and you're going to get stopped out a lot if you're doing a 5 point, 10 point, 15 point stop on this thing, especially right now. So I think the ATR down here, which again is the average size of a bar, this is telling me right here, right at this point, let's say like right here, look at the right side of my screen, 33 basically. So right at this point, we were averaging 33 points per bar. That gives us an idea of the smallest size our stop should be, the smallest size if we're trading the NASDAQ, right? Based on the ATR. So that's one trade setup. Let's go look when it crossed blue. So here it crossed. So we're blue, we buy the pullback. We had the VWAP backing us up. Again here with a 21 point stop. Even if we were long at 75, our stop's just below all of this. Again, I'm not saying it should be 21 points. I'm saying anywhere from ATR to 1 times the ATR to 2 times the ATR as a stop. But again, you're buying the pullback and you're targeting the high, right? So again, this is, somebody asked earlier, are you day trading? This is one of those trades where you're in and out in 2 minutes. You're in, bar spikes up here, you're out. It's over. You got your profit. On this, 74 up to 14, it's a 40 point win or so if you just got out at the high. Crossed over, went red. Right here, you sell this pullback. This is a tough one. You may or may not have gotten filled depending on what price you're targeting here, and it's gone, right? It's gone. It's tanks. Crossed over. Again, this is the 20 and the 50. Chris, welcome in, man. It's actually just a 20 and a 50 EMA based on the 1 minute chart. And then the bigger cloud that you see that's red the whole time here is a 20 and a 50 based on a 5 minute chart. Okay, so what other trade setups could we develop, right? We could say, and here's the next trade. Crossed over, went blue, buy the pullback. Again, tough trade, right? Slowly went up. We know these trades aren't easy, right? Then you go into the red and then it spikes up and you get your winner up here. If you just waited for this previous high, right? Asking yourself, what is the most previous high before I get long right here? So this is like a beautiful entry. I mean, it bounced perfectly, but it didn't go straight to target. It came back against you a little bit and then went to reapproach this previous high. So, man, this is fun. This makes me really want to get back into trading. Okay, now watch. This is going to be the one time we get a losing trade. So see, you got the trade setup developing right here. So, by the way, I'll take this trade. Obviously, this is just a sim account. We're not here to like really trade today. So I just went and filled that. All right, but I want to show you guys something So we'll take a 30-point, what's our ATR? 16. So we'll go ahead with a 30-point risk. I'll put my target here. All right. So I want to show you guys a trade back here. But again, if you're watching these moving averages, the market bounces off of these things all the time, right? You can't take it every time, but it's constantly reacting to moving averages as support and resistance. So guys, I want to talk about my chart trader. So this is another thing that I've developed. On the right side, you see my chart trader platform. On the left side, you see NinjaTrader's. So I've made a lot of enhancements to this. One being the dollar amount. You can see right here on the targets, the dollar amount of your target, the dollar amount of your stop right away. You can toggle it to see it in points. So I can see I have a 40-point target now. Over here, you have no way to see that on Ninjas. Ticks, dollars, points, okay? You've got a break even button here. So the break even button is going to function if I'm not in the green. Click this, it moves my target to break even, which is pretty cool. You can attach orders to plots. So like when I click on this order and hover over this plot, it's telling me, look, it's a 5-minute 50 EMA, right? So then I can attach, let's say I want to attach my target to that plot. I would click on this plot and now it's attached. Now the target one is going to trail down with the 5-minute 50 EMA. Of course, I can click and move it just to unattach it. That's just a few features built into this thing. There's so much more. You can get into the videos and read on my website to understand more of what I've built into this chart trader with position sizing, the ability to enter on a bar close, all sorts of different things. But anyways, so I hope I've given you guys some things to look at. I'm looking at here, we have 15 minutes remaining in this presentation, and I hope this trade setup's been valuable for you. This is simple, but it's what I believe I'll be doing if I get back into trading this spring, is the simplicity of moving averages combined with important key levels, right? So yeah, it appears to have broken yesterday's close, but as soon as it spiked up aggressively, to me, that was indicating that it's a failure, right? It didn't truly break yesterday's close and it found support at yesterday's close. So just one key level built into this indicator of all sorts of levels. You can see up here, I've got the low from 11 days ago, the high from 12 days ago, the high from 13 days ago here. So all these levels, and then when they overlap, I'm turning it into a zone. So that's kind of what that's doing. Again, it's impossible to explain all this in one single presentation, but here we are, I'm doing my best. So as we move into other tabs here, we've got position sizing features, which I can't go into today. Renko and range. So like, let's say you want to take a trade and you want to take the next long range bar. I'm going to close this trade just for demonstration. Let's say I want to get long the next green Renko. I'll just hit this button. Okay, and then as soon as the green bar closes, it puts the order at the right place. Okay, and then as soon as I get a green bar up, I'm going to be filled. So you guys ever trade there? Now it trailed it down. We got a red bar. You guys ever trade Renkos and you're trying to place the order at the right place to get in when the green bar forms? That's what I built this for, right? You can just literally start working an entry order, and then as soon as you get that green bar up, you're going to be filled on the trade. Obviously, I didn't have an ATM strategy selected, so there's going to be no targets and stops, but you would have an ATM selected here, just like you do in Ninja with your target and your stop, and it would place the entry with the target and the stop. I can enter on the bar close. So like here, it happened so fast, but I just set it up to enter long on any bar, and then it got, it entered the long, the buy market entry as the bar closed. So like if you click that, it will be pending, right? So this is saying I want to sell if the next bar closes down, or I want to buy on any bar. I just want to buy when the bar closes. So again, like we talked about, and David, you had said, yeah, I've missed some trades. It's easy to miss trades, right? So little tools like this help you not miss a trade, right? It helps you get into a trade when the bar closes, or get into the trade when the reversal bar happens on Renko or range. Now, I don't want to overlook the fact that this was a losing trade, right? I entered this trade and the market has literally squashed down, okay? As like squashed. I don't know where I came up with that. It's sort of tanking, right? Right through here. So if you entered at the 20 here, you only got about 10 points out of this before it came down. Now, there's different ways you could have managed this, right? I'm not here to like claim to be an expert. If I had payouts, I'd show you. Like, I haven't had payouts recently, right? So I'm just giving you some ideas of ways that I traded earlier in 2024 and the end of 2023. Yeah, this thing's tanking. So the 20 and the 50 provided some support, but the higher trend prevailed. And why do I say the higher trend? Because the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute, 20 and 50 is still bearish, right? So the 5 minute chart is still telling us we're in a bearish trend. Okay, you guys cool with that? So this is my chart trader. Lots of different features to look at in there. You guys can take a look later. Don't worry, I'm going to give you a place to go look at everything that I offer, and you can ask my team questions later. I know it's a lot, but if you use NinjaTrader, I know for a fact you're going to find some things valuable about my software. So let's take a look here. Even as I click this, I can see this without commissions, with commissions, or I can hide the P&L, right? I can even trade micros on a mini chart. So watch this. If I hit this here, now I'm trading micros, and I'll just like say go long. And this, sorry guys, this is a micro. I can know because I'll look at my currency. You see the currency numbers, how small the currency values are? That's 1 micro. So I'm trading a micro contract on a mini NASDAQ chart. So if you have things that calculate off the mini, but you need to trade the micro, great way to do that. So anyways, let's get back to, I'm going to wrap up here. So yeah, you can plan your trade in the chart window, right? So this is pretty cool too. I can plan out my trades. So if you guys pre-plan your trades, I can set my targets, my entry, my stop in advance. I can see my risk reward. In fact, here it's not even letting me go lower because my max risk is 1,000. So it's preventing me from risking more than I've set as my maximum risk on a trade. So you can plan your trade in the chart window. You can click buy to place the order. You're literally moving around your targets and your stops before the trade is filled. Right? So then as the trade gets filled, now you've already got your targets and your stops in place. So that's the ATM strategy planning features. But yeah, this is my basic chart trader tools over here, and compared to what you get with the standard NinjaTrader platform, not even comparable. The 786 level, Tom, is generated from the high and the low of yesterday. So you're taking a 786 retracement between the high and the low. So let's take a look at that real quickly, and then I got to wrap up. So do you see the high up here, Tom? You see the low down here? In between the high and the low is a 786% retracement. Yesterday's high, yesterday's low, 78% from the high to the low. That's how that's generated. So it's Fibonacci. Here you got whole numbers. I mark out the whole numbers because I believe that they matter. And you can see the NASDAQ did bounce off a whole number here. So that's that. I'm going to give you guys my offer here. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint. I just want you to know as well, if any of you are in here and you're using prop firms, I have a trade copier. I want to show you that real quick. This is my trade copier. So I've got all sorts of features in this. You guys can go look at later. Just released a new update this morning. I'm continuously updating it to work with prop firms to show how far you are from blowing an account, set daily goal, loss, copy trades across multiple accounts, all sorts of neat features in here. You can even hide your dollar amounts. You can hide your account numbers. So that's my trade copier. But let's take a look. So today, getting back to the PowerPoint, today I'm going to give you guys an offer here through Traders Corner. This is my offer. It's going to be 40% off everything. So everything that I have available to add on and enhance the NinjaTrader platform is going to be 40% off. So if you like the chart, Roy, you just log into the website, and I'm working on some things to have release notes for you guys. Thank you, Roy, for being a customer, man. Thanks for coming out today and just hanging. But yeah, you can always get the latest updates in the members area. And shortly, we'll be emailing all of you guys as we release a bigger update and a new YouTube video and all that. You guys are all going to get notified, and we'll have release notes. You guys can see what is new in the software, all that. 40% off, guys. So if you want your chart to look exactly like my chart looked today, this is what you need. It's the support and resistance suite. So you're getting my key levels confluence indicator. You're getting the MA's trend indicator, which plots all the moving averages, and much more at 40% off at $8.95. My trade copier again is on sale. Briefly mention this. It's going to be covered on the landing page. Basic chart trader tools. If you like the buy click and the sell click, attaching orders to indicator plots, that's only $115. You want to start at a low price with something that I built. My chart trader is $115. The essential tools is a little bit of a step up. If you want the position sizing, the ATM strategy planning features, that's another add-on to the chart trader. So the chart trader is made up of all sorts of different features. You kind of select what features you want and build out the chart trader based on your needs. So again, that's ATM strategy planning, quickly change between ATMs. You can change between 4 ATMs by clicking a button, position sizing, and risk reward. Okay, then you've got the ability to buy all these other features. So you can build your own custom trailing stops. We can do the Renko and range trades that I talked about. We can enter on the bar close. We can enter a bracket trade, which is good for news events. So much is in here, you guys. And the last piece of my offer is even better than what I had on Black Friday. It's insane, I think, is to go all in. So you would get everything built into my chart trader, every single feature built in, and you would get the support and resistance suite, which is all the indicators I showed in my chart window today. So you'd have your charts looking exactly like my charts do, okay? And then you would also get my chart trader as well. And everything that's built into it, not just the basic features, everything. And what I'm going to do today for the first 3 people that buy the professional chart trader tools, first 3 of you are going to get all those indicators as well to set up the chart window to look exactly like it looks today. So just like this. Your charts will look just like this, and then you'll have all these, so you can set up all these different types of buttons in the chart trader. All right, so I want to go through some questions. This is the professional chart trader tools. I want you guys to look at my customer reviews. I don't want you to miss that. And that's at the top of my website. So now I'm just going to go ahead and pull up the website. So I'll put this in the chat for you guys. I know Anthony usually does it, but here we go. I'm gonna put this to the whole audience right here. Okay, so now you guys can click that link and we're gonna look at this together real quick. I'll pull it up. This is what the page looks like. And so the coupon code is corner, but everything is summarized right here. Okay, so the key levels confluence is here. If you just want the moving average indicator, that's available here. I talked about the ATR briefly. The support resistance suite is an incredible value. Getting even another indicator that I didn't talk about today, several more indicators, but you can check this out. You guys have all the time in the world between today, tomorrow, and Saturday to check out all of these links, more information. Click on the more information links. Here's my trade copier. A lot of these pages also have videos too, where I cover, you know, different things in more detail. Basic chart trader tools. So basically your two main options today are the support resistance suite, right? Where you're going to get everything as it looks in my chart window, or the professional chart trader tools where you're going to get all of my chart trader features and the support and resistance suite, right? So those are kind of the two big options that I know some of you are going to take advantage of today. So it's time for me to wrap it up. Thank you so much. I just want to see one more question from Tom. With your trade copier on any given day, what would be the difference between the account totals traded? Tom, great question. Trade copiers are complicated. You know, no trade copier is perfect. There's going to be some slippage, especially if you're trading it on executions mode where it's just submitting market orders. And then if you're trading on orders mode, you need to track what the orders are doing. Like what orders are being placed. Is it buy limit, buy stop, right? You got to make sure all those orders copy across all the accounts. Then you've got your targets and your stops. It all gets very complicated, but it's like the greatest honor to be developing the trade copier, because I have like 2,000 customers at this point, and everyone's trusting me to make it great, right? Make it work in all situations. So even like with Rory, who's about to present, like he's got a fully automated system that you guys are going to see. And I've worked with Rory, and I think there's maybe some remaining issues in making the copier work with Rory's software, but that's what I'm willing to address. Like I'm willing to address this and make my copier work with anything. So that's kind of the goal. But yeah, that wraps it up today. So thanks so much, you guys, for having me. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks for all the attention you guys have given me today, all the questions, participation, Eric, David, Rick, a lot of you guys. I hope I'll get to hear from you guys. Reach out to me on the website, and I guess we'll see you over there. Right here's the button, you guys, bottom right corner, where you can send us a message, and our team will be ready to help. So thank you so much. I'm passing it back to you, Anthony, and then Rory.
All right, thank you, Joel. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Thanks for making such an incredible offer for our audience today. Amazing how powerful your tools and indicators are. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to mention the online reviews that Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has are absolutely incredible. If you want a tremendous discount on some of the most powerful NinjaTrader tools, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has them available. His members are loving his products, and many of you are in the audience today. We've put his offer link in the chat box. Joel, it is always a pleasure to have you on Traders Corner. Happy holidays, and thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Have a great weekend coming up, man.
Thanks, Joel. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last presenter, and I hope everyone's listening closely because he is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the past 12 years. He wears several hats over Brightline Trading. He is a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the Brightline trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader, the next frontier AI bots that learn, adapt, and earn for you, is Mr. Rory Powers of Brightline Trading. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. I really appreciate that great introduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to mention Joel Wyse. He just spoke about with Affordable Indicators. I personally have his trade copier, and I love it. I use it every day. It's just an incredible tool. So I'm one of his clients as well, and I can personally vouch for it. But let's get on with the show. It's really an exciting time of the year. It has to be by far my favorite time of the year. With Christmas and New Year's, it's amazing how fast this year went by. Excuse me. It seems like the older we get, the faster the years go by. But listen, I know it's been a long day. Stick around. I've got a really exciting system to show you. I've got a strategy today that's in full automation mode that is up about $7,000 right now trading this volatility. This is our NQ scalper in real time. And man, what a strategy it is. It's part of the AI Auto Trader. And we've integrated some cutting edge technology into our automated strategy. And I'm going to be highlighting and showcasing this system today. And let's keep the ball rolling. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, let's get on with it. I just want to take a brief minute. Joel had touched on some testimonials and happy customers, and I wanted to share one of our testimonials because it really is, I think, an accurate assessment of what you'll find if you decide to come aboard with Right Line Trading. Marcia, who left us just a beautiful testimonial on YouTube, sent us this video, and I'm going to kind of make a long story short with it. What the testimonial says is that she came to Right Line Trading as a complete newbie, totally green to trading, had never traded futures before, not familiar with the NinjaTrader platform, didn't even know what a futures contract was. Lo and behold, not 60 days after coming aboard, she was able to accomplish some amazing accomplishments. Over 15 funded accounts in her first 60 days. Now listen, from experience with trading, in order for any one of us to get 15 funded accounts, we'd have to put years of practice into this art of trading. It doesn't come easy. Not only that, but we would have spent thousands of dollars learning. The learning curve is an expensive one. So as a complete newbie, she was able to significantly shorten her learning curve by putting the strategies on full automation and letting the bots do the work for her. And if you want to see her full testimonial, we have it posted on our YouTube channel. I just want to briefly introduce, I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to let this chart run on the background because it's on a live market. And this NQ scalper is just having a stellar day. And I want you to see the system in real time. So our vision here at Right Line Trading, we've been around for quite a long time. We're going on 14 years now. Right Line Trading's been in existence. And really our mandate here is really to develop cutting edge strategies that provide our members with an edge. That's the key. We want to have an edge over other retail traders. We want to come to the battle because I use a battle as an analogy, but in essence, that's truly what it is. It's a battle over our money. And we want to come to that battle with a bigger, badder, more technologically advanced weapon than our competitors have. And really, that's our mandate here at Right Line Trading. Is to provide you with cutting edge strategies that provide you with an edge over all other retail traders. I want to briefly introduce the members of my team, and we'll bring this chart back in just a moment. We have 3 professional traders on staff. Let's start with our futures traders. We have 2 main revenue streams here at Right Line Trading, the futures and stocks and options. And our futures traders, Mr. Craig Emery, trades the money flow tracker in the RLT futures room. Mr. David Kushner is our prop trading extraordinaire. David Kushner successfully, consistently is able to get payouts from these prop firms, and the good Lord knows that's not easy to do. but he's able to do it with really some great consistency. Mr. David Wyse. David Wyse is our options trader. You know, I love David Wyse. He's just, you know, the definition of a trader. He's got nerves of steel. He reminds me of one of those pilots when you're, you know, up 20,000 feet in the sky on an airplane, and you come into some heavy turbulence, and then you hear this calm, cool demeanor of the pilot, the captain, come over the PA system, and he's welcome you to the area and telling you to look out the left side to see this city and the right side to that city, and we're just experiencing a few bumps. Well, that's David Wyse. I mean, he could be taking heat on a trade, and he's just as cool as a cucumber. And that's really what it takes to be a successful trader. And unfortunately, not many of us have that gift. Behind the desks here at Right Line Trading, I'm part of an extremely talented, educated team. Mr. Charles Sider, he's a 30-year vet in software development. He's got a master's degree in engineering from UCLA. We have Brock Miller, my right-hand man. He's a college student, does a little bit of everything here at Right Line Trading. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. You know, whenever I hear Joel talk and I see the incredible software he's able to develop, I always think of Luque. You know, I put Sergio in the same boat because these guys are just extremely gifted and talented. You have no idea what goes into the development of this stuff. But I've seen Sergio over the years, you know, go from coding, complex mathematical modeling, to algorithmic equations. And now, after a collaboration with this AI development lab that we've been in, he's able to integrate artificial intelligence and bring it to life on the NinjaTrader 8 platform. And it's really been exciting to watch. The team is led by Mr. Mark Miller. He's the owner of Right Line Trading, and I can't say enough good things about Mark. Not only because he's my boss, but he's truly a man of God. He's a U.S. Army vet. He has his MBA from Cal State, and I glossed over being a veteran, and I don't want to do that. If any of you are a veteran or you've served the country in any capacity, or you're a first responder, a tremendous amount of respect and gratitude goes to you. Mark Miller really brings those core values that were instilled with him in the military, of honesty, transparency, integrity. Those have found their way to the forefront in everything that we do here at Right Line Trading. And I just want to briefly introduce kind of the voice that you hear behind the screen. My name is Rory Powers. Just like Anthony said, everything he said was true. I'm a graduate of Syracuse University. I reside in South Florida. My passion is trading. I love trading. I love talking to traders. I've kind of lived it, breathed it, eaten it. I've done everything over the past decade that I've been with Right Line Trading. And I really love it. It's my passion. My other passion, of course, is saltwater fishing. But listen, the best catch, the biggest prize catch that I've ever made is my beautiful wife. I can't say enough good things. God has truly blessed me. This was a recent picture. We took the kids over Thanksgiving on a cruise, and we were a little nervous because we thought maybe the seas would be rough and we'd come into some bad, weather. But on the contrary, the weather was outstanding. The ocean, you could see it as like a lake. It was just total glass, and the kids absolutely loved it. This picture is actually in Honduras, and Honduras, I had no idea, never been there. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's just this lush, beautiful landscape with hills and mountaintops and just a beautiful turquoise ocean in the background. If you ever get a chance, highly recommend it. And of course, my saltwater fishing. In a recent trip with Mark Miller and Sergio, we caught some beautiful grouper and snapper. This is a restaurant in the background that cooks them up right when you get off the boat. But let's get back to trading. Trading, the genesis of the AI auto trader. You know, this is me and a lot of you that I've spoken to over the phone. You know, the frustrations, the disappointments that we experience, the speed bumps, the pitfalls that we experience as traders. Listen, when I first started getting into trading, I used to get emails in my inbox of how much money these guys were making and how fast and easy and these just tremendous amounts. And I couldn't wait to dive in head first and get my piece of the pie, only to find out that it wasn't exactly as they had described. And this picture really is a beautiful illustration of how I felt after several trading days and watching my trading account slowly dwindle down to nothing, where I finally wanted to take a sledgehammer and put it through my computer monitor. I know none of you have ever felt that way, right? But that was the genesis of the AI auto trader. And really, I think that the main reason why we struggle in our trading journey, I was on Trader's Corner, you know, a few months ago, and I listened to a gentleman by the name of Christopher Mullen. And Christopher Mullen, a really intelligent guy, he did a study on human personality traits as it relates to trading. And what he found in his study is that humans, we all share maybe 10 or 12 core personality traits that are ingrained in us, maybe through genetics. And come to find out in the course of his study, you know, a couple of examples of these core personality traits. You have the driver, he's the one saying, go, go, go. You have the analytical. Those are our engineers who want to calculate everything and are very fearful of making a mistake. And then we have the emotionals, and I think I fall into that category a little bit. We see the P&L and we get all very emotional about losing our money or keeping our money. But those are some of those core personality traits that we all share to a different degree. So what he found in his study, to make a long story short, was that maybe one or two of these personality traits that we all share lend well to being a good, disciplined, consistent trader. I mean, if you were to listen to Dan Gibby, you know, talking about his tails on his bars, and until those tails appear just right, he's going to sit on his hands and wait. Well, that takes a lot of discipline and patience. A lot of us, including myself, when we get in front of our trading chart, we want to start trading. We don't particularly have a ironclad set of rules. We want to get in and we want to make some money quickly, which really leads to the same, you know, I always say cold, desolate place of blowing our trading accounts. I can tell you from personal experience that I've blown probably 10 different trading accounts and 30 different prop accounts. You know, blowing accounts, unfortunately, has been part of my trading journey. So with that being said, it has become our commitment as a team to bring this to an end through our tool that we've integrated artificial intelligence into called the AI Auto Trader. Just to give you just a little bit of background with some common questions, the AI Auto Trader is a fully automated trading system that runs on the NinjaTrader 8 platform. There's two things required to run this piece of software. Number one, you need the NinjaTrader 8 platform. Number two, you need a live data feed. You can have an account with any broker or prop firm that supports the NinjaTrader 8 platform, okay? It's a very common question. It's important to know this runs on NinjaTrader 8. So we've narrowed it down to two things that we believe are going to create trading success. Number one, we want to have the proper tool set to get us in and out of these trades, to identify and define risk, and allow us to get entries where the software defines risk at its lowest, where our potential of getting a profitable trade is at its highest. Because we have these human emotions that impair our judgment, I should say. Ideally, we'd like a trading system that can get us in and get us out automatically at the most ideal times and most ideal locations. So if you didn't know, I want to break it to you. We happen to be in the midst of an AI revolution. Listen, there's $3 trillion companies out there, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Amazon is coming up in the rear at number 4. But those $3 trillion companies really are using artificial intelligence. These chips that NVIDIA is currently developing and getting more and more powerful are working their way into our economy, and just about every occupation and every niche throughout our economy, and the demand for it is becoming greater and greater. When it first started a few years back, is probably even further back than that, but when I first heard about it, Paul Pelosi was buying millions of shares, and I should have known then. But what's happened since, it's hard to believe that a robot would have the potential to take over our jobs. It was very scary. And I didn't want to believe it to be true. So I dismissed it. And I made a mistake. Obviously it would have been a tremendous investment to get in earlier in a company like NVIDIA that, over, I think in 2023, they were up about 250%. And now in 2024, I think it's just under 200% again. And their market cap is just incredible. So we're in the midst of an AI revolution. And the benefits from using AI in trading, well, listen, I kind of equate it to having a calculator do the thinking for you. This AI integration can process an enormous amount of data, an enormous amount of variables, or what we call conditions within our strategy, and never break its own rules. It will always get the answer correctly in a split second. So it has significant advantages over us in the speed in which it processes data. It also has a machine learning component with pattern recognition, where the charts are very symmetrical and certain candlestick patterns occur regularly throughout the day. And the system learns when these appear, what's going to happen next. And it's an amazing system, and how powerful it becomes with the more data that's fed to it. So the system will optimize the position of your stop and your profit targets based on the average true range of the market. So, the elephant in the room has been, listen, we've all purchased automated strategies that just didn't work. They just weren't all they were cracked out to be. I talk to people all the time that have gotten burnt. They bought strategies from other companies or vendors that didn't provide support, that the bots only did good for a short period of time or during certain market conditions, but they did not have this AI integration. And what this has become is a game changer in the bots and the automation in regards to trading. So this system will learn the average true range of the market and place your profit target and your stops accordingly. It will never mismanage the trades. We've coded some very clever and sophisticated ways to go for very ambitious profit targets, but lock in a few legs of profit along the way. So if we don't get the full excursion, we're still gonna get out of the trade with some profits. If you're a prop trader, stick around. Prop trading is, stormed onto the scene. You heard Joel. Joel said he sold, he has 2,000 clients that had purchased his trade copier. What that tells us is there's just a tremendous demand for prop trading. So if you're a prop trader, we've developed custom templates specifically to pass evaluations. These are evaluation crushers. Without all the blood, sweat, and tears that go into passing those evaluations, you'll save yourself a lot of time and money with these one-day pass templates. So stick around. I've got some really great information to share with you. But I want to get into a little bit about what's under the hood of this AI auto trader. I think it's kind of appealing, and to have an understanding of what it entails, I think is very important. This is a chart right here of the indicators that the system is leveraging. It's a fairly simple chart, but we have some powerful indicators. The core indicators that the system is looking at is a multi-time frame assessment of trend. When you see the background color of my chart turn pink, that means that on a higher time frame, that instrument has also started trending to the downside. When you see that happening, what that's telling us is that institutional money is now pulling money out of the NASDAQ. When you see it going down with a pink background, institutional money is selling off the NASDAQ. Now, it's important to know this chart that I'm showing you, to put it into perspective, is a 20 Unirenko. A 20 Unirenko is a very big bar. Just to give you an idea, the direction of the trend is a 20. So every new candle in the direction of the trend, where my cursor is, every new candle to the upside signifies 20 ticks or 5 points. In order for that candle to completely reverse, like right here, it was headed down, but then it closed to the upside and reversed. In order for that to happen, it takes 100 ticks, 100 ticks. So just to put into perspective the size of these bars, they're very big bars. But we have a strategy that leverages these bars, and it looks at a multi-time frame assessment of trends. It looks at a multi-time frame assessment of momentum. And these are very good indicators of where institutional money is, how they're manipulating that instrument, whether they're pouring money in or pulling money out. And our trigger, most importantly, is our market internals. The system is looking at a disparity between uptick and downtick. When there's a huge disparity of downtick, we know the market is very likely to go down, especially when we have these two other confirmations in place with our multi-time frame assessment of trend and momentum. So that's the indicators that the system is leveraging. And with the AI integration, it really has 3 different components to it. One I mentioned a little bit earlier. It was optimizing the profit targets and the stops. See, each and every one of our bots runs in tandem with what we call a drone. A drone is another bot, and it does just what it implies. Its name implies. A drone hovers over the environment, and it gets a big picture, and it sends back, intel as to what the big picture of the overall environment is. And that's basically what it's doing. It's sharing a database with the bot, and it's telling the bot what the maximum forward or favorable excursion is versus the maximum adverse excursion. In layman's terms, that's NinjaTrader talk. In layman's terms, it's telling it what the range of the market is. Is it a very narrow, ranging, choppy market with a very small range, or is it a trending market that we could take advantage of with very ambitious profit targets? And what it will do based on that information, The drone is sharing the database that's housed on your computer. It's important to know. This is not a black box system. This runs on your computer. But what it's going to do is it's going to have the bot dynamically, and what I mean by that is automatically while you're trading, your stop and profit targets are going to move. They're going to move based on the range of the market. It's of no input. You do not have to do this yourself. It does it fully automatically. The second component that I already touched on was we have coded into it a machine learning process that recognizes candlestick patterns. A good example are the engulfing candles. When we have a bearish or a bullish engulfing candle, if we're in a beautiful long trade and halfway through the trade, all of a sudden we get this big, ugly, bearish engulfing candle, well, it's going to jump out because it's going to anticipate a reversal, and it's going to lock in profits or minimize the loss on the trade. So that's the candlestick pattern recognition. And last but certainly not least is the drone is running 30 hours a day. Thank God there's only 24 hours in a day. The drone is running 23 hours because it takes that session break between 5 and 6. So the drone is running 23 hours a day. And what it's doing is it's telling the bot historically what hours of the day it does the best. In this illustration, this is the ES30 range drone running throughout the entire session. My bottom axis is showing the half hour of the day. And across the y-axis is the price, how much money, from 0 to plus 2,500 on the left side. So it's telling us between 8:30 and 11 that this is a consistently profitable strategy. However, once 11 o'clock comes, it takes a little bit of a nosedive. It doesn't do nearly as well. And then again at 3:30, it comes back strong for that closing bell, that final hour of the market open, of the market closing, going to the closing bell. So what the bot does is it will not trade during these hours that the drone historically does poorly. Okay, so listen, I mentioned our mandate as software developers is to provide our members with an edge. Another edge that provides us with is it eliminates the losers. Being a trader, I always believe it was to get winning trades. And I always used to hear Mark say, our mandate, our number one most important goal as traders is not to take a losing trade. And I always used to say, no, it's to take a winning trade. But you know what? He's right. And I got to give him credit because it makes a lot of sense now. If we can eliminate the losing trades, we're gonna do really well. So if we can eliminate these times of the day that the drone just historically does not perform well, it's going to significantly improve our performance. If you look as an example, and I touched on the Mack truck. We call that 20 Unorenko strategy, the Mack truck. Well, let's start with the drone. The drone on my Mack truck, this is for the month of December. Let me put things into context. In the month of December, the Mack truck drone made $949. That's a respectable number. It took $16,000 in winning trades and $15,849 in losing trades. But if I look at my analysis and I look at the half hour of the day, and I have it on entry time, there's times in here that if eliminated, the outcome would have been a lot more efficient. It would have been a lot more productive. So now if I go back to the summary and I look at the bot compared to the drone, now I have a lot more efficient output. I didn't get nearly as many winning trades. Remember, the drone had about $19,000 in winning trades, but it had $18,000 in losing trades. Now My output is I have $4,000 in winning trades, but only $772 in losing trades. My winning percentage has gone up to 70%. My average losing trade is $250, and my average winning trade is almost $600. That's another thing that kills us as futures traders. Our risk to reward. When we're emotional traders and we squeeze our stop like I do, and we get out of trades early and we don't let our winners run, what it does is it takes our risk to reward ratio out of skew. It tilts it in their favor against us, where you could take 2 or 3 winning trades and man, you think you're doing great and you feel it, you're in the zone, only to pull in a loser that wipes out those 2 or 3 winning trades that you just worked so hard to get. Well, this bot and drone technology can turn a performance that looks like this, which is good, it's respectable, but it could turn it into this and have this type of efficiency, $3,300 in winning trades, and we're only in the first 2 or 3 weeks of December. That 20 unit Renko does not get faked out. It doesn't take a lot of trades. It's taken 10 trades. But when it gets in, it's in a confirmed trend, and it's going to get in when historically the hours of the day that it performs the best. And that's really the key to why it's having so much success. So let me, we have a very diversified portfolio of strategies. One of our most powerful strategies runs on the E-mini, but I just want to mention that the system does trade all of the index equities, all of the futures index equities. It trades the S&P 500, it trades the Dow, it trades the Russell, and it trades the NASDAQ. So it's very nicely diversified with very liquid instruments. Being liquid is very important with an automated system. If you have a big disparity in your bid and ask price, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems getting filled. With these instruments, we have no problems with getting filled. Sure, a tick or two of slippage is inherent in our trading environment, and it's going to happen. There's no way around that. But we're not going to have problem getting fills due to liquidity. We've also integrated crude oil and gold to really further diversify our portfolio. But I want to show you some really exciting performance on our ES30 range. First, let's do a quick look back for about a month. In the last month, from November 18th to December 18th, this strategy trading just one contract after commissions is up over $9,000. I get a lot of calls here. People ask me, hey, I want to trade a live account. I can't be in front of my screen all day. I want to kind of set it and forget it. Which, what do you recommend? This is always the first one that comes to my mind. The ES30 range or that NASDAQ Mac truck, a 20 unit Renko. They're not as aggressive. They won't have, $7,000 and $8,000 days like the NQ scalper, but they'll consistently, run up a beautiful equity curve over the long run, which is really what they're looking for. To look at a little bit of a further look back, because I always have the doubting Thomases or the people that have been burnt in the past, and they say, well, what about a little bit of a further look back? This ES30 range, we have a beautiful community of traders, and we find that they're in all skill levels. Our community is anywhere from the complete newbie like Marcia, who I introduced her testimonial in the beginning, to a gentleman named Robert or Steve, and we have a few others that are professional traders. Robert, really, who's a professional at the optimization of these strategies. He knows, the NinjaTrader strategy analyzer better than anybody I've ever met. Anyway, I want to show you the performance on a little bit of a further look back. And Robert, who's a member of our community, and I'm going to blow this up, he shared this with me today. And Let me blow it up so you can see it a little bit better. If I bring this over. So if you can't see it, I'll tell you what it is. Starting back in September 19th, which is exactly 3 months ago. So this is a 90-day look back of that same strategy. It's the ES30 range. And what it shows is over the last 90 days that he's up over $30,000 in 3 months trading this strategy with just one contract. He built this strategy. We had another ES strategy running on a 5-minute, and through his optimization process, changed the data series, changed a few of the parameters, and found the settings for this one and shared it with our community. Isn't that beautiful? Really, we really appreciate that. And I really think that that's the spiritual thing to do, is to share it with the community and let the other traders benefit from it as well. And that's why we're so grateful that he did. So this ES30 ranged $30,000 in the past 3 months, which is really just incredible. Now we also have some extremely, this is the bot, from November 5th to December 18th was up 5,500. Now on the NASDAQ, we also have some powerhouse strategies. On any given day, we have strategies like the one I was showing you earlier on the, let me see if I can find that chart real quick, on the NQ scalper. Bear with me for just a moment. See if I can find it. Here it is here. This strategy today, well, it closed at $9,400. Now, this is an outlier. This doesn't happen every day. I don't want to mislead you. What I'm offering today is, this is an outlier, and this does not happen every day. With the volatility, ever since Jerome Powell yesterday cut the interest rates, and I think them having problems funding the government may also play into this. But $9,400 in a single session trading just one contract. And part of our methodology is to capitalize on these ones that just love the trading environment. So the Haymaker trades a 30 range. It made about $2,718.96 on our 30 range Haymaker from November 18th to December 18th. And for the prop traders, here we go. We have what we call our one-day pass templates. And I always love to show this video, and it really shows the spirit of the one-day pass. Let me see if I can blow it up. Just to set up the video, and don't worry, it's a 30-second video. I'm going to respect your time. And I just want to set up the video. The video is Mark Miller is trading his 6 evaluation accounts using a trade copier. His leader account is trading our one-day pass on the NASDAQ. The one-day pass template, which leverages this AI auto trader, is only going to take a trade on the NASDAQ during the half hour or hour of the day that historically it does well. At one time it was like 10 or 10:30 to 11. This thing just couldn't lose. It was amazing. But it finds the half hour out of the day that it's just crushing it day after day. And it will only trade that half hour only. And once it sets up, and you can see it set up because there's a cross on his chart, and that's signifying all of the conditions that in the strategy parameters have been met. And at the candle close, it's game time if it closes to the upside. If it closes to the downside, it's not going to take the trade. So this video shows the one-day pass on a $50,000 account. The profit goal on a $50,000 account is $3,000. In order to pass a $50,000 evaluation, you must make $3,000 before you lose $2,500. Okay. So when the trade's taken, we're going to trade the maximum number of contracts, which is 10 on a $50,000 account. And our profit target is going to be the minimum number of ticks in order to accomplish $3,000 profit goal. We add in a couple of ticks for slippage and commissions, and let's let the tape go. So it jumps in, and in one trade, using a trade copier. Now watch what happens with the stop here. As he gets closer to his profit target, the stop gets into what we call our profit window. Now, it just went up to our profit window, and now there's an equal risk to reward when you're within 10 ticks of that profit target. So on that one trade, using a trade copier, he was able to pass 6 evaluations in a very short period of time. So that's the spirit of our one-day pass, and we've got some really great templates. We have some that do 50, 60, 70%. I don't want to mislead you. What I would expect is maybe 1 out of 3. Let's anticipate 33%, and I think you won't be disappointed. It could be higher, it could be lower, but I think 1 out of 3 is very fair to say. So this happens to be on the ES is at 54%. I always like the NASDAQ because it's so volatile. I could show you this month on the ODP on our 30 range NASDAQ, our percent profitable is about 42%. So it's not the best one this month. The best one is the ES, but the NASDAQ is very good too. Just to give it, to show you another instrument. So those are our one-day pass templates. I've seen Mark, use a trade copier and do 20 at a time and get 20 accounts at once. Once you get funded and you pass the evaluation, obviously we're going to go to a little bit more of a conservative posture, and we're not going to risk 10 contracts on a $50,000 account. We have PA account templates that are just going to look to score $200, $300, $400. I have some traders that only want to make 100 a day. They tell me, they call me, they say, listen, I got 20 accounts, 15 accounts. I just want $50 to $100 a day. And we put them on the micros, and we're able to get them $50 to $100 a day most of the time. So those are the benefits of that machine learning technology. And I want to hurry up and get to my special offer. I know it's been a long day. Listen, it is the holiday season. 'Tis the season. And we've got something special for you. As usual, we're going to include the full Monty. When I say the full Monty, what I mean by the full Monty is the full portfolio of strategies, all of the instruments, all of the bots, the drones, the one-day passes, which are normally an add-on charge, will be included for this holiday special offer, this Traders Corner special offer for the holidays. We've got great tech support. I'm going to show you really quickly because I know I'm getting close to my time. But if you were to go, just like Joel was showing you on Trustpilot, you'll find that we have really some great testimonials from our traders. And I think the most common theme of the compliments, they always mention the customer service. We're going to set this up for you. If you don't know NinjaTrader, don't worry. We're going to get on your screen, on your computer, and remotely install the entire workspace for you. This includes ongoing support. If you have questions, if you don't understand something, if you need help, we're always going to be available to jump on your screen, get on the phone with you, and hold your hand until you are comfortable and you're doing well. We have some great masterclass modules, some great training videos that really go into depth of the indicators that the system leverages and the conditions of the strategy in order for it to trigger a trade. We have members that once they watch those videos are able to make their own strategies. Some of our best ideas come from our members. I can't say that enough. We're always willing to learn from you. something that I really love about Mark Miller, I touched on the transparency, the core military values that he brings to the table as the owner of Right Line Trading, has been his ethics. He is a firm believer in transparency. If you go to our website and any one of our systems is showing a P&L, we're going to have a button where you could see the actual trades. So you could see individual trades of each and every execution. So you know that you're not looking at a bunch of meaningless numbers that never happened. We trade the system live on YouTube Monday through Friday. Throughout the week, we trade. We have Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the AI Auto Trader. And every day of the week, David Wyse is on trading options. We also have Craig Emery and David Kushner. So before you jump in head first, I wanted to invite everybody tomorrow, absolutely free of charge. Come check us out on YouTube Live. It's on our YouTube channel. I'm also going to put it in the chat box. If you go to our YouTube channel and there's a little tab called Live. If I click on this Live tab, you'll see the one that's upcoming tomorrow morning. And I'm going to put this link in. And all you'll have to do is come to this channel here on our website, and the one that's going to be going live will be on the top left, and you'll just need to click into it. And I'm going to put that in the chat box right now. So let me get to the special offer. Here we go. So for the holiday sale, what we're doing specifically for Traders Corner is we're doing across the board a 50% discount. Across the board, whether you do the monthly, the annual, or the lifetime. The monthly membership normally is $6.99. With the 50% discount, it's $3.49 a month. $3.49 a month, and you've got it every month, a full portfolio of strategies. For the annual membership, it's $14.99 for the year. $14.99 for the year. You're going to get the full portfolio, all of the chart templates, all of the strategy templates, all of the prop trading templates. You'll be able to join us daily on YouTube live streams for the entire year for $14.99. If you're somebody that just doesn't like recurring subscriptions, and if you have the means, the best value is the lifetime license. We like to call it a one-time payment, but it means that you own it forever. You own it forever at 50% off or $24.99. My associate Brock just put a link in the room. If you go and you click on that link, you'll see during the checkout process, one of the payment options available is PayPal. What's great about PayPal is they have what's called Pay Later. Isn't that great? You can get it now and pay for it later. With Pay Later, if you qualify, you can spread out the payments over 4 months or 6 months interest free. Pay no interest, pay it off over 6 months, and it's not such a difficult pill to swallow. So very briefly, I just want to run through our members. Some of our members are having just incredible success. Steve, who shared the NQ scalper with us, that's the one that made that incredible amount of money today. It's just amazing. $9,400. This has been running since overnight, but that's an incredible feat. $9,400. He gave us the scalper. He's been doing a great. Sood is another member who's passing his evaluations. Simon made $16,000 in a single day trading our bots. So the potential really is sky high. You really have the potential to have some windfall days that you can really put some money in the boat. Suzanne is having a tremendous amount of profit. My favorite testimonial and my last testimonial is a gentleman by the name of Gary Sparks. Gary had bought bots from several different companies, and he mentions them here on the bottom. And he mentions that he still does run one of the other companies, but he says that he's found in his experience that the AI auto trader is superior to our competitors. And I really have to, say that the reason why we're having this type of success is that AI technology. It's been a game changer. So I really encourage you to come aboard. If you do come aboard, we're going to get you installed. If you come aboard today, we'll get you installed by tomorrow. Within 24 hours, you'll be up and running, and you'll have the potential to start achieving results like these. You'll be part of a beautiful community in our Discord chat, where we post the daily results. Yesterday during the FOMC meeting, personally, I don't trade during those meetings. I heard Leigh saying that he does. I'm scared to death to do it. But you could see what it did yesterday. It just crushed it during that FOMC report. But you'll be a part of our Discord chat. And I want to end by saying this. If you've had potholes and speed bumps along your trading journey, I come with a message of hope. Somebody that's blown out 10 different trading accounts. This system has the potential to be a game changer in your trading career. I want to wish everybody really a blessed holiday season, a healthy, most importantly, healthy, joyous, and happy holiday season. God bless you. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm out of time. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. I don't have time to answer them now. If you put your name and your number in the chat box, only I can see it. Put your name and number in. I will give you a call. I'm going to get a drink of water, and within 15 minutes, I'm going to give you a call, and I'm going to do my very best to answer any questions that you might have. So please put your name and number in, or just give me a call here at the office, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Anthony, I'm really sorry I went over. I'm really apologize, and I want to thank you again. We have a huge debt of gratitude to Traders Corner for having us on. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Rory. Those strategies look amazing. Congratulations to you and your team over at Right Line Trading on developing such a powerful system. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error, over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your prop or live accounts, I've done it. Then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you to build wealth completely hands-free. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. And also, like Rory said, put in your information and he'll give you a call. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience today. I'm also going to put in our YouTube link as well. So if anyone wants a replay, I just put in the YouTube as well. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank you all for joining us today. It's been an information-packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the holiday season. The YouTube will be on our YouTube channel, and I just put that in there in the chat box, so feel free to rewatch it. And yeah, have a great evening. Thanks again for being here. Make 2025 a tremendous success. And thanks for making 2024 an amazing success for us at Traders Corner. Have a blessed evening, and I hope you all do very, very well this upcoming year. And feel free to come check us out again and continue to learn and see from other people what else is going on. Thank you so much.